To the snooker player, and Steve Davis, you managed to do this on no fewer than 8 occasions. What was your mindset on a day like this?
Well, I think in a way, business as usual. You may find there's a bit more of a buzz around the arena. You may sense that your friends and family are a bit more excited than they were. But when you get out there, certainly, it's like another day in the office. And you were guaranteed being played for the last week, every day. So you get out on that table, and it's just continuation of what you've been doing.
Now, you've got to have a sneaky peek at the trophy, come on.
Yeah, you might spot the trophies there, and you might have a little quick look of it out your eye. And obviously there's going to be a photograph usually with it as well.
Yeah.
I didn't particularly like to be anywhere near that to touch it. You know, it's not yours until you actually deserve it. But both the players will be aware of getting off to a good start. I think it's perhaps the only important thing. That's the same in every match.
OK, Steve, thanks very much. Well, someone's going to get their hands on the trophy. Let's find out who it is. Rob, they're all yours.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. It's the big one. Welcome to the final of the Betfred.com World Snooker Championship. After 16 epic days, only 2 remain. It's the ultimate local derby. It should be an absolute cracker. A piece of snooker history will once again be written. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the boys on the bays. Please welcome this season's comeback king. From talk of retirement at Christmas to the sports showpiece showdown in May. What a story, what a player. He produced an amazing comeback against Judd Trump and won his semi in style. He's shown real fighting spirit this season on and off the table. This is his 2nd World Championship final. He is flying high, he is the captain, he is Ali Carter! And now, please welcome the most naturally gifted player ever to grace the modern game. He has been inspired here this year, hitting 6 in a row against every player in every single round. When he hasn't been superb, he's been sublime. His legacy is already complete, but can he add one more crown to the collection? Bidding for a 4th world title. He is so fast, blink and you'll miss him, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan!
So here we go, the first of a possible 4-act drama here in the Crucible final. 8 frames to play this afternoon at the start of a best of 35 frames final. 18, the magic winning number. Michaela Tabb taking charge of her 2nd final here, and in charge for us in the commentary box, Stephen Hendry and John Virgo.
Thank you, Hazel, and good afternoon. And there's always a special atmosphere for the final, and you wouldn't call it raucous, Steve, would you? It's a sort of expectancy of the audience.
Well, just the excitement is incredible before the final. It's a strange feeling for the players as well, John, because it's the first session of like 2 days final. At this point, you feel you're a long way away from actually winning the thing.
First frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So it's Ronnie O'Sullivan who's going to get this final underway.
Right, no shouting out now, please, thank you.
Yes, Michaela brought into action early. It was only a break-off shot, wasn't worthy of a shout. So Michaela, she'll be feeling a little bit nervous, just got to concentrate, as of course both the players have. There you see it, tournament pot success. That's what you need to be the world champion. 93% Ronnie, 92% Ali Carter.
It'll be interesting to see if Ali adopts the same approach that he used in the first session against Maguire, which was a virtual no-risk policy.
Yeah, I think he's dealing with a different kettle of fish here, though, isn't he? I think Stephen took the bait, if you like, Stephen Maguire early on, where I don't think Ronnie will. I think Ronnie has come here this week and has proved what a great all-round player he is, good safety, and we know what he's like at potting and break building. But to be fair, I know a lot of people are thinking that Ronnie O'Sullivan is a very strong favourite for this, but I think the fact that Ali Carter has played him once before in the final, and Ali's, you know, really got a more experience now and a better all-round game. I don't think you can ever think of anything as being easy at this game.
And what a test for you to come up against the best player in the world in the final of the World Championship. Test yourself against the best. There's no better way of doing it.
Ali Carter was saying yesterday that having Peter Ebdon in his corner, he had the force with him, because of course that's what Peter Ebdon's called, the force. And it's been standing in good stead so far. Just a little bit thick on that safety, which is why he's not found the baulk cushion, more the baulk line. Yeah, I think from Ali Carter's point of view, he knows he's got to play well. I think that the big thing is sometimes you might feel you've got to play too well, you know, so you don't want to push it early on. You just want to let your natural ability, which is shown throughout this tournament, come through. But he knows there's going to be no half measures here, so that in a way takes a little bit of pressure off you. Very straight on this deep screw. If the black is not available, well, the black must be available. Well, in the end, played it more of a shot that if the red went in, he'd just play safe. Didn't attempt to get on the colour. Another poor safety, really, from Ronnie. So close to the reds, catch your baulk colour full in the face. Doesn't usually do that. Hawkeye showing us a situation, and as you can see, he could play left-hand side as we look, but he'd be frightened of running into that red near the top cushion, so just nestling into these. Well, it's okay, but that red just above the black may be possible. Well, I'm sure it is possible. I think at the moment it's what Ali's prepared to go for. There you see the red just above the black. Not even looked at it. More interested in playing the safety and getting the cue ball tight to the baulk cushion. Best of 35. First to 18 get the trophy. But as per usual in these matches, first frame, always a very tentative affair.
Whenever I played a player who I thought would play a little bit more negative than I did, my safety shots would always try and open the reds up as soon as possible. Try and force my opponent into playing something they didn't want to play.
Well, the reds are reasonably spread at the moment. It's just that Ronnie has been unable to find the baulk cushion and put any pressure on Ali. Safety.
And this is a good safety shot. Excellent line from the cue ball. Ali just checking to see where the reds are going to end up if he plays a safety shot when they're spread out like this. Obviously you don't want to knock anything over the pocket. Excellent safety shot by Ali Carter. Had to catch that red absolutely perfectly when it's close to the cushion.
Yes, but as I said before, Ronnie's not putting any pressure on Ali's safety at the moment because he's been able to find the baulk cushion, and that just makes it easier. Now, is this the first pot on? I think it may be. Just run across that. There you go, we're coming up to 8 minutes in this first frame. Not a ball been potted yet. Is this going to be the first one? Maybe he can't pot it, but it looks as though he can to me. It's a thin one, but... no. Well, he's played it well, though. Right behind the green, it looks. I'm just thinking if that's a possibility. The only thing is when you're trying these type of shots, the blue is such a big ball. Well, he's decided to come around the other side. He's not certain to get this safe. Well, it was a good effort.
Ali Carter.
He's not left anything on. I'm certain he'll be given another try at that. So he found a good line, only a minor adjustment needed. And we just move it in on the action. Beautiful shot, that, isn't it? Okay, look. Just making certain the cue ball's exactly where it was. Ronnie's happy. Ali's happy. Just a minor adjustment. I think he's trying to nestle on the red that's just below the black. He's underhit this, has he, or is he going to reach it? Yes, just got there. Good shot. Little tap on the table as Ali Carter came to start his visit. Once again, I don't think he's left anything, Ronnie, that would tempt Ali. He seems determined early on in this match to keep it very tight. So over 10 minutes and still no one off the mark.
Yeah, I wonder what the record is, John, the final, before the first ball's been potted. That was a great touch by Ronnie, that shot. Cagey stuff, though.
Yeah, you'd have to say at the moment it's Ali Carter who's dictating it. I think he may have snookered Ronnie on all the reds here. And this is the fascination of snooker, isn't it? We know how well Ronnie's been playing in this tournament, but if you've not got a pot to go for, doesn't matter how good you are, you just got to compete with the situations that's there. Just got to be careful he doesn't catch the blue here. Ooh, hit the wrong red. First chance, Ali Carter. We're off the mark. Just under 12 minutes it took to create that opening. And there was Ronnie. He knew he'd hit the wrong red there. Well, I don't think that's inch perfect. He needs to be straighter on this red. I think the black may be available into the right corner, but he couldn't play for it off this red. He's going back up for the blue, and he may kiss into another red. He's just got to be a bit careful. And now he managed to avoid them.
7.
Did that really well. But at the moment, I don't think there's a red available into the right corner. It's perfect angle here to play a cannon and bring reds into play.
Ali Carter, 7.
Well, we'll have a look at that again. Could he have seen that coming, do you think?
No. He could never have envisioned that happening. Red cannon, 2 other reds to go into the corner pocket, so very unlucky there.
1.
Used all the pocket to go in.
8. 9.
Doesn't want to be just off straight here, the wrong angle. It's going to make the next positional shot a little bit awkward. Through it beautifully. And we know the black is available into both corners nicely on this red for the black in the opposite corner.
70.
Of course, that's the problem. When you make a mistake, okay, Ali Carter, unlucky, but you leave your opponent in at this end of the table with an easy starter. Could very well cost you the frame.
24. 25.
Yeah, I think in the semi-final, with Carter-Maguire, a lot of the mistakes Carter made, he didn't get punished in one visit by Maguire. I don't think that'll be the case in these 2 days.
32. $33.
Just checking to see if this red passes a pink into the same pocket as the black. Just as easy to play for it in the right middle. He just wants to come high on the black. He doesn't want to come low.
40. $41.
This black, and there's 2 more reds in the open. If he takes blacks with those, he's going to leave himself 58 up, with 59 in the table. Oh, he just pushed 1 red in an awkward position.
Yeah, he was forced into it, wasn't he? He needed to be a little
48.
straighter on the black, so you wouldn't think it'd cause a problem, because in potting his red, he should get a good angle on the black.
Yeah, we want him to leave himself a half ball cut on the black.
49.
That looks just about perfect there. Screw it and try and develop a red here. Just caught the red too full, wanted to catch that red half ball.
56.
Yeah, maybe if he was a little bit straighter, he'd try to cannon into the 3 reds together, but it boils down to the fact that he's 50 points in front, but there's still 67 remaining. So it doesn't look as though Ronnie's going to win the frame at this visit. Well, is he considering taking this red on? I always think these reds along the top cushion. Now he's refusing it. If they're tight against the cushion, a lot easier, but once he gets this first frame under his belt, and that's a nice little flick off the yellow. So he'll feel a lot more comfortable. He's had his hand on the table. Took them well. Well, he's got a good length with the cue ball. But this red is definitely available. When you're playing them, you always err on the side of hitting them too thin. But maybe a chance here now for Ali to bring these 3 reds that are clustered together near the top cushion into play. Being 50 points behind, he needs these reds in the open. He's got a chance here.
Doesn't want to catch these thick. Slightest bit too thick. You won't be able to get the white back to bulk. Just a little bit thick, but he's done well. He's done okay.
Didn't want to risk trying to go back to the balk end. You can understand it in some ways because, of course, he's only going to make one more mistake and you would feel that would be the end of the frame. So trying to keep it tight, but didn't put any pressure on Ronnie's safety there whatsoever. Although Ronnie may not be too pleased with that. pushed the red a little bit too far down the table. He's got a good cue ball, as you can see. Couldn't be much straighter. Not much to angle to work with there. So this calls for good cueing. No, that was difficult. It was almost straight and you're just trying to pinch a bit. Well, he's not left anything. So no harm done. Another chance of a pot. This was the previous one, 10'6", but just off straight, just trying to pinch a bit. This one, he's got a nice angle on the pot here.
Nice pot. Might have landed a little bit straight on the pink. No, he's got an angle. Don't think he's got an angle to cannon the reds on the cushion. So might be forced to play for the red in the bulk area.
Well, screwing back like that, you think, well, is he going to play the double? But
7.
no, I think it's just a safety because I don't think the double's on. Not from where the cue ball is. So trying to get in behind the green, you would have thought.
Alec Carter 7.
And that's good enough. That's good enough. Pretty straightforward, just before the middle pocket. As we say with all these shots, you've got to hit to the right pace, don't want to hit it too hard. Played it beautifully. Enough as well.
Alec Carter 4.
So Alec Carter puts the cue ball anywhere in the D. But of course his big problem, as we watch Ronnie here, played the thin cut and missed on the way up, caught on the way back. Enough. Now, what sort of an angle has he left himself on the black? I think if you were trying to bring them into play, you'd try to get into the two reds that are closest together, but if he hasn't got that angle, he's certainly got the angle to it, the one immediately below the black. Well, he did get in the two reds together and played it really well.
8.
Yeah, he struck that beautifully. Obviously too thin to stay on the
9.
black. A little bit more angle on this pink than he would like. Might have to play it with a touch of right hand side.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind just finding the gap of those two reds. Well, he didn't play with a lot of side, but he's just the pace of it well. As I say, these balls along the cushion, if the ball's tight on the cushion, they just seem to cling a lot better. Is there a gap? Just a gap.
So I think he would have more chance of potting that if he just played
15.
dead weight for the black.
Well, that's what I was thinking there. I mean, for some reason he thought, well, I could miss this, and he's tried to make it into a shot for nothing, and then that makes the pot twice as difficult. Well, he still needs the 2 reds, though.
1.
This black will put him 32 points in front with 35 remaining. And he doesn't have to do any heroics whatsoever. Just make certain you pot the red,
8.
and his opponent will need 2 snookers. And it goes. Very tense opening frame, but it looks like it's going the way of Ronnie O'Sullivan, for certain. It certainly is now.
16. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Doubtful.
And the
And Ali Carter does concede, so it was a half-4. It took nearly 12 minutes for the first red to be potted, but Ronnie O'Sullivan in the end won it comfortably, 1-0.
So we're well underway, and so it would appear is the Rocket. Although there was a moment in that frame, and Ali Carter on the comeback, you thought he might have played that shot on the red a bit more slowly, Steve.
Well, Stephen did as well in the commentary box and commit to it rather than play the sort of the home and away shot. He was hoping, obviously, that if he missed it, the red was going to wobble and get away from the jaws. But, John, I mean, you know, we were discussing whether or not, you know, you're going to have to commit at this level.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had a game plan that he's used for the last couple of matches. The Judd Trump one, certainly with Stephen Maguire. It's got to go out the window a bit today, because you've got to score when your chances come. You're not going to keep getting them against Ronnie, and that is one you've got to fully commit to. Drop into the pocket, play the correct shot, which was dead weight. And, you know, if you miss it, you miss it. But even playing at that pace, it's not going to come away from the jaws that far. So really, as a percentage, it was the wrong thing to do.
And we are being ultra-critical of a shot that probably we both have played ourselves. But when you're sitting here watching, and as Stephen said, Stephen Hendry in the commentary box, you can't get a better judge of what's the right shot to try and clear the balls. When you're sitting here watching, certain things you pick up on. So it's the first very small mistake that's cost him.
Okay, back we go, and it'll be interesting to see whether Ali Carter is going to change his strategy against Ronnie O'Sullivan, as some of the players that he's played have felt that he might have to do. Intriguing so far.
Yeah, very interesting to see how Ali Carter. But the only thing I would say, in his match against Stephen Maguire, when he started off with this sort of safety first attack, he did lose the first 2 frames. But it never altered his game plan. He stuck to it.
No, I think if you've got 100% belief that what you're doing is right, then that's a good thing. But I just think Ronnie O'Sullivan's a different kettle of fish. I don't think you can wait for chances against Ronnie, because you're not going to get enough, especially over 35 frames.
Can only hit the 1 red, and I don't think he can get to the left-hand side of it. So he may be tempting on AC. He'd be going for the pot here, I think, using his cue power to try and screw the cue ball back into baulk. Ooh, and he got a double kiss, which put pace on the cue ball. Now, is he going to leave anything, or is he going to run safe? I think the latter is more likely. He's got to be careful where the cue ball finishes here. He's got to pot this. That was the problem. He was always going to run it into other reds unless he put a tracer side on it. He was only trusting to look for position, and he's not got any.
Now, will he take the blue on John?
No.
Brembo.
If I was sat in Ronnie's chair, my opponent was refusing these pots, it would just do nothing but give me confidence.
Yeah, it'd certainly take a little bit of pressure off your safety, wouldn't you? You know, you're thinking, oh, if I leave in anything half difficult, he's not going to go for. I mean, that first frame, Ronnie's safety play wasn't really up to scratch. That's a terrific shot. Tremendous safety.
The reason I say that is, personally, I think Ali's got the talent to score with O'Sullivan. Perhaps not as heavy and as aggressive, but I think his natural game he could compete.
Terrific pot, needs to stay away from the side cushion. And he just about has done. Found a nice path there between the other reds. But what was more pleasing, and I think the thing that has been impressive with Ronnie in this tournament is his long potting seems to be back on song. It's so important. Because if your long potting's not on song, then you finish up, well, 2/3. I think that's good, because I'm not certain about that stat, because sometimes you're not playing the pot, or you're playing to it them a little bit too thin, and we might think there's a pot, but it's really more eye on the safety. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and that's what 66% equates to.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
And what distance constitutes a long pot, John?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to ask the stat man. Anything over 6 feet. Well, it was very comfortable. That's the only thing at the moment. Ronnie just doesn't seem to be getting his safety play consistently to that ball cushion. And that's how you force mistakes from your opponent. This red will go, the one to the left of the pink. Needs a kiss on the green for position, and he got it.
1.
Nice angle in the green here, stun off. Vault cushion, right hand side cushion for the red that's to the left of the pink.
Just got into the cue ball a little bit too much.
4.
Played that well. It was one of them you really needed to get through the cue ball there. and just his position perfectly on the pink. Not certain where the pink's going to go when it's respotted. You wouldn't want it on the black spot because that would really tie it up. Oh no, I'd be happy with that. Nicely in the open. This is a good chance.
$12. $80. 19. $25.
You see, just closing in, and there's a choice of reds. He'd like to play the one to the corner there, but he's now decided the one to the middle. Well, he's slightly hampered. He'll be accurate with this. And he was.
26.
With the black not being available, these reds that are in the open, he's just got to get them just right, because he wants to play for pink or blue, and once again, I think he's just overrun it.
$32.
He was able to hold for the blue. A little bit straighter would have been perfect. He's got to be a little bit careful now. He doesn't cannon into a red inadvertently, particularly those two near the top cushion on the right-hand side of the table.
Yeah, he might be forced to play in some sort of cannon here. The red below the black, I think, pots to the left corner. But the problem if he follows through off one cushion, he's going to be leave himself quite a distance from the reds.
$37.
So he found this one. That's a choice of reds to this right corner pocket.
$38.
Not bad, not bad. He really had to force the angle there.
$44. $45.
Back in perfect position. That puts Ronnie 54 points in front. 67 remaining, but as soon as he pots a red, what will be remaining will be 59, so that equates really to this red and a pink. We'll put him 61 points in front, 59 remaining, so Ali Carter stuck in his seat. Well, he was able to play for the black. Same equation. Pots the black, 62 points in front, 59 remaining. I think the other point now that we need to raise, Stephen, is Ali Carter's safety play
59.
good enough to keep Ronnie at bay? If you're going to play the tactical side.
I think we've yet to find the player who can keep Ronnie out. But he started the same way against Maguire, 2-0 down, so you'll know he can do it.
68.
But I think the opponent these 2 days is a little bit better.
Needs to flick past that red, and he has done. Beautiful positional shot. Could see our first century of the final here.
75. $82.
Yeah, floating along the cushion.
$90. $92.
Betfred are donating
£95.
£200 to Raven House Children's Hospice for every century that's made. That's the association's chosen charity.
99.
This looks like another £200 in the bag. Well done, Ronnie. Great break. 68th of the tournament and Ronnie's 10th.
110.
And it wasn't straightforward, but he made it look ever so easy. Ronnie O'Sullivan wins the second frame, 2-0.
And there's confirmation of what John was saying. These are the century breaks in the last few championships since 2003. There we are, up at number 68 so far, only surpassed by 74 last year and 83. Not sure that's going to be beaten for quite some time in 2009. So, well, he does make things look effortless. And I was reading Dave Hendon's blog the other day, and he actually said that is actually to do him a great disservice, because Ronnie puts as much work in as anybody else to make it look effortless.
There should be one of those signs outside the door today. It should say, "Quiet please, genius at work," because that break was just absolutely sublime. The balls were nowhere near looking like they were there for a century break. His control of the cue ball around the pink spot was magnificent. Moved all of them. Some of the stuns he played off the cushion to get back on the pink. Absolutely fantastic. But you're quite right, he does work hard. He practices a lot in the club. You know, he puts the hours in as well, but when he plays like that, it's just superb.
You know, when Ali Carter looks back on his record against Ronnie O'Sullivan, and in 11 occasions he's played Ronnie, he's never managed to beat him in a televised match. And I'll ask you the same question that John Berger was asking. Is his safety game strong enough to hold him at bay in a match like this?
Well, it's also, is he mentally strong enough to turn around those 11 defeats? Because after a while you would realise that you were being outplayed in all departments, not just the safety department. He's 2-0 behind. He was 2-0 behind in his semi-final match, but he's 2-0 behind in a different way here. This is a guy that's just cleaning up all the time.
I have no problem with him playing hard stuff and hard tactical stuff at the start of a frame. The only problem is when he gets a chance, he's got to fully commit to 100% to score, because if he doesn't score in this match, he's playing a runaway train.
Okay, into the third of this 35 frames match.
Good safety with a tap on the table from Ronnie in appreciation. And there's Ronnie's pot success, 100%. You can't do better than that. 77% Ali, but he's not had that many chances to... Well, I suppose he's missed enough. So these reds are very nicely spread as Ronnie plays a perfect safety shot. To get back to the ball, there may be a possibility of a pot on. Are they just looking at those two reds? I don't think they're a plant, because I don't think the second one passes the black. No, it doesn't, but he can play safe off the red. That's the most important thing. Just got to catch it the right thickness, though. Don't let this too thin. Just a little bit thick. But with these reds spread as they are, there may not be an easy safety shot for Ronnie here. sometimes, though, that can be a dangerous thing, isn't it? If you leave a player like Ronnie with no safety, all of a sudden he can knock one in from nowhere. Very difficult to envisage that he could leave this. Well, he can't leave the cue ball near the top cushion and get it safe. There we are. That's the one thing about the Crucible, no matter where you're sitting, you've got a great view of the action. So he's trying to find that path he found before. He did well to find it before. Do well to find it again.
He's looking like he loves the challenge of finding the right safety shot, John. And if
Yeah.
he's enjoying it as much as that, what a dangerous opponent.
Absolutely, and you know, to be fair, we all know the talent of Ronnie, but sometimes he gets a little bit bored with it all. But every aspect of the game in these last, well, what, 15 days, this is the 16th day, he seems to have enjoyed and loved every minute of it. And if, of course, he was to produce that, then maybe he might be the man to break your record, Stephen.
I think he's got every chance. As long as he wants to do it, I think he's got a chance.
And that's the question, is he? Isn't it? Does he want to do it? Over a minute. Well, he's got a choice of a couple of reds to pot, but he's just rolling this in, it appears to me. Just hoping it goes in, and then he'll play the safety, because he was never going to be on a column. But I suppose, in a way, that was as good as he could do, because if he'd have played one of the outside reds, 9'10", that goes down as a long pot. But if he'd have played one of those other outside reds, he was kissing into the black, it was fraught with danger. And the way these reds are spread, you feel one mistake lets somebody in, could be end of frame.
Imperative here, he finds the baulk cushion. Not so important to snooker Ronnie buying a baulk collar, but to get the white as tight as you can to that baulk cushion.
Rainbow. Alec Carter 1.
Peter Ebdon looking on. It's a long match, and as I say, he'll be well, he would have told Harry not to get concerned. You know what you're going to get from Ronnie. Sparkling play. Just play your way into the match. Possibly that was the advice. Well, it was only the pace that kept that out. But this time, Ronnie couldn't find a path back to the baulk end. And this red is on to the left middle. I think with this shot, you just got to concentrate on the pot. Because you, being so close to the cushion, you can't manoeuvre the cue ball.
No, absolutely. It's hard to see from here if he's got a natural angle to miss the cannon on other reds. But as you say, just concentrate on making the red.
Well, I don't think there's many players who would refuse that. Okay, he was uncertain where the cue ball was going to go, but he's lost the first two frames, and playing it like that, driving that red into other reds, he was never certain to get it safe, and he hasn't.
Yeah, I can only assume he was canning another reds and he was going to get no position from potting it.
Ronnie trying to squeeze that in. Now there's a chance for Ali here. His first real chance, you would say. Although he had a chance in the first frame. But not a chance as good as this. Just got a near jaw, and look how lively they are when they catch those jaws at pace.
One.
It was a nice shot, controlled it well. That wasn't a gimme. You've just seen your opponent win the first 2 frames the way Ronnie did. One good positional shot here, I feel. You play for an area somewhere in between the blue and pink to have a choice of reds. Well, it's come way short with that one.
Suppose you could put it down to lack of table time, but he's not hit that well at all. And no easy red to go at. Well, good recovery. He could have done with a little bump, but hang on. Has he finished perfect on the green? He'll settle for that.
Yeah, it was a nice pot. Found the path back up to the bulk area and looks to be dead straight on the screen. A nice angle just to drop on the reds here. Played for the area I talked about a minute ago, in between the blue and pink.
Nine.
Now, I would say he has to win the frame from this visit. Not only to win the frame, but to give himself confidence for the rest of the match.
10. Fourteen. $15.
I know the reds are nicely spread, but he's desperate to get a good position on the blue. As well as cue ball keeps travelling these distances, you can always run out of position.
Yeah, we know the pink doesn't pot to the left corner. I don't know if it pots to the right corner. Doesn't look like it, so yeah, as you say, it's not straightforward, this break. He hit that very well. That was a great shot. Pink was just off straight. Sorry, the green was just off straight, so had to force the angle there.
Yeah, and if he can just get past the pink for this red to the left corner, he may be able to get the black on its spot. Well, it looks as though he could. Would he deem the black a little bit too difficult? This is where we say that when he gets these opportunities now, he's got to... We know what he's capable of. He's played superbly throughout this tournament. He's playing the right shot. He's playing for the black.
19.
It's all about sending a message to your opponent, John, isn't it? If he makes a mistake, you're going to win the frame one visit as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mind game in snooker. And now he's got that
20.
black, and it looks as though it's available into both corners. What a chance this is to get his first frame on the scoreboard. And get right in over his shoulder here.
$27.
Well, that was beautifully cued as well.
34.
So far, so good. He's cueing the ball nicely. His first couple of positional shots were a little bit astray, but he's got pinpoint control now.
35.
What we have got, John, in this final is probably... We all know how well Ronnie strikes the ball, but Ali is also in the top 3 in the game as far as I'm concerned, in terms of striking the cue ball. He hits it great when he's in.
Yeah, and I think that's the only concern we were expressing.
40.
Will he give his ability a chance to shine through? You know, you can be a little bit tentative.
41.
But certainly, he's got all the ability in the world, and when he gets opportunities, he's proving here. He can clear them up just as well as Ronnie. Maybe not in the same style, the same panache, but that's the same in any sport, isn't it?
Well, nobody
47.
does.
$48.
Not certain about the availability of the two reds that are just to the right of the black. He's just having a look now if he can. Certainly the left-hand one won't go, but if the right-hand one does, then obviously if he pots the right-hand one, it releases the left-hand one. Just give it a bit of thought. $55 points to lead, 67 remaining.
54.
So just another red and a pink would put him 62 points in front with just 59 left. And after the first couple of positional shots, he's looked very confident, hasn't he? He's looked at one with himself, which is a good thing.
When you see him hitting this ball this well, you wonder why he's not taking on more shots. As we've said, he's got a game plan. He believes in it 100%. And he's in the final of the World Championship after all, so he's not doing a lot wrong.
Applause, because that's the snooker's required stage. And if he pots this red, Ronnie won't be coming back to the table. Ronnie made a break of 117 in the last frame, the 68th of the tournament. Possibility here, we could see the 69th. Back-to-back centuries. And he's perfect on the red closest to the cushion. This is the one he wanted to pot first. Oh, just dropped in any harder, it wouldn't have gone in, but at that pace, gravity took over.
$75. 76.
The extension on the cue and possibly extension on the rest, so might be able to reach it. careful with that yellow under his arm. Well, he's okay, a bit close to the black, but I think he's just about got the angle to be able to pot the black and get back up for the yellow. So that 69 century is still on. Oh, what a pity. What a pity. Well, we say you never settle until you get your first frame on the scoreboard. Halfway through that break, Ali Carter looked very settled against his first frame. He still trails 2-1, but that was a lot better.
Oh, a huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, in the Carter camp. And I think probably that demonstrates what we've seen from Ali all championship long, and that strength of character out there.
Yes, he's been fighting, and in the early part of that break, he was struggling a lot. He was under-hitting some of the positional shots. He was woefully out of position on one and had to dig out a really good red that was missable. Obviously, he would have fancied getting it. No guarantee of where the ball was going, but as was mentioned, I think, by Stephen in commentary, he's got to show and give a message to Ronnie O'Sullivan that he's able to do some damage out there, and he went on to make a fantastic break. It really was. Yeah,
but as you say, it is about mind games early in a final, and he has sent a message to Ronnie there.
Well, he's shown him that, you know, if he gets punched, he's going to punch him back, which is exactly what you've got to do. All the safety play and tactical nous in the world doesn't put any points on the board. You've got to score when your chance comes, and that's what he's done.
It is very interesting in the early stages of this final where all of these mind games come into it, clearly, before someone establishes a bit of a run of form here. Do you remember from your experiences in the final it being tactical and cagey, and what was it like in those early stages for you?
I think, you know, every match is a different storyline that unfolds, and you're always hoping to get off to a good start, because the moment you don't, you're all of a sudden struggling. That's the way it is. You know, even if you've played lots of good shots, you look at the scoreboard and you're 2 or 3-0 down, all the good shots are irrelevant, and your queuing, your cue action can evaporate immediately. At
what point do you feel settled in a Crucible final, John?
Like what JV just said on commentary, you don't feel settled till you win your first frame. So Ali Carter's done that, should be settled down into the match, and we'll wait for the rest of it to avail itself.
OK, this is the last one before their interval.
Safety. Or break-off shot from Ali Carter, only just went right. He flicked the blue. If he'd have caught the blue a bit thicker. And if the blue is, just watch, caught the red much too thin. Just grazed past the blue. Lucky to get it this safe. Well, once again, I always remember, you know, when I was just started playing the game, I remember talking to, there was a great amateur in our area, Austin Whiteside, and he judged his game. I know it was a different game than not the high scoring, and he judged it by, he thought a good frame for him is if he never caught a bottle colour on his safety.
Yeah, if you play safe and you actually try to hit a baulk colour, you never could. But it's amazing the amount of times when you don't think about it, you don't concentrate, you catch in. It can be fatal at this game. As you say, John, they never move. They're always in the same place unless they're off the spot.
Yeah. And if you do catch one full in the face, then you leave the cue ball on the baulk line, your opponent with his hand on the table. Well, that's amazing, isn't it? It's much too thick. At the moment, Ronnie's safety play is not as good as, well, it has been during the tournament. Not on first impressions. And okay, he caught the blue, but he was never going to get past the baulk line, the pace of that. But there was nothing there to tempt Ali. He's determined to keep it tight. Got a tiger by the tail. He's not going to give him any free rein here. Once again, too thick. But the green may come to his rescue this time. He may not be snookered on all reds, Ali, but I don't think there's a path back to balk at first glance. So that puts him in a little bit of trouble. Tapping the table said good shot. I don't think he really means that because Ronnie was playing to get that cue ball to the balk cushion. Is it too thick? Well, this is the two cushion escape, and I'll tell you what, he's played a few of these in this tournament and played them inch perfect. How about this one? Inch perfect. Hook for the kiss on the brown. Well played.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you play that shot, normally you deliberately miss it thin if you're going to miss it, just to judge the angle. Obviously too thick would be fatal, but you say he judged it perfect on the first attempt.
And it's funny, it doesn't seem that long ago, it is that long ago, when Cliff Thorburn was one of the first people who introduced that. But of course there was no miss rule then. So you could come off the two cushions with pace, miss the ball by a couple of inches, and the referee wouldn't call miss, so it was as good as any safety shot. I think the only telling safety shot here you could play is if you covered an escape route down the left-hand side of the table. Gotta hit the red first.
5 on a miss. Ali Carter, 4.
Wouldn't see Ali having this replaced. The reason I say that, if he can get behind the brown, he could have Ronnie in trouble here, and there's the brown, the blue, the yellow, even the green. There's lots of balls to get behind with this cue ball. He's trying for behind the brown. It looks like a lovely line, and it's not a bad length. It's not a bad length. Well, here's Ronnie with the two cushion escape with pace. Caught it too thick. Oh, he went for the pot.
1.
Well,
I think he's on the black as well.
I think you're right. Funny old game, isn't it? Well,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
that's a surprise.
Playing that with left-hand side, just push the white in to miss it thick. I think he's been fortunate.
Yep, it doesn't appear to have left anything. Not to be anything that will go into this corner pocket now, so just a safety shot for Ronnie. He knows where the telling safety shot would be, behind the brown. As of yet, he's not really found a good safety, but that wasn't bad. Now, can Ali get through to the red? Well, he's looking to see if he comes off the side cushion. Just at first glance, it doesn't look on. I'm just wondering if the red to the left of the one over the pocket, he could play one onto the other. Can he get to the side cushion and pot this red? I'm not sure, but if he plays it, he thinks he can. And he'll be a better judge than us. Well, he's trying to swerve to get deeper into the cushion. This is dangerous. It was a good effort, not a bad result.
Yeah, it's a great shot to swerve the cue ball to sort of straighten the line up. Incredible he could hit that red and not pot it.
He needs a good safety shot here, Ronnie. And when he needed one, he has produced one. That's an excellent shot. And if he's covered the safety down the left-hand side of the table, then Ali's in a spot of bother. It's hard to say at the moment if he can get safe down the left-hand side, but if he can't, it's so congested on the right-hand side. Could be in a spot of bother. Don't know if there's a red will go to this right corner. The one where he swerved it and he got through the gap. Well, as you say, so close to the pot. This time he's just trying to nestle on the red near the pocket, containing safety. No return to baulk was on. It's okay, but there may be a red to the left middle. Now, I'm not saying it's easy by any means. There you see it, tight on the cushion, but he would be going up to the baulk end and may consider the only red he could leave is the one he's playing.
Also, I think if he takes this red on and misses it, the two reds just to the left of the black, I think both pot to the right corner. So this is dangerous if he takes it on. It's a good white, but Ali's got quite a simple safety shot. The red in the left cushion, double it across, white up and down the table.
Yeah, it was a good line from Ronnie. He was just 4 inches short. If it had been tight behind the yellow, obviously Ali would have been in all kinds of trouble. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to resolve this, because even if someone did get in with a chance, pink and black more or less unavailable, it's going to be a tough one to make a sizable contribution. That was a very good shot. Must have been a little bit worried about the cue ball going so close to the corner pocket, but just makes it slightly awkward cueing for Ronnie here. A bit pacey.
I hated these frames, John.
Oh. Don't we all? Shh. No, I think no player enjoys these frames. And at the end of the day, as I say, it's getting to the stage now that even if you did pot a ball, there's not much to get. Ronnie just having a smile. I mean, it's not a sort of re-rack frame, but well, one's come on the other side of the table. Oh, and he's left one. He's left the red to the corner, but as we said before, I mean, what colour is they? Certain when potting it, he's going to run into the red. You know, I mean, there was just nothing he could do. Anyway, at least we saw a red potted. They say no two frames of snooker are the same, don't they?
Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
Ronnie playing the blue and bringing the blue into the middle of the table. That will help if he gets another pot. But the one he had to play in the corner, just a case of potting it and playing safe. Well, it's an excellent cue ball. Excellent cue ball. Good shot needed here now to get that cue ball back to the baulk cushion. It's not straightforward, it's got to be struck very precisely. It's almost back to where it was. Super shot.
Yeah, it's almost one of these situations where you'd like to leave your opponent in a pot, just to get things moving. Just say the way the reds are, it'd be difficult to make a frame winning break.
Well, there's a plant there, you see, and there's two reds that are just offset. I think he's thinking one of them might go in the corner, but as I say, it's not the sort of frame where you'd ever think of a re-rack, but it's going to take quite a time to resolve, you feel. Ronnie playing this red, he needs a slight angle. Not much you want. Not much you want. And it looks like the first chance is going to fall to Ali, but once again, the problem is he can pot the red. How about position on the colour? He's got the straight one, he's got one that will cut in, the one closest to the top cushion, but he's playing the straight one. This is where his cue action comes in. Lots of bottom, lots of follow through.
One.
And struck it beautifully. It needs a slight angle on the blue. I think he may have one. Just so he can get closer to these reds. Doesn't want to finish on the side cushion. Ooh, that's the last place he wanted to finish.
6.
It's going to be hard to pot this red now and get position on a colour.
7.
Just settle for the 1 point.
Yellow.
So just a safety. But at least we got rid of 2 more reds, only another 11 to go. Couldn't get back to the ball, Ken, but just played it containing. Just looking at the shot that Ali Carter played a few moments ago when he screwed back for the blue. Look at the action he got on that. And we got a black and white ball. There you go. You strike low. And that backspin, you see how it starts to turn back towards you. And, of course, not much distance between cue ball and object ball there, but and it's not good that the cue falls off the hand. I don't
Didn't
know
much of that cue action. That was. I think he wants to retire. Whoever played that shot.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to own up to playing that. Couldn't get a path back to balk, so this tactical battle continues. We just come up to 20 minutes for this frame, and in all honesty, no end in sight, but it is a very important frame. There you go, just 20 minutes now. In the context of it, it's whether they go into the first mid-session interval with Ronnie having a 2-frame lead or all square.
Yes, the second and third frame are both won in one visit. Whoever wins this frame will still get a frame on the board at the end of the day. So these frames are very important.
It was nearly very good. He's left the red on. This red will go. Ronnie will know the importance. This is half a chance here. He can pot this. Got it much too thin. And the reason I say it was half a chance, because we're now in a situation, if you could get a good angle on the blue, you could really drive the cue ball into these reds and try and release as many as possible. But the half chance was missed. Back to the safety.
Also, when you have long bouts of safety like this, you can lose your pot and eye a little bit.
I've spotted a plant here. I don't know if anyone else has. The red just below the black is a plant. It could be made. It could be a 5-ball plant. Has Ronnie spotted it? No. It's still there. It's still there. Well, was it just knocked off slightly? Doesn't look like a plant now. This could release a few balls though if he's catching this half ball. He was. Chance of a pot for Ronnie here. Thin cut to the right corner.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
A little bit careless. He's let Ali get to these reds. Okay, he can't do much with him, and he might be a little bit wary that he could leave something on, but a snooker will give him more of a problem, you would have thought.
I actually think it's not a bad thing that he can see these reds, because I don't see he can play down this side of the table without leaving anything on.
Yeah, fair point, Stephen.
I don't know whether that's what Ronnie intended, but it might have turned out a good shot.
A little bit careless that from Ronnie, to being so close to the red. He should have been able to avoid the yellow, so chance of a long pot for Ali here. Well, when you miss it like that, very unlikely you're going to get away with it, and he hasn't. He's left the red to the left middle. That red running loose.
Yeah, I might look to people at home that hit that very hard, but a lot of players are more comfortable playing those long shots, standing off 2 cushions rather than dropping them in off 1.
1.
When you miss them, it always looks like you've hit the ball harder than you did.
Well, is Ronnie looking to pot this green and screw down and try and release some of these reds near the black? No. Why would he? There is a possibility you could get position on the black here, and this is why he's
4.
thought about playing for the red that's just to the left of the black. But he's just not perfect yet. But that will be in his mind, that red
5.
just to the left of the black. If he could pot that and play a little cannon on the red just above it, then he'd be on the black and black in play. Then we could consider a frame-winning contribution. This could be the shot.
Ten.
That's what he's got in mind. Pot that red and just cannon the one just above it. Well, he
11.
decided to play the other one. I might have preferred to have got in it a bit deeper and played the other one, then you'd had your hand on the table, but...
Yeah, he didn't get into the cue ball quite enough there. Cannoned that red half ball, that's why he got a much thinner cut in the black. This is missable. Doesn't have to do anything with the white ball, though.
Oh, would you believe it?
Foul.
What he's
Ronnie
done.
O'Sullivan 11. Ali Carter 7.
I think the black was actually going, but he's cannoned the other red. The black's going in.
Yeah, and when he cannoned the other red, that is sort of a plant that pushed the red on further and quicker than the black, and it nudged the black away and then ran in the pocket. To be fair, it was a poor positional shot on the black that caused the problem. Good cut from Ali. Is he on a colour? He's on the yellow.
1.
Yeah, in goes the
3.
yellow. He's not great on the red, but he only has to pot it. The black's going to be available.
4.
And the black will definitely be played now. He's not got the good angle on the blue. He was thinking maybe blue or black. But as I say, he's not good on the blue, and he wouldn't want to be coming in and out of balk. So it's a black. Just got to judge it. These reds are slightly awkward. Well, I'd have preferred to have been a little bit closer to the red, for the red to the left middle. I know they make them look easy, but
11.
bit of pressure on this. Well played though, right in the heart of the pocket. This black will put him 23 points in front. Still 51 remaining. So you probably need two of these reds remaining with colours. That's okay. Well, I'll say it's okay. I think he's
19.
just slightly hampered by the red closest to the cue ball.
Yeah, I thought he could have played that shot with a little bit more pace to even take the red that is cannoned off the cushion and still leave a choice of 2 reds. Played the exacting safety shot.
$20.
Let's drop the black off. Black in the pocket here. 1 cushion. Leave the red in the right corner.
$27.
Just another red and a colour, and he'll go into that first mid-session interval all square.
$28.
And you could say a long drawn out frame, but Ronnie had the best chance. And that miss on the black. And Ali's taken him as well. So just as he did in his semi-final match against Stephen Maguire, he lost the first 2 frames, but went into that first mid-session into a level. And if he pots this red, you feel that Ronnie will not come back to the table. A little bit careful. He's very close to the yellow with his arm. Or he was, when he's holding the rest. There's a bit more of a distance away from it now. No. So this frame is not over yet. Ronnie O'Sullivan comes to the table, just needing 1 snooker. It's not impossible. He was never comfortable with this, was he, Ali? Always overstretching, it appeared. Always overhit that. And in all honesty, it was saved by the yellow. Because if that red hadn't kissed the yellow, I think it may have been on for that far left corner. So there you see it, 37 ahead, Ali Carter, 35 remaining. Just 1 snooker required, and if, of course, Ronnie gets a chance, he'd pot the red and the black. Didn't have that opportunity after his last visit. And where the brown is, he'll be wanting this to, well, he'll be disappointed with that. Didn't want to leave this red on easy. I was just going to say, because where that brown is, you pot this red, pot the black, pot the yellow, and then off the green, play a snooker behind the brown.
1.
So although he needs a snooker, Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's not long odds to win this. As I say, pot the yellow and get the snooker from the green.
Eight.
Just looking at the angle here. To double the green up the table and maybe stun off the baulk cushion with the white to leave it behind the brown.
10.
Looks about perfect. Just got a little bit too much check side on the white there.
Ronnie
Squared up off the
10.
baulk cushion. That was a good chance.
And you wonder whether you'll get a better one than that. I'm very surprised you didn't get the snooker there. And he's not going to get another chance. Well, he'd be slightly relieved there by Ali Carter. I'm sure when Ronnie was on the green, he thought he was going to come to the table snookered. But that seals this frame. Doesn't matter about the blue. Ronnie O'Sullivan had a chance, didn't get the snooker. Ali Carter, well, he'd be pleased. Ronnie looked good, but we go into the mid-session interval. 2 apiece.
It's just over 35 minutes, that frame, and to be honest, it's not the kind of frame that we were expecting. Went kind of strange from the start, didn't it, John and Steve? But Ali Carter...
I just don't think that suits him, to be honest with you. So it may be a case that he wins this, gets a few points and thinks, well, I'll have 1 or 2 events off, if he can do that.
And actually, the quicker we go to a prize money ranking system, it may suit a Ronnie O'Sullivan to dip in and out in tournaments and not have his arm twisted so much to play in smaller events with ranking points.
OK, well, there's a long, long way before there's any decisions to be taken by either player about the way forward. We're just enjoying this final and another 4 frames to play this afternoon. We have a change of personnel in the commentary box now as we hear from Willie Thorne and Dennis Taylor. Afternoon, you enjoying it so far?
Good afternoon, Hazel. Certainly am. A little bit of a awkward last frame, but
Thank you.
Ali
Frame
Carter
5. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
to win 2 after losing the opening 2 frames. Final on. So Ronnie then gets the 5th frame underway. With not a bad break off. He's got that cue ball over behind the green. Yeah, I think the big question everyone's saying, if Ronnie gets in front, can he run away from Ali Carter? Well, Ali has just proved with breaks of 84 in the 3rd and then winning that awkward frame that he's certainly here to lift his first world title.
Yes, it was an excellent 2 frames he played, but Ronnie, usually when he's lost a couple of frames on the trot, we've seen him up a gear. It'll be interesting to see whether he can again today. He's done it every time somebody's put 2 frames against him. He's suddenly won 3 on the trot. He's done it all week. Very interesting interview, I thought, that Steve did, and I congratulate Steve for that interview. He asked a lot of good questions, and Ronnie was very well at ease with himself, wasn't he?
Well, I can't see this man retiring from the game of snooker. He was born to play this game. At the back of his mind now, he might just have Stephen Hendry's record. I thought he'd have been closer to it already with the talent that he has. I mean, Stephen Hendry said Ronnie's the greatest player that's played the game. For me, Stephen's still the greatest, but if Ronnie can equal or get to Stephen's record, then I might change my mind.
Yes, it's the same argument we're having golf, isn't it, with Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. I mean, a lot of people think Tiger's a better player, but Jack Nicklaus has got the records, and the same can be said in our sport. I mean, I think that Ronnie's got slightly more ability than Stephen, but obviously not yet got the match. But, Stephen Hendry was able to produce time and time again under pressure.
Well, a very deserved round of applause for an excellent safety shot there from Ali Carter. And he's just 1% behind Ronnie in the safety success department. Now he needs the yellow to come to his rescue here, and it might just do. No, I think he can cue past the yellow to take this red on. Now the only problem is the natural angle will take the white towards the red to the left of the pink, so he's got to be a little bit careful. He's just looking to see if he could hold for the black, but he'd have to drop it in dead weight, and that would be asking a little bit too much. Oh, that's an interesting, he's not even taking the pot on. So he's sticking with his game plan. Ronnie removed that red that I thought Ali might have a go at.
He's got to be a little bit careful, I think, Ronnie, playing at Ali's pace at the moment. He's up to 21 seconds per shot. His shots around throughout this tournament, his average has been about 15 or 16 seconds, and I think Ali's doing a really good job so far today. And you can see it's now beginning to affect Ronnie's concentration. It was a really poor safety shot. They had oceans of room to get through the gap there.
He's just got down and played that very casually. All he needs is a little bit of right-hand side, hit the red far too thin, and well, he'll have to sit there and just stew a little, because that was careless.
The pink's available in the right-hand corner, but the black's out of commission at the moment. But the reds are perfect.
1.
There's a chance of a very big break here.
Yeah, there's never been a better way of playing the game of snooker than
4.
very good tactical play, and when you get a chance, make enough to win a frame. It's still a winning formula. And okay, Ali maybe has been playing a little bit more cagey, not risking the, well, he's playing the percentages, and maybe his chats with Peter Ebden, that's the game plan, and it's working at the moment, that's for sure. But this fella's quite capable of scoring heavily, as you've seen throughout this year's championship. And straight away, nice little cannon here, and he's got a good chance.
Yes, he probably played 2 shots in one there, didn't he? Played to get on the black, but if he had hit it a little bit harder, he knows that the pink would have been available in the middle. Dennis mentioned that little cannon, the one just to the right of the black. That opens the black into both pockets. Gives him a little bit more room to work. I'd be surprised if he doesn't make at least 60 from here. Easy for me to say.
12. 13. 20. 21.
The crowd thought that wasn't going to reach, but Ali knew it was. He was on his way around the table. table's playing beautifully. I must admit, throughout this year's Betfred.com Championship, it's been superb, the tables. Got the odd bounce here and there, but overall, tables have been beautiful to play on.
28.
I just like his
29.
style. I like his cue action. He's so compact. You know, he's not the tallest player. I think I mentioned one of the earlier rounds, the great Joe Davis, who was 20 times world champion. Ali, a similar height to him. Maybe Joe just an inch taller, but he's got a compact cue action. He looks
36.
so good. And really, you can't see much going wrong with his action.
Yes, common knowledge is not
37.
blessed with the greatest temperament in the world, but it's certainly been very, very good this week. Look at that cue action there, Dennis, as you rightly say, straight back leg. That's the cue action that was an old cue action, where what is called the perfect cue action. A lot of players have a bent back leg now. John Parrott, our studio guest, has a bent one.
.42.
Just when he had the balls in absolutely perfect position, and you thought he was going to win the frame, he's missed a sitter.
Not the easiest of pots here. You're right down the cue. Oh, look at that shot. A little bit straight on the black, but shouldn't be a problem. But that opening pot was
8.
a little bit special. There's the distance. Not only the pot to control the cue ball.
9.
Ronnie's potted 8 out of his long pots, as you can see. Well, Ali's got 7 out of 10. So. But this will be a bit painful for Ali to have to sit in his seat, especially if Ronnie
16.
makes a frame-winning effort here, because that was an easy red that Ali missed. Just was concentrating on getting through the gap on the black, took his eye off the pot.
Yes, we often say in commentary that the first 40 points is the difficult part of the break. The last 40 points is usually straightforward, especially when the reds are in the middle of the table like this.
17.
Now, if one of these reds, the 3 that are together, goes, doesn't have to play any cannons. His only problem will be the red near the side cushion.
24.
A few minutes ago we were looking at 3 on the trot for Carter. There's every chance now that Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to stop the rot and take this frame now.
.31. .32.
Just nudging that red means that they're not available into the corner pockets. They'll go to the middle. Not quite as he would have
39.
liked. Should be able to hold for the pink, if not the pink, the blue.
40.
And the pink, he's got an angle because I mentioned those two reds not being available into the corner pockets. And that's not as planned. He's tied one red up and he's left a thin snick on the other.
46.
I think he was trying to get in between those two reds, push them both on. Where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball?
47.
Well, the fact that it's finished straight on the blue, I think Ali's going to come back to the table now, because somehow not only is he going to pot this red, he's going to leave an angle on pink or blue to bring the other red into play.
52.
He's just looking at whether he can play the cannon from the blue. I don't think he can get to the red from the blue, so he may have to play for the brown or the pink.
Oh, look what he's done here. Has he covered those?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 52.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at Ali in the seat and he had a little smile, and that's what he was smiling at. Ali was directly behind that and he knew that Ronnie was very fortunate there. Once he missed the pot, to wobble in the jaws and leave them like this. This was all he could do. Is Ronnie going to risk coming off the side cushion, get over behind the green? If he can play a little cannon off that red, get the white summer up near there or in behind the brown, just depends how thin he can hit it. He could cover everything. He's got to be pretty precise with this. That's a bit short. He's left the pot on.
No option but to kiss into the second red if he takes the one that's to the left of the two, but he can possibly get through to the other one.
Got to be careful he doesn't go in off that other red to the right corner, just looking at the angle if he plays it plain ball.
Well, that's a mistake. I fancied Ali to pot that one. Not too sure whether the red that's next to the blue will pass the brown, but you can get onto pink or black from this red.
Yeah, this is not easy though, is it? He made it look easy. And he's played it beautifully. And that red you mentioned, Willie, does pass the brown. He's already 11 in front.
If he plays the black, he's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. He's going to have to push it around two cushions, as we see this excellent pot on the red. Perfect position. Well, I say perfect. He would like to be another 2 inches further to the right, but he can get there from pink or black.
Yeah, he's trying to work out. There's the red, but he's trying to work out if he took the black, would he need the difficult yellow? He's 18 in front, so he's going to need the yellow, especially if he takes one of the lower valued colours. In fact, it didn't matter which colour he takes off this. He's still looking at the scoreboard. Sometimes it's difficult just to work the score out when you're out there, but the yellows, if he can get in behind, it's not all that difficult. But
at least playing for the blue, it means that he can get dead straight on the yellow and just roll it down the cushion. He only needs one ball, but that looks to have gone astray.
I was surprised he played for the blue. Why didn't he just stay on
14.
the ball colours? Because the yellow was going to be the difficult one. The green was okay. I think he got himself a little confused there, Ronnie. And instead of clinching
Ready,
the frame,
14.
he's 24 in front. So Ali could pinch it. Well, he looks to have finished absolutely dead straight on this yellow. So he can't do much with the cue ball. So he's going to try and get in behind the black here, twice across the table. Not quite.
Too dangerous to play the stun shot in behind the brown because he'll be pushing the yellow up towards this left-hand corner pocket, and very tough at distance to get the hold. Well, he has played it. This is dangerous, but he's played it nicely. See where the yellow's finished there. You see, that's why it was dangerous to play that shot.
I'll tell you what, now the yellow has finished there, there's so much room to slip around the back of it, whichever way Ali goes. I mean, one cushion, he's got to hit it, otherwise he'll stick it up. And I think he might have to just go the one cushion. It's as if you're trying to shoot the white into the corner pocket, hitting the cushion first. Well, if the yellow's dead straight, there's no way Ronnie can get anywhere near the green, so he'll refuse the pot. Well, he didn't refuse the pot because he's 26 in front, so it didn't matter about the green, so Ali didn't get away with that last shot. Just the one snooker needed.
Here's Sullivan too.
The brown's about the best placed ball to get a snooker behind, but not from this position. So Ali's got to concentrate and try and keep that green safe also here. Well, he didn't play to pot that.
Probably heard the slight kick there as he played that. The cue ball would have been a lot closer to the pink. It was a slight little bounce. It's amazing. It doesn't matter whether you're playing a stun or a screw or just a little roll through. Sometimes you can get a kick. He got one there, but it made no difference to the desired snooker.
Yeah, that's it. The green has come up into a potable position. Disappointing frame from Ali Carter. 42 break, and it's gone now. He missed that easy red that we showed you a couple of times, and that has cost Ali this frame, which would have given him 3 frames in a row.
7. 12.
So Ali Carter had an earlier break of 42 and broke down. Ronnie had a 52, didn't quite clinch the frame, but he's clinched it now. And Ronnie O'Sullivan back in the lead at 3-2.
Well, back here at the practice room at the Crucible, I've been joined by Peter Ebdon, former world champion, now in the camp of Ali Carter. We were standing here watching that first frame after the restart. You were saying what an important frame it is.
Yeah, obviously Ronnie's done very, very well to win that frame. Ali got in first and Mr. Red, which was very, very difficult, only just went. Unfortunately presented a chance to Ronnie, and you know, he's done really, really well to win that frame.
How was Ali during the mid-session interval? What did you talk about? If you don't mind, give us a little bit of insight.
He's great. He's very, very strong. He's very, very focused, and it's more of the same, really. I think he's played excellent match snooker the whole tournament, and I think he's got a real chance of winning this event.
Ronnie went 2 frames up in the twinkling of an eye. A lot of players would have felt intimidated by that.
Yeah, I mean, the response from Ali was just world-class, because the pressure out there, you can feel it. It's just absolutely tremendous. And it was just a fantastic response. Not many players could have done that. You know, this is the biggest occasion in the world, the final of the World Championship. And I was very, very proud of him, and it was a tremendous performance.
What would your advice have been to Ali during the mid-session interval?
Just more of the same. You know, he's just been playing the right game all week, and that's going to give him every chance of winning this World Championship.
A lot has been made about the diet and things. I mean, there's all the headlines today about carrot juice, for example. Peter, did you have a sip of carrot juice in the interval?
Absolutely. Carrot juice is massive. You know, organic carrot juice is one of the healthiest things that you can ever have in your life. I'm a little bit short of converting him to veganism, but I'll keep working on him.
We're back to the action. Ali's one behind.
Carrot juice, Willie, huh? Big Bill Werbenek, you couldn't see Big Bill drinking carrot juice at the interval.
Could have had some lager in it. Yes, it was obviously through his illness, and obviously makes you a little bit more alert, apparently. I still have to do a bit of reading.
Be a bit careful here, Ronnie. If he plays thin off this red, and he doesn't catch another red or get the double kiss. He's played it well.
Yes, I know we've only had 5 frames, Dennis, but not many players in the world can out-safety Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the stats say that Ali Carter's doing that at the moment. He's 3% better than Ronnie at this moment in time, and some of the thin safety shots that Ali has played have been first class. But you've just got to score a little bit more when you get in. And there's another example of an excellent safety shot from Ali Carter. That last frame when he was on 42, should have won it. So just got to get a little bit more proficient in the break building department, and this match could definitely go all the way.
Has that little flick on the green come to his rescue there? It has. Look at that. Without the cannon on the green, he could have seen this. And I'm just having a quick glance. There's no easy path down the right side of the table, that's for sure. But it's very congested around the black spot again. might just have to think about this for a while. Because those two reds that are the right side of the table are in the way slightly. Can he take the pot on and find a gap here? Well, there's your answer. He got the pot and he found the gap.
One.
Couldn't have cued that any better. That's what you call potting your way out of trouble.
How do you never get a kiss on a baulk colour properly when you play a really good shot like that? The number of times when playing an ordinary safety shot the players kiss the baulk colour. After an excellent shot like that, probably deserved to kiss a baulk colour and kept him in play.
Ali Carter, one.
He's got the upper hand on the safety exchange again. Ronnie will do well to hit one and get this safe.
Now just have a look at this pot. There's the distance, 7'9", but have a look where he got the cue ball. Not only got the pot, but what a gap he found there. And this is going to take some hitting. He'll be trying to get to one of the reds behind the black, you would feel. He might be able to get to the one near the left corner pocket, but can he judge it with loads aside here? That's not far away. Is he going to put it safe? Not quite. It's a good effort to try and get in behind it there.
Both pink and black out of commission at the moment, so going to have to play this with the long rest and with check side to check it up for the blue.
He's just said, I'm not going to be able to reach that. As I say, he's not the tallest of players. He's having a little smile there. He's got the extended rest, the extension on his cue. Funny enough, up in the Champions Lounge, I was talking to our chairman, Jason Ferguson, and they're just about to do away with the long rest that they have at the side of the table because it's never used anymore.
Yeah, they're antiques now, those cues at the side of the table, aren't they, the long rests?
Yep, they won't be there, I feel, next season because they're never, ever used. Now you have a look at this. He's got to reach the full length of the table virtually. I think Ali could do with a little pair of steps, you know, the ones you keep in the kitchen.
I'll take more, thanks.
Somebody just asked him if he wanted a leg up, I think, and he said, no, I'll be okay, thanks.
The thing is, it's quite heavy now, so he's got to get it out of the way. The white's going to come back towards it. Yeah.
Just not hard enough there with the bonuses. The green is on its spot, which makes it a lot wider target to get the blue and pot it and get back into the business end of the table. Anywhere down this right-hand side, there seems to be a number of reds that will be available. Oh, the pink pots, actually. I've just noticed that pot's in the corner, but where will the pink go when it's potted?
Seven.
Very awkward now that the pink is on the black spot.
Eight.
There's nothing wrong with taking a few reds, a few blues, until he can get into the pink and black. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen a frame won with a player just taking reds and
13.
blues.
Yes, in a couple of reds' time, these two reds will be away from the pink spot, and then when he gets top side of the blue, he can play into the pink and black. So that's what will be on his mind at the moment.
Some of the earpieces are a bit loud, especially over here. Could you turn them down?
He's played that very poorly. Needed to be well top side of the blue there. going to be really tough to get the next red and get onto the blue. Oh, he's made an angle. Very well played. There's a good shot, that.
90.
Yeah, he was almost straight on it. But with these superfine cloths, you can, if you play with enough power, make an angle.
$20.
Coming up a little bit short again, but he's got the 3 reds to play on, and the green off its spot will help him get to those 3 reds. There you see the wrong side of the blue. Oh, he needs to miss the green. That's a poor shot from Ali. It really is.
25.
But I'll tell you what, he looks very focused, and we see him get annoyed with himself sometimes when he does that, but he's not doing it here in the final, so... He shouldn't have been anywhere near the green.
Well, Dennis, I can only think he played the right-hand side of the green and just got too much into the cue ball, because there wasn't enough room, was there, really, to get in between green and brown that way. So he made a 42 in the previous frame, broke down when perhaps he shouldn't. 25 in this frame, just broke down when perhaps he shouldn't. Got to be careful.
One.
Has he reached? That is such a difficult shot, just to land on the brown from near the cushion. And there's one of Ronnie's best mates there, Damien Hirst, the renowned artist. He's been here throughout the whole of this year's World Championship. He loves it. And we love his paintings. I wouldn't mind one hanging in my lounge.
They fetch hundreds of thousands now, don't they, Damien Hirst paintings? Jimmy White, our great player Jimmy White's having a testimonial on June the 2nd. I believe Damien Hirst is putting a painting up for auction for Jimmy White's testimonial. So that's a nice gesture from Damien. Obviously loves his snooker. And I love the pleasure of auctioning that off. I'll put you down for a couple of 100,000, Dennis, and then I'll stop.
Does one of these reds go? Maybe. If you're straight behind it, it would be a lot easier. The fact he's just not straight on it makes it a little bit more difficult to judge. He's looking at another one. Does this one go to the middle? Can he get past the other red? No. I think the blues come to his rescue here, though.
Yes, excellent escape from Ali, that, wasn't it? 2 seconds ago or 2 minutes ago, it was a really banging trouble tight behind the brown, and he played such a good safety shot, forced Ronnie into playing that one, so he's got the upper hand on the safety exchange now. Not playing the pot. I've got to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen Ali Carter play so many brilliant safety shots. He has really... OK, he's not scoring as well as Ronnie, but his safety play is outstanding.
Well, the red's coming over towards the corner. Is the yellow going to snooker him on that? I don't think so this time. Ronnie's anxiously looking down the line of it, and it has. He'd have to bend that slightly. He'd a little trace aside on it. He feels that maybe he can see enough of it. Oh, he got too much side on it. Now, where's the red going? It's not going to drop in the middle, is it? Where's the cue ball going? Now then, this red in the middle, as Ali walks away with a little wry smile. If he puts the red in the middle pocket, the natural angle is going to take the white up towards pink and black. I'm just wondering if he cannons into that, can he push one of those high-valued colours on? It's a natural to cannon into them, so just keep your eye on the cue ball here. You know, the pink might pot, but I don't think it passes the red. He's having a look.
It's one of those, Dennis, wasn't it, when he relied on a little bit of luck, and unfortunately for Ronnie fans, it hasn't happened that time. I don't blame him for playing to bring both pink and black into play. He probably felt if I get a thin kiss, I might go up for blue or bought colour. We'll have a little look at it again in a second, and he was relying on a bit of luck, Dennis, but as you rightly say, he was trying to bring pink and black into play.
Well, he's brought them into play now.
Ronnie,
That safety shot. So the frame now very open. Only the two reds and the side cushion safe. It's gone a little bit awkward again, this frame, with this area behind the black spot, the safety zone. The tighter you can get to the cushion, the better. Ronnie this time will be forced to play off the two reds that are tied up. Not a bad thing from his point of view. The only thing is he's got to get this right. Lots aside. Because if he knocks one red away, he's got to be careful he doesn't knock it over the middle pocket. And what happens, he's given the advantage to Ali Carter, because if the one red goes up past the middle pocket, Ali will play off the one that he leaves there. And that was clever. He's tried to move them, but that's a terrific shot. Believe it or not, that is a superb shot. He worked that out, that he could knock both reds away, and it was a risky shot, but he played it to perfection. If he just had played the one red, Willie, he would have left himself in trouble.
Couldn't agree with you more, Dennis. I think it was the best safety shot of the day. I think that was excellent. And that one shot has now put Ali in trouble this time. Where does he get safe?
We can just about get to the bottom of the cue ball to try and screw back off the cushion. There you see him digging right down into the cue ball. He's overhit this a little bit. Now there is a red that'll pass the pink, but you know what Ronnie's like. If he sees a half chance, he'll take it on, and this, he's looking at the scoreboard. Well, there's only 24 the difference. That's maybe just a little nervous glance to the scoreboard. If he takes this on, it's got to go in, otherwise he could lose the frame.
Yes, if he could see a safety shot, Dennis, I think he'd play a safety shot, but there's not a straightforward one to play safe. But look, the angle he's got in the middle pocket, it only just goes by the pink.
Well, he went full-blooded for it. I thought he might roll it in, give it more of a chance. Once you play to stun this type of shot in, it's so much more difficult.
Mighty close though, wasn't he? Ali Carter already leading by 24 points. If this red goes in, they'll be very, very disappointed not to take this frame and level again at 3-all.
Thank you. 1.
8 frames to be played in this session.
Seven.
And the fact that Ali's going to have to start concentrating shortly on the lower valued colours, he'll have to pot a few more balls to clinch the frame. Blue back on its spot would help, but doesn't matter which of the ball colours he takes as long as he keeps potting them. But
it's like a little terrier this week, Ali, isn't he? Just won't let go. Whatever people have thrown at him, Judd Trump was 12-9 in front. He hung on to his shirt tails. Ronnie O'Sullivan's led throughout the match. And
11.
Ali's still there, hanging on to his shirt tails.
yes, and if somehow he could win this year's Betfred.com World Championship, what an achievement, because he's playing a player who's been at the top of his form throughout this year's championship. So if he somehow could beat Ronnie O'Sullivan the way he's played, what an achievement that
70.
would be. Long way to go, but he's creeping closer. Look at the tournament pot success rate. He's only 1% behind Ronnie.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I think this is the best that Ronnie's ever played here at the Crucible. I know he's won it 3 times before. But for consistency, I don't think we've seen Ronnie play better. So Ali Carter
18.
has got it all to do, and so far he's doing it.
Well, that one wobbled a little bit. That's why he's finished tight on the side cushion.
20.
I think his heart would have skipped a little beat there. It definitely wobbled, that yellow. Needs to pull up.
21.
Just needs the black, and that's well played. We'll just show you the yellow wobbling there, but safely in and purposely played for the black. That's 52 in front with just 51 on the table, so another red to make absolutely certain.
28.
Where's the red going?
29.
Takes the frame beyond any reasonable doubt. And the miss on the pink, I'm sure Ronnie will concede, and he has done. Rather a scrappy frame, that one. Ali Carter needed 2 or 3 chances, eventually has taken it and levelled the match once again. And we're level at 3-all.
Well, it's going to be snooker all the way with us today because before we get going with the first of the evening session in this final this evening at 7 o'clock, there will be a chance for you to get to know a little bit better the man who runs this sport, the one and the only Barry Hearn.
There's certain times when you look in the mirror and you say to yourself, you know what, you're pretty good. The shoulders go back, the chest comes out and say, Bazza, nice one.
If Barry was chocolate, he would eat himself. He does love himself.
He's great at making you feel good in yourself.
I'll tell you what, the geezer on the right's better looking than the geezer on the left.
All the players realise that I don't think he really cares what our opinions are about most things. He's just going to do it.
He's come from a council estate in Dagenham and he's really built his life up and his career up from nothing.
Phil, how are you?
Pound for pound, he's delivered more excitement to the punter in the street than any other promoter.
Don't start looking over your shoulder and saying, I should have done it. Do it or shut up.
Yes, there's only one Barry Hearn, that's for sure. He used to look after the Matchroom stable when we made that snooker loopy
Thank
record.
you. Frame 7, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Yep, he is a one-off, and we are looking at a one-off breaking off. A little bit too hard this time. Hasn't got behind the green. And I think, well, Ali, believe it or not, is looking at a safety shot, but you'd think he'd have a go with this red. There's a gap. Then he could get onto the black. Now you're potting well, Ali. No, he's refusing it, so there definitely is a game plan. Well, he's going to leave that red that he refused, I think. Oh, he's got it tight in behind the green. Nice round of applause from Peter Ebden, but Peter knows that he was playing that white onto the cushion, not in behind the green, but he'll take that. How's the pace? He's just trying to get into the back of that bunch. He might just have left a long straight red for the corner. It all depends on the angle. If it's not dead straight, Ali won't take it on. No use in attempting that because you can't get onto a colour. Could play a little thin one off that red twice across the table, though. That's the shot that is available to him. Missed the blue and green. He's got away with that, Ronnie. He thought when he hit it, the way he reacted, I thought, I'm going to stick him right in amongst the balls here. Now what's Ali got lined up here? Into the corner.
I think he was just squinting to see if the loose red passed those two reds into the corner, and it's very, very tight. It definitely pops off the left-hand jaw, but the angle he has on the cue ball, it's pointless playing it. So just got to be careful around the back of the pink, in behind green and brown again. He's played it thin. Oh, that sprung off the cushion as well. That did bounce a bit quick.
Well, Ronnie's just looking to see if he can take the red into the corner, stun across the bunch of reds and get himself onto the black. This would be some shot. And that's what he's looking at there. Pot the red and try and miss the reds, get himself on the black. And what about that for a shot?
Very interesting, isn't it, Dennis? Because Ali Carter, there's no way in the world he'd have played that shot the way his game plan is. And you know, we've got the stats in the commentary box here, and Ali's winning the safety bout, Ronnie's winning the potting bout. I mean, how do we decide who's going to win this match?
8.
Can a man that plays better safety win the tournament? I'm not sure.
9.
That's worth looking at this again. Not so much the pot, but the control of the cue ball. How's your luck? Not too good. The white is stuck in the reds.
14.
Played it well, but the white just got stuck on a couple of reds, and now he's got one over the pocket. Might be able to cut the other red onto it. If he doesn't, he's got to hide that one. Yellow and blue will be the snookering balls for the one that's near his body there.
Yes, it's a big target, isn't it, the yellow and blue? He'll have to consider himself very unlucky not to have been on a red there. He broke the pack perfectly.
Well, he's played some fabulous safety shots. This is going to have to be absolutely spot on. There is a gap back down the table, but does he cover that red that's over the pocket? That's the one he can play off the left side of it and get back down the table. He's looking for something else. He's already had a look at that. Yeah, that's the path it would take, but he's still got to cover that red. He's got to find that and get right up the table, not the end of my line, right up the table. And he hasn't. Has he fluked? Oh, it's dead there.
Well, as you rightly say, Dennis tried to move the red off the pocket, and he couldn't have hit it better, could he? He hit it perfectly. Another roll, that was in. So Ronnie's just won that safety exchange. Can he make it count? Oh, he's lost the cue ball. Oh, he wanted to hit that half ball, hit it quarter ball. That's the reason the cue ball's gone past the black.
And the blue doesn't pass the red. He can only play the green here. If he plays the green, he can cover that red that's up past the blue. It's not imperative that he covers that red as long as he gets the white close to the cushion. And he could play the brown and get tight on the cushion. But you think the green would be the easier one. So it is the brown. As long as he gets the cue ball tight on the cushion. But that last red that was over the pocket, they're tough to control, and he played it with a lot of drag, but it seemed to just take off when it hit the cushion, Willie.
Yeah, we've been showing that drag shot a few times this week, and how the white changes direction. It spins one way, then with the drag, and then ends up being topspin, and it just lost its drag by the time it got to the red, and the fact that he hit it thin. But he's won this safety exchange as well, so he'll be disappointed now, Ronnie, if he hasn't got a red on here. There's definitely one that pots, but only the brown and blue available, I think. Might play for brown, blue, or yellow, swing it around two cushions. This is all break building, you see. You look at the things like that, and of course he's played it bad.
1.
It just shows you, I mean, Ali's game plan, it's definitely working at the moment. He's not playing slow, he's just playing better safety than Ronnie.
But to be fair there, as you mentioned, Billy, there was no colours available There's the average shot time. And the pink was tied up, black was tied up. He tried to swing it round for the brown or blue, but he's got to keep his patience here as Ronnie, which he has done throughout this year's World Championship. A few of the frames have gone a little bit awkward, but they're just as important as the frames you win with one visit.
He's blessed with wonderful cue power. Got the cue ball back. They're very near the cushion, but he's left a tempter for Ronnie. And he's not prone to refuse these.
But how's he going to get on the colour? The yellow's gone safe as well. Look at the way those balls have finished up. What an awkward frame this is turning out to be. This will suit Ali more than Ronnie at the moment. So, as I say, patience is the order of the day, the way the frame's panning out here.
Maybe be able to play a little cannon on the blue here just to slow the white ball down. He'd be unlucky not to be on the blue. The brown will be pushed towards the balk area. So he's played the cannon. Oh, has he fluked it? Concentrated too hard on the cannon then, didn't he?
How many times have we seen that? Where you take your eye off the pot, you played the shot you called, Willie, to free the blue, and just forgot about the red. Now the colours are a little bit better placed.
One.
And Ronnie, having missed 3 reds on the trot, will quickly forget about those. He wouldn't have forgot about it if he was sat in his chair for 10 minutes while Ali got these few points. Missed 3 pots on the trot, Ronnie, there, and he's got an extra chance. Do well to get above 20 from here, though.
4.
He's gone a bit too far. He wanted to be able to pot this and get nicely on the blue. Change of plan.
5.
What he could do with here is the red nicely on the blue, then the red that's near the pink spot, back for the blue, and then he's got a chance to bring
9.
the black into play. I'm sure that's what he'll be thinking.
$10.
I mean, he could go into the black and red here, but that red near the pink spot's slightly in the way. That's why I thought he'd play for this, remove this. Now, can he get onto the blue? He's left it a bit short.
15.
A little bit of side needed to get nicely on the blue.
16.
So can he get nicely on that red as close to the pink spot? Better this time. Nice angle on the blue and then into that black and red to try and open things up.
21.
Yes, you'll see him make sure he gets top side of the blue here, and as Dennis mentioned, he doesn't want to kiss the black, he wants to kiss the red and the black at the same time, so he pushes the black one way and the red the other.
Yeah, that'll be his plan, and he had this plan for quite a few shots. Well, he's just playing for the red. Is he going to try and win this frame with just taking reds and blues?
27.
Surprised he didn't play the cannon there.
I'm not surprised at this, I'm amazed. How's he going to win the frame now? Okay, he's a massive favourite. where the balls are, but Ali will be playing safety shots to bring those reds into play in a minute.
Now he needs to drop on that red, and this looks to be just a little bit too hard, is it? Can he get to the potting angle? He's got plenty of cue power. Back for the blue again.
$33.
And just look at that cue power. He was trying to make this break without risking a cannon. Needs one more red. That one doesn't pass. Well, does it pass the pink? Maybe it just creeps by. It does. Superb. It really was superb. Oh, the yellow's not going to go in, is it, surely?
44.
It's great to see him make a break like that, Willie, because the balls were very awkwardly placed, and I think he likes a challenge when they're like that.
And he did make it a challenge, didn't he? He forced himself to make it a challenge. It was a brilliant break, one of the best of the match, and it's only 45.
Oh, there's a few more to come, though, Willie. Look at this cannon. If he clears up here, it's one of the best clearances you could ever wish to see. Absolutely
57.
Amazing.
There's a lot of things that thrill you in sport, isn't it? And this is one of them, seeing a break like this made from one of the best players in the world, and how he's compiled this break has been nothing short of remarkable.
Well, that's why he's the only player in the game you could
65.
use the word genius about.
67.
And I think he has loved every minute of this. I mean, the way the frame panned out, Ronnie O'Sullivan a couple of seasons ago could have lost his focus and just had
70.
you know, a bash through his cue at a difficult, but he hasn't. He's kept his cool.
Especially having missed 3 very easy balls, Dennis, and
74.
he's been fantastic, his focus this week.
$79.
Well, can he convert the pink and make it a clearance? He can.
86.
Absolutely incredible. That is one of the finest breaks you'll ever wish to see anywhere in the world. It didn't look on. Ronnie O'Sullivan cleared up with a magnificent 92 break, and he's 4-3 ahead.
Well, that was absolutely remarkable. Ali Carter asking some very difficult questions of Ronnie, but boy, did he find the answers, John.
I mean, we've got a still of this, the way he started. Well, have a look at the table here. He starts his break off. Can you tell me he's going to clear up from there? I mean, that is just incredible. The red's along the stuck next to the black. The one next to the pink on the side. I mean, absolutely, look at that for the start of it. And Willie quite rightly on commentary said if you're doing well to make 20 here, and he's made a 92 clearance. Absolutely remarkable break.
What do you make of it, Steve?
Well, yeah, superb. I mean, I don't think probably only Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's ever played the game, could have made that break. His knowledge of positional play is fantastic. His control of the cue ball, as we know, is brilliant as well. And actually, during that frame, a lot of times he'd run out of position in the early part after Ali had messed a safety shot up and been frustrated, but hadn't shown it on his face at all. Just got down, played the right safety shot, didn't get too upset with himself, waited for another chance. And when you thought he wasn't going to make it was when he does. Yeah, he does like the challenge at the moment, I think.
Incredible, yeah. And the overall pattern of the match has been very tricky because the balls have gone awkward in the last 3-4 frames, haven't they?
Yeah, and there's a shot on the brown that he plays and just flicks the cannon in and brings the reds out, and then the other one slips around the back. I mean, there's so many good shots in it, but the most meritorious thing for me is the fact that they've had a safety battle for so long, and it's been a bitty match, and then he goes and produces that.
And what can happen at the end of this, if Ronnie O'Sullivan wins this frame to finish off the session, he'll have effectively kept his advantage after the fantastic 2 frames he started off with, so he'd probably think that was job well done.
Absolutely, well, he can't be behind after this opening session, and this is the last frame of this afternoon's first session of a potential 4 in this final.
Well, when the boys got that still up, Dennis, to show where he made it from, and I was suggesting 20 would be a good break. I still think 20 was a good break, and he made 92. That was an unbelievable break. Reminds me of the late, great Alex Higgins when he made a 60-odd break in the semi-final, I think it was, against Jimmy White. Now, can Ali Carter hang on to his coattails again and get out of this session 4-4?
Well, a lot will depend on this opening shot, because there is a gap he can find here. I'll tell you what, he'll take that. He got the pot. He wasn't absolutely sure what was going to happen to the cue ball, but look at that for a result. Amazing. And if he leaves an angle on this red, he'll go into the pack because of the red that's to the left there. That'll be a bit of insurance.
9.
Purposely leaving the angle, so this is the key shot. Could open quite a few up here.
Don't know whether he can quite get into the cue ball enough to hold at the back of the pack. He really has got to dig deep. Yeah, played it slower to make sure, because when you play a screw shot, it runs forward before it goes back.
He's brought another 3 into play there, and that's 2 reds,
60.
2 blacks. I'm not even going to talk about it. I know Stephen Hendry was somewhere in the building, but when he sees Ronnie on a couple of reds and a couple of blacks, he starts panicking because he'll lose 25 grand.
As he was telling us that before the match started, he just said that Ronnie seems to be playing so well. That's the only thing he hasn't done this week.
17.
He'll still want the frame. That's his main concern, but you know what he's like. Well, that shows you the focus of Ronnie O'Sullivan. He was on the black, and in the end he thought, it's the last frame of the session, try and make sure that Michaela just using a ball marker just to see if there's enough room for the pink to go on its spot.
Thank you.
Michaela doing her second World Championship final. Been one of our top referees for quite some time now. And,
24.
we have the pleasure of her company on the Legends Tour, and I've got to play Steve Davis on the 16th of May at the Victoria Hall in Stoke, and John Virgo and Mikhail will be there, so we're looking forward to seeing everybody in the Stoke area.
31.
Not quite perfect on this red. As you can see, it will pass the pink. If he just screws it back in a direct line, he needs to leave this black at the black half ball.
32.
May not risk the cannon this time because it's not a great angle. Just slightly mishit that. Played a little bit more stun and even nearer the red rather than far as close to the cushion as he is, makes it slightly awkward. There you can see the pot success rate, and that's purely the difference in the match. It really is. Just Ali Carter's just missed a few more pots than Ronnie. His safety's been better, so he's competed.
Well, this is a completely different break to the one on the previous frame.
46.
And this is the key shot coming up now. He's looked at the pink, but the black is the better angle. And that is beautifully played. I mean, the spin he's got on that to make sure it doesn't stick in the reds. There's nobody plays this shot better than Ronnie O'Sullivan.
He was so close to it going bad, though. Look, if he's at full ball, he just managed just to hit half ball, and like you said, then the spinners just took him through the reds. And the pace, then, how did he generate so much spin with such little pace?
Yeah, with an awful lot of talent, I think, is the answer.
54.
Well, having played what you would suggest is a little bit in and out session, both these players have been playing very tactically. He's just up. Well, he's gone from second gear to fifth gear in the last 2 frames. Very interesting session this has been. He's very close now to taking a 2-frame lead into tonight's session.
Yeah, he's opened with a 56 break, then he had 117, 52, 92, which was one of the best breaks I've seen for a long, long time, if not the best, the way the balls were sitting. But Ali Carter, you know, he's only going to be 2 frames behind because this frame is virtually over.
68.
So he won't be too disappointed with this session. He's competed very well. And considering all those breaks I mentioned, he's only going to be 2 behind. So. Made absolutely sure of the red. He knew he was going to be a little close to the pink, but still fancy this to go in. Every chance now of a century, and this would be the 69th and Ronnie's 11th if he could make it. And as we say, our chosen charity, the
76.
Haven House Children's Hospice, get £200 from a sponsor, Betfred, every time a century goes in. And if we could get to 75, they make it up to £25,000. So
83.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
84.
There could be another 6 in this match, Dennis, so that's the target now, isn't it? 75 centuries to equal the 2nd highest of all time.
yeah, 83 is the record. There's no way we can get there unless
91.
something very special happened.
92.
Well, this is break building at its very best. Every shot he's played in this break has got on. Every pattern he's played, he's played it perfectly. Every pot has gone into the centre of the pocket.
And just over 7 minutes for that century break.
107.
Makes you realise, Willie, that
108.
147 he made in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. You know, it'll stand for all time, you would think, that record.
Well, the last 2 frames, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, Ali Carter obviously hasn't scored in the last 2 frames, but he's had to sit out 2 of the best breaks he'd probably ever witnessed. The 92 from nowhere. And he potted this long red to get in here and got a good kiss. Played the kiss, probably, to get onto the black. And the rest is history.
119.
Yes, I can't wait for this evening session, because both players are playing well. But Ronnie, at the moment, well, he's flying.
123.
It'd be nice to have a complete clearance, wouldn't it? And there's every chance it will be a complete clearance. Absolutely magnificent. Ronnie O'Sullivan's last 2 frames were absolutely flawless. The 92 was brilliant. The 141 was even better. But Ali Carter must be pretty pleased with himself, having seen O'Sullivan make 2 centuries and a 90 to end trail by 2 at 5-3.
Well, bewildering speed, 9 minutes for that century, 2nd century of this session and indeed the final, and Ronnie striding back in very purposeful mood. It would appear that the Rocket is at cruising height already on this.
Coming out, you can hear chair rattling. Good luck, Ronnie. Ronnie O'Sullivan, one of the players who is immortalised in photos along this wall of the dressing room corridor. Neil Robertson, the winner in 2010. Peter Ebdon, who's now part of the Ali Carter camp alongside me. Tacit reference to the 6-time champion Steve Davis. Ronnie O'Sullivan's 3 titles on that photo. One person who doesn't have his photo up here yet is Ali Carter. Perhaps this could be his year. Here we go. Waiting for Ali to come out. Ready to go? Good luck, Ali.
Cheers.
Yes, Ali's second appearance in sports showpiece event in snooker. He's a much improved player since 2008 with 2 major titles. He's reached number 2 in the world rankings and he makes his way backstage. And Ronnie O'Sullivan, as you know, played 3, won 3 in Crucible finals. So, all ready for the second of 4 sessions in this final, and so is our MC, Mr. Rob Walker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What an occasion, what a setting, what a match. Welcome to the second instalment of this year's Betfred.com World Snooker Championship Final. It's the best of the best, once again going toe-to-toe for the sport's ultimate prize. We are in for quite a night. Please welcome snooker's comeback king of the year. Down in December, magnificent in May. What a story, what a player. A superb fight back from 12-9 down against Judd. A convincing win on semi-final Saturday. A winner in Wales, a master in Shanghai. His dream to become champion of the world. He is flying high, he is the captain, he is Ali Carter! And his opponent, the most naturally gifted player ever to grace the modern game. His form has been inspired. A standing ovation against Williams, 6 in a row against Robertson. He's played with a smile and quite simply been sublime. His 92 this afternoon was amazing. 3 world titles is great, 4 would be fantastic. He is so fast, blink and you'll miss him. The Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan!
Seldom has rock-on music been more appropriate. Mr. Entertainer, 9 more frames to play this evening in this best of 35 frames match, and guiding you through the opening exchanges this evening, 2 men who know exactly what it takes to win the world title. Stephen Hendry, Dennis Taylor, good evening.
A very good evening, Hazel, and a very good evening to everyone at home. If this evening's session is anything like this afternoon's, we're all in for a treat. So Ronnie gets the opening frame underway. And as Steve and John were talking about, it's a pretty good break off. I commentated on that break of 92. And it's one of the finest breaks I've ever seen at the Crucible. Well, if the black goes into the same pocket, he might just be tempted with this red. There you see it. Immediately gives himself a great chance here, Stephen.
Yeah, those reds are always tricky when you're so close The cue ball and the object ball is so close together, but didn't touch the sides.
Hasn't quite come back far enough. But the putt success rate, as you can see, Ali at 89%.
8.
We show you the white just stopping there. He was hoping to spin it back a little further. This is a tricky one into the left middle.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
And tricky that he knew he was leaving Ali an easy opener if he missed it. So an important frame for Carter. We all know what a fantastic front runner Ronnie is. The last thing you want to do is give him a 3, 4, 5 frame lead.
So that's Ali's first pot for just under half an hour. 257 points Ronnie had scored without Ali replying. But he's got a good chance here. I was chatting to his good friends Steve and Tom backstage just after the match, and they said they were quite pleased, even though he was 5-3 behind. Couldn't do anything about the last 2 frames. So they're still pretty positive in Ali Carter's camp. And there's the boys, Steve and Tom, and Peter on the right there, who's always very laid back. He needs a bit of an angle here to get out onto that red that's to the left of the bunch. Might just have it. Yeah, you can run it off 2 cushions and out onto that one just to the left of your picture.
$60. $17.
There weren't a good pack to go into there.
22.
Camden into the pink, it could have gone wrong. There's one in the middle of the bunch that'll pot into the right corner, and the others are open nicely. So this is the key shot here. If he can push through or screw back and get himself onto a colour. He'll be moving balls here though. I played that beautifully. What a delicate little cannon that was. Just have a look at this, to move that out of the way. Give him 10 out of 10 for that. As you mentioned, Stephen, this is just what Ali needed, because if he had fallen 3 frames behind, although there's a long way to go, Ronnie could have got on a roll, so he's doing just what he wanted.
Well, Ali will know full well the importance of this session. Playing 9 frames tonight, so even if they only lost at 5-4, still makes them 3 frames behind going into tomorrow, so I feel he really needs to win this session tonight.
29.
Yeah,
30.
Ronnie hasn't made many mistakes, and the plan is to punish him for that mistake he did make. It was a tricky red in the middle he missed, but it was the positional shot he didn't quite play as he intended. But it's so key for Ali to make sure he punishes that mistake. He had to
37.
finish up taking this red in the middle. It wasn't the one he intended to be on. Meanwhile, Ali's got to negotiate. There's a little gap between the pink and reds. And he's got to be careful he doesn't go into that left middle pocket.
$38.
Slightly out of position. Green, if he can reach it, should be okay though. He can come off a couple of cushions, finish nicely on a red. If he can stretch over and reach the green, he can stun off the baulk side cushion and bring the white out into the middle of the table. Might be able to run it in and up between the yellow and brown, but somewhere near his head with the cue ball would be good here. That's a bit too hard. Needs a bit of luck now. If the red next to the pink goes, he's fine.
41.
Just about.
Yeah, he missed one like these this afternoon, Dennis, when it was very tight. It cost him the frame. I think he was 40 odd points in front.
Back in prime position. That wasn't the red he intended to be on, but it was good judgment there to miss that pink on the way past. He's hit it too hard again. Now he's going to have to play the one into the left corner. He
47.
just overscrewed that slightly, and now he's got another little cannon to negotiate. And if he runs this in and cannons the other red, he's got to be careful he doesn't block the pocket. If he nudges the other red towards the pocket, might just cover the black. Just depends. Well, it's a thin snick now. Just shows the importance of keeping close control of that cue ball. Now, this is a big shot here because he's going to go into those four reds. This is a must cut back. The last thing he thought was the white was going to finish up near the baulk cushion, but he has a red over the middle pocket. And just be careful you don't go into the right middle pocket. This one over the corner.
$56.
It's amazing when you play one positional shot badly, Dennis. It just seems to multiply the more pots you play. Can't seem to get yourself back in the prime position. Looks like he's going to protect his lead though. Play a safety shot. Put the brown safe.
Yeah, don't blame him for that choice. But having said that, he could have dropped himself in all sorts of trouble here. Ronnie can roll in behind the brown, so that was a bit careless from Ali. Now, has he got the snooker? Can he see enough of the red near the blue? He can pot it if he can see it, because Ronnie didn't get in behind the brown tight. This will cut. There you see it.
Having to dig down to avoid the in-off in the corner pocket.
1.
And that's fine. He's on the green. Ronnie just misjudged that attempt at snooker.
Four.
That's the one he wanted.
5.
The best possible start for Ali Carter and his fans.
$12. 13. 20.
So all the terrific snooker
21.
we've seen from Ronnie, Ali Carter's only going to be one frame behind, so that says a lot about this young player's game. And he's gone
28.
past the 90%, 91% putt success rate now. Doesn't matter where that red goes.
Ali Carter, 28.
The best possible start for Ali Carter. That earlier break of 56 paved the way for him to take the frame. He's now just one behind at 5-4.
It's a great start for Ronnie O'Sullivan in this match, but Ali Carter wins the first frame of the evening. Now, we always talk about the R word, retirement, in relation to Ronnie O'Sullivan, because he's always hinted over the last few seasons that he might be ready to pack up the game or take a sabbatical or at least take a long break. And he was at it again yesterday, hinting that he might be ready to go at the very top this time.
36, knocking on 37, you know, you know, how long can you keep going on? I think the chances of me winning are getting less and less and less. I think I've squeezed as much out as I can, and you know, I'm pretty got to give myself a pat on the back for that in some sort of ways. But you know what, it can't go on forever, and I've always wanted to go out on the best possible high. Pete Sampras for me done it in the best possible way, and that was always an ambition of me. I was even thinking of stopping in 2008 because I thought, well, where'd you go from here? But you know, it's just a decision I've just made. Really. Wow.
So is there a real possibility that if you win, this might be the last year we see you at the Crucible?
And, you know, I said I might. You know, I've weighed up a lot of things. I've got a long time off in the summer. I'll have at least 6 months off anyway, and then we'll address the situation. But you know what? It's been coming a long time. You know, I've had a lot of thinking about it, and we'll see what happens. But I can't think of any better way to go out than winning, being world champion, and not ever playing again. Ha ha.
Very interesting, that. I think if I was going to talk about retiring, I think I'd like to win the world title and then talk about it. Because if he wins this year, he's quite capable of going on and equaling the gentleman sitting next to me's record. Because he has got 7 world titles in him if he puts his mind to it, Stephen.
Yeah, I said that to John this afternoon. It's all about if he wants to do it, he's more than capable. As far as I'm concerned, he's the best player ever to lift a cue. Well, if you're not enjoying yourself, you don't play.
Yeah, that's the only reason to retire, if you're not enjoying it out there. But this year, he certainly has. Can he find the path if he pots this red? Well, I thought he was going to get away with that, but the red has come back up the table. Pink and black out of the game at the moment. Could have played that a little better. He wanted to be further up the table to take this red, get nicely on the blue, and then into the pink and reds. That was his plan, but he's left himself rather awkward on this red to the right corner.
Yeah, you just heard Ali say shot to himself, good shot, so he's not happy with that. He had a lot of room for error there. There's a slight chance of a cannon on the red to the right of the black here, but he's didn't seem to fancy that. Thought the shot looked on myself there.
Ali Carter, 3.
Didn't quite, as I mentioned, get on that red as he intended, to go up for the blue and then split the pink and reds up. Always a bit of a bonus when you, well, I thought it was in behind the green, so no problem for Ali to return the safety shot. You always get a terrific round of applause when you finish tight up against the colour, but you're playing to leave the white on the cushion, Stephen, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a little bonus really when you manage the snooker. Your first priority when playing safe is, as you say, to get as close to that baulk cushion as possible. This is awkward cueing. You're aiming down something you can put a little bit more side on than you mean. And this also looks a great pace in the cue ball.
A little bit like the opening frame of this final, which lasted nearly 27 minutes. Balls went a little awkward. There's some very good tactical play. We've had a few frames like that where the balls have finished up in awkward positions, and it's been fascinating because we've seen the frames with one visit. It's good all-round match snooker we've been seeing so far in this final. And there's another one, another good shot. Just looking to see if those two are a possible plan. He'd have to knock another one onto those two, which is the one he'll play safe off. So the one just the other side of the black, he'd be playing off that, knock it onto those two reds. You never know. Be a safety shot also, but in fact he didn't hit the other two reds, but settle for that. The fact he hit the red, the pot is no use to Ronnie. He's near the cushion. There's no colour available. So, I mean, the brown would be a nice target, but he's just looking to see if he could possibly swing the white round behind the brown. Got to be careful with the blue though on the way back. It's going to go tight up behind the green. He's played 3 or 4 of these escape shots where he's come off 2 cushions and flicked a red and got back up the table. And it's amazing the amount of times he gets it. It's so difficult to judge this shot. He's done it again. He has done it again. I'm going to have to say, of all the players I've seen, I've never seen anybody that judges that shot so well, Stephen.
It's a fantastic shot.
Your fellow countryman might lose his title, Angles McManus, Alan McManus, because Ali Carter, the way he judged those angles for that escape's superb.
Yeah, you have to trust the cushions as well, how they're going to react when you put the side on, but fantastic shot. Not played this one so well. Nice kiss in the green.
Yeah, it's getting very messy, this table. You never get 2 frames of snooker the same. The balls always seem to go different every single frame. Well, he's got a pot, but okay, the yellow going near the pocket helps a little bit, but where's he going to get the cue ball to here? If he avoids that cannon on the red, he's going to career into the reds near the black. Oh, he flicked the red. He'll take that one. That's amazing how he's caught the red and got all the way around the table.
He'll be absolutely delighted with that result. As you say, there was no path back. I think he was just, the pot was easy. He was just going to career into reds and hopefully be in something. Obviously, the yellow's near the pocket.
Has he got the angle here to pop the yellow and just nudge the pink and red, Stephen?
I don't think he'll be playing that shot. You're getting very attacking in your old age, Dennis.
Well, I'm just thinking if he can get that pink into play. I don't think the red next to the pink's available. But it was one of those shots, if he had the angle to play the cannon, he'd got the red over the left corner pocket. It all depends whether that pink and red are potable or at least one of them is available.
4.
See, the pink might just go in the middle pocket if you could get this side of it. He's going to get the green back on its spot now.
Well, he's had an absolutely huge bounce off the top
Seven.
cushion there. That cue ball was going to be nowhere near there. Watch how quickly this cue ball accelerates off the top cushion here. It's almost like there was no cloth on it.
Yeah, underneath the cloth there, you've got rubber on the cushions, and that's what causes the ball to bounce. Some of the holiday camps I used to play at, the cushions were there just to stop the ball from falling on the floor, Stephen. They were that bad.
Yeah, you normally find if there's a bit of chalk on the cushion, and if the cue ball hits that exact point, it doesn't grip, doesn't get a chance to grip the cushion, and it accelerates.
Just starting to open up a little bit. Pink and blue now in the open. But the black, well, it's surrounded with reds.
Ronnie's long putting hasn't got into gear yet tonight. So 2 or 3 opportunities. None of them easy, mind you, but you expect such great things from him.
If the white had pulled up a little shorter, he could have played the snooker behind the brown, but not from there, he can't. Gradually, those reds will get moved from around the black. That's a poor shot. He's dropped himself in all sorts of trouble here. If Ali can get in behind the green. But throughout this year's World Championship, Ronnie has showed terrific patience. Something he hasn't always done here. Sometimes he can lose a bit of interest and just have a go at anything, but the way he's applied himself here has been very impressive. In fact, I remember one frame where he was nearly 80 points behind and came to the table, potted the last red and colours to get a bit of potting practice. We've never seen Ronnie do that a couple of seasons ago.
Violin a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
He needed a thin snick on the red there. Ronnie's just having a look to see if he can take this pot on. If it's just off straight, he might be tempted because he can get on the pink or blue. But with so much safety being played, you know, this needs good cueing. You don't always knock one in after a safety bout. And that was the outcome, and he's stuck a red up. Yeah. I didn't fancy Ronnie knocking that one in. Normally you would do, but that, after all the safety that's been played, it's far from easy.
1.
Just landed with a slightly thinner cut in the blue than I would have liked. Makes it a little bit more difficult to control the white for your position. You may have to play some sort of cannon to just to kill the pace of the white, if anything else.
Yeah, and if he slips up past the pink with the cue ball and cannon's one of those reds, it's so easy to slip out of position. That's why he's thinking about this. Well, let's see where he can get that cue ball. That's the cannon. Now how's it going to work out? You see, that's the problem. And that's the
6.
problem with that type of shot. Maybe you could have played with a little bit more pace, but
Yeah, he managed to screw the white past the pink, so possibly the cannon and the pink might have been an easier shot to play, but Camp's a little bit unlucky not to be in anything.
Ali Carter 6.
well, there's a possible pot for Ronnie here, but once again he's going to cannon that red. That's to the right of this. He'll do well to pot this and get out onto pink or blue. It's a tricky little pink, but he can drop on a red if he pots the pink. That was a long pot. If he rolls the pink in, I'm just wondering if he can get somewhere near there. He's using 2 cushions to get there. And he has got on the red that I thought he might be able to get on. And if the black pots in the opposite corner, all of a sudden,
7.
with that one positional shot, he's got a good chance.
Eight.
You had to use the 2 cushions to get to where I had the line up. And the only problem when he puts the black, might be tied up again. But he's got the pink in the open.
$15.
Yeah, he'll have to go for the blue this time. The pink won't go on either corner just at present. That's cleared the pink
60.
to the right corner pocket. It's terrific watching him break building, Stephen, and for you, who probably is the greatest break builder that's ever played the game. Ronnie's about 100 centuries behind you. It must be great for you to watch him the way he goes about it.
Yeah, there's no one better. I mean, the first
21.
pink in the middle, the control to come off 2 cushions, you know, it's hard to explain to obviously the viewers at home
22.
how difficult that shot is. The touch is just amazing.
$28. 29.
I just love this shot coming in from the back of the crucible just to show you what he's faced with.
$35. 36.
Just looking to see where he wants to leave the cue ball. going to have to develop something after this next red. Don't think the red to the right of the black pot's anywhere, so he's finished a little bit of an awkward angle here. Well, if you ever want to see how to hit a cue ball well, just struck beautifully. To play that shot with the opposite side, Dennis, and screw up the cushion was timing to perfection.
Needs a cannon though this time. And he's got the cannon, but not quite as planned. So end of break. Ali Carter's not out of this frame
49.
yet. Just 37 ahead. The way the balls are situated, Ronnie would be a strong favourite for this frame, but they can soon be moved. Not a lot for Ronnie to play in behind here. He's going to keep the red safe.
Ronnie was 11.49.
That's a terrific pot, and if he can land on this yellow, if he had to come out into the table, he would have taken the blue, but cushion first and in behind yellow and green.
Yellow ball.
See, that's an occasion where I might be tempted to not even lay the snooker, bring the yellow, green and open, because you'll find that Ronnie will find a way just to line these reds dead weight. Whereas if you had to play a safety shot from tight under the baulk cushion, it would be easy for him to hit these reds thick.
Yeah, twice across the table here. That's his escape route. He's got to make sure he avoids the blue. Not quite.
Foul and a miss. Ali Carter 4.
It will go back, but with a readjustment, you would expect Ronnie to get out of this. This looks better. That was a good point of yours, Stephen. It just shows you how different players think. Yeah, your plan was to open up the yellow and green, and yeah, it wasn't a bad idea.
Well, as long as Ronnie played the shot he played, he was never going to leave anything, and the yellow and green's now tied up, so yeah, different players play shots different ways. That's what makes snooker such an interesting game. I would have liked to have everything in the open there and possibly force Ronnie into playing a mistake.
Well, this is a pretty good effort. Just coming off a little bit narrow there, but very good. Longest frame was the fourth frame. That lasted just over 35 minutes. First frame was over 26 minutes. Just the way the balls have finished up in some of the frames. But it's still good. Fascinating snooker to watch. couple of seasons we had a poll. The viewers could vote in, and they said, I think the highest percentage said they enjoyed the tactical play as much, if not more, than watching big breaks going in all the time. Just wondering if Ronnie can get in behind the yellow. There is a way around, and he could play it left-handed, swing this around the angles. He'll hit 1, 2, 3 cushions, possibly 4. Watch the cue ball. No, he's hit it too thin. He had a groan. He's near the pocket with the white. You could hear Ronnie groan as soon as he hit the red. It's perfectly safe, but he was trying to get round behind that yellow and green. Oh, a touching ball would be good, and it is touching. Ali Carter didn't want to see that touching. Ronnie might just get in behind the yellow and green this time, if he can pick the angle out. Just off the 1 cushion and ball cushion. That's going to cannon them this time. Pretty good eyesight, and you need pretty good cueing to hit the ball that thin. This is close. Ali knew there was a possibility that that could happen. It was a shot to nothing, but you can always pull that double off.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
At this time, not as easy for Ali Carter, because the reds are not close together. So if he lands on one, he's going to leave the other. And that's why he's just trusted to luck, and he hasn't had any. 33 the difference, just this red and pink or black would be good.
1.
Well, Ali Carter had a chance to draw level, but Ronnie O'Sullivan has stayed patient. And if this falls in behind the black, Ali might stay in his seat. Well, he knows it's not quite a snooker, so coming back to the table. Needs a couple of snookers at the moment. Don't blame him, where the brown, green are. It's not a bad effort, just a little bit too strong. He's got to keep this red on the table, the fact he needs 2 snookers.
Where Ali just played that shot from, if he could get the cue ball there after putting a A red and black could be nice to lay a snooker behind the green. Might find himself snookered here though.
Well, I think Ronnie would have liked to have kept that yellow tight on the cushion. Now the yellow's in a perfect spot. Not that easy to get in behind the yellow from here though. But he hasn't sent the red far enough across. He was hoping that the brown would block the pocket for the red. So this pot, and it wouldn't matter if he potted the red if he went into the middle pocket, the left middle pocket.
Six.
So it doesn't matter what type of frames they are. Ronnie O'Sullivan remains fully focused, as he has done throughout this year's World Championship.
11.
There's a bit of a tactical frame. The balls went awkward, but that earlier break of 49 paved the way for Ronnie O'Sullivan to get back into the lead by 2 frames. It's 6-4.
Yes, and now, whereas we were at the start of this second session, Ken Doherty's joined Steve and, of course, John here this evening, looking very smart, may I say, Kenny. We were talking about Stephen Hendry and his choice of words and indeed of Carter's shot in that one, particularly in that cat and mouse exchange. There was one particular shot.
Yeah, there was a snooker when he potted a red. Now, if he just frees it there, now, you have to think about the scores here. He's quite a few behind. He's got 3 reds safe. Now, what he does, he rolls up behind the yellow. But what Stephen said in commentary, what he could have done is either bring the yellow and green into play, but Steve said as well that what he could have done is maybe brought the brown into play, stun the cue ball over to the green and yellow, bring all 3 ball colours into play and put the pressure on Ronnie to bring those 3 safe reds out into play, because Ali Carter needs them all, so he needs all the balls out into open play. So he sort of missed a trick because those 3 reds together were quite a big target, and after Ronnie had 2 attempts he hit them, so it was still all safe. So bring all the balls into play, and then the next chance you get, you have an opportunity to win the frame.
Yeah, at this level, sacrificing snookering your opponent with the chance that actually if he can hit one he might do more damage is quite a clever thing to do. So I think probably Stephen Hendry was right in the commentary box that Ali missed a bit of a trick there. I must say though that, you know, when you're watching it from afar, you know, it's so much easier to pick the right shot when you're not having to think out there on the table. But, you know, some clever tactical play sometimes can win you a frame, and just as important as potting the big shot.
It is actually fascinating listening to you three when we're watching this, discussing what should be going on out there. And it's very tricky, obviously, out there, but is it enjoyable for you three as world champions to pick holes in what other people are doing?
Well, it's very exciting to watch as well. I mean, one of the features that's been of Ronnie's play for the last, what, 15 days we've had here, is every time he's been pressed and someone's come close to him, he's pressed the accelerator and gone away again. Are we seeing a start of it here?
Yep, Ali Carter has been attempting to tie many knots so far in this final, and so far O'Sullivan has been pretty adept at untying them again.
Yeah, great to have 3 world champions in the studio, and Hazel, well, you're my world champion. He hasn't made many mistakes in the safety department, Ali Carter. That's a poor one, it has to be said. That's not the thing you want to be doing against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Not at this stage, because as Stephen Hendry said, if he opens up a 3-frame advantage, Ali's going to have to watch out. And he's made it pretty easy for him. Might have to put a little bit of side on this by the looks of it. Yeah, just a trace.
Eight. Nine.
It was interesting to hear Steve saying it's a lot easier in the commentary box to decide the shots. And in some way I agree with him, but in another way I think that's what separates the winners from the losers, being able to play the right shot when the pressure's on.
I'm not going to put any pressure
60.
on you, Stephen, but that's it's very, very early days, but that's 2 reds and 2 blacks. And I can see another few here.
17.
We'll tell with this next shot what he has
24.
in his mind.
25.
Took the opportunity to split the reds there, knowing that there was a red over the left corner. Can't see if the red at the very
32.
bottom of the pack pops to the left corner. I don't think so. There we see, that's what he's looking at, because it's there an awkward pack to go into from the black until he moves that red away.
I'll tell you what, he had a red in the middle to get on the blue there, and he didn't even entertain it, but he's come up a little bit short. He might have to play for the one near the middle pocket here, Stephen.
Yeah, he's got a natural angle to get on that red. And it's not too difficult to finish the right side of it to come back for a black.
Well, if he hasn't come far enough, he'll have to play for the blue here.
40.
If he's got a slight angle, he could play for the black. Your 50 grand
41.
is safe, Stephen. If another player does make a maximum break, they will share the £40,000 for the maximum
46.
plus the 10,000 for the high break. But Ronnie
47.
had it in his mind there, but more importantly, he wants to clinch the frame.
$52.
And that red you mentioned a while ago, Stephen, he's dropped perfectly onto it.
53.
Yeah, so if he did have an angle on that red in the middle, he would have had a chance. Now the pack's a lot easier to go into.
$60. 61.
Well, that's a little unfortunate.
68.
He plays that shot so well, the white stops and then it spins again, but he's not quite safe. He only needed one more red and he didn't drop on one. And he could do with a red on the cushion, so if he can pick out a safety shot that he can push a red save. Just watch this again. The white arcs, stops, spins again, but somehow didn't leave one on. That's not the best shot. By far, that's a pretty poor end to that effort by Ronnie. There's still enough there for Ali Carter, and if he can pull one long pot out here. He's refused this type of shot, but that was when they were at the early stages of a frame. He'll take this on, make no mistake about it.
I'd be disappointed with that one. He'll know that was a great chance. All the reds in the open. If he pots that red, he's got to be on the blue. He'd have gone almost favourite for the frame if he'd have potted that, Dennis.
And Ronnie's got to pot this one also. In fact, he's debating whether to play this one safe, and I don't blame him under the circumstances. Sure, that shows you how focused Ronnie O'Sullivan is. He prefers to push this safe rather than risk the long red into the right corner. He could have done with snookering Ali on that red that he pushed safe.
He lost a couple of frames against Stevens, didn't he, in the semi-final from having big leads, so he's learned a lesson.
Well, all the balls are still there in the open, and Ali Carter has got a long straight red that requires perfect cueing. He has to push the cue through in a straight line. Stun run through. There you see it. Can he knock this in and give himself a chance?
Beautiful shot. Also, you've seen how still he kept his head, which is also really important.
Yeah, hadn't made his mind up. Good idea to get up and back down again. He knows that this is a great chance, and he deserves it. There's the pot that he was faced with. And watch this for cueing.
Eight.
He's got a few points to play with. They don't have to be all blacks here. If he should run slightly out of position. I think he's just okay. Well, he thinks he might catch the pink, so that's why he's playing the other one. But as I mentioned, it wasn't imperative that he got onto the black because of the number of points available.
He hasn't come far enough, Dennis. He's going to leave himself, unless he's got an angle to going out of bulk, which I don't think he has. He's going to leave himself further away from the red than definitely planned.
That's what he's faced with there, so he did come up a little bit short. Maybe just a slight bit of tension in the cue arm there. Got to go all the way around the angles, and is this going to be a bit too quick? He needs a little bit of good luck when he cannons the pink. He can still pot the one on the left side of the table, but we've seen that happen so many times, as Stephen was saying. When you run slightly out of position, it just gets harder and harder.
Yeah, slight shake of the head. He's not landing anything, but the bad shot was the previous red to get on the blue. So much margin for error. Probably play for the blue into the left centre here.
Now,
Ali Carter, 14.
that is a great chance that Ali's let slip, and it will annoy him. He's kept his cool throughout this final. Well, the one good thing, he's covered that. And it's not easy to plant that in with another red. So he's got away with that slightly. I was just going to say, if he had handed the frame to Ronnie there, he would have been kicking himself because he had a great chance. Let's put it onto the left-hand jaw. Tell you what, that's a clever shot, considering he didn't think about it for very long. Because the one that he's covered that, but the red that cannoned into the blue is awkward to get to. Could possibly cut this one back into the right corner pocket. The red that's just between the cue ball and the black, but that's a tough shot. No attempt at the pot there. Well, he's just looking there to see if that is a big pocket. He must be able to see enough of the red. But I think if he leaves the white near the side cushion, that wouldn't cut in. No, he's playing off the one to the right of the pink, and maybe just move that one that's near the pocket. Well, he certainly moved it, but to plant it into the pocket was a bonus, because from that distance to judge that, you know, he was just, I'm sure, trying to move that, and the fact he planted it in was a big bonus there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan won, and the free.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't play on there. I think Ali was a little disappointed with missing the chance that he had. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, with that break of 68, extends his lead to 7-4. And there was one shot there, and Ronnie probably plays it better than anyone in the world at the moment, is where you split the pack, and he seems to get so much action on the cue ball. This is the shot that he played here, where he had to move the reds around. But watch the white. It stops and then spins again. And I think we've got a special ball that'll show you what happens. Just have a look. It's from the other side, but watch the white with the spin. And as it goes to the red, it's still spinning. And as it hits the red, it carries on spinning. And it takes a bit of playing that and quite a bit of cue power, doesn't it, Stephen? It's still coming through the pack.
Yes, obviously with the cloths we play on these days are super fine, and they allow you to play these fancy shots, but still the technique has to be perfect, and Ronnie hits it as smooth as ever. He does it as well as anybody.
Thank you. Frame
Probably
12.
better than anybody.
Ali Carter to break. Settle down now, please.
Ali gets this final frame of this session underway. We go to the mid-session interval after this one. He could do with taking it.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get that action in the cue ball in your local club. The cloths are about 6 months old.
well, I hope people don't try it in their club, Stephen, otherwise they'll have to get the needle and thread out, but they'll rip the cloth if they do. Another good safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. And once again, another good return from Ali Carter. Well, that last shot has knocked the black safe. Not that Ronnie was hoping to do that. The fact that the black's next to the red now. Ali's thinking of the escape route down that side of the table. It's very awkward with those two balls. That's what he's faced with. Can't see anything there. And if he plays off that one that he's looking full on at, he'll cannon into the black and red. It's about the best he could manage there. Couldn't see an escape route back down the table.
I think you can put the left of those two reds to the right of the pink into the left centre. It's a chance for Ali. The pace kept that out. He played it a little bit more, pace than I thought he was going to. Pace kept it out. Already this frame has taken huge importance for Ali Carter.
1.
Well, as I mentioned, the black's out of commission and the pink, it might be available into the
6.
left corner, but that's the right corner and clearly it's not available there.
Seven.
You can get it for the middle pocket. I think it was also available into the left corner. Let's have a look to see. It'd be better on the pink spot. Michaela will check if the spot is available with the ball marker there. And that is much better from Ali Carter's point of view. The pink on the black spot.
13. Oh,
nearly went in the middle pocket. He misjudged that. He was playing for the blue, and let's have a look at this again. He didn't quite get enough screw on it. Hit the corner of the pocket. So already it's a change of plan.
But you mentioned, Stephen, how important this is, because if Ali Carter could take the frame and share this little mini session, 2 frames each,
18.
he'd be quietly delighted.
$19.
And also it would eradicate the disappointment of not pinching the last frame, because that was a chance to get back to 6-5.
But he's just letting the cue ball just run slightly out of position. Once again, he played for the blue
21.
and hit it a bit too hard, had to take the yellow. He had a long way to travel to get to the red. Now he needs the rest.
He can screw this off 2 cushions for the pink into the same pocket, and may choose to play for the blue. And again,
22.
he's not got his desired position. Not too difficult to come in and out of bulk here. Been playing in between the yellow and brown, probably.
He's got a choice either to go into the reds, or if he gets somewhere near the line, he can finish on either of those reds. Just depends how he feels. He's into the reds. Is he unlucky? He is.
27.
He had a couple of choices and chose to try and split the bunch. And he's a bit unlucky not to drop on one of these 2 that I'd mentioned. He could have played on. Got too close to the brown there.
Yeah, as you said, playing at that pace, he was definitely going into the bunch of reds. But having missed them, perhaps a little unfortunate not to be on one of these loose reds. But he's just not getting pinpoint position, Ali, when he gets in. It's tough when you're behind in a match and you're chasing. Sometimes you put so much effort into the pot that you forget about the position.
Ali Carter, 27.
That's a brilliant shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. I say brilliant simply because he needs the black in to play. He's 27 points behind. The black have got tied up. It's maybe still a little awkward, but could be brought into play in a few shots' time. Ali can see enough of this red to have a go at the pot.
Yeah, Ali shook his head when he came to the table. Ronnie had a slight little nudge on the brown. I think Ali would have still been in trouble, but nudging the brown has made him snookered on all the reds, I think. Even you can see the right hand side of this red, he certainly can't get back to bulk from it.
Yeah, and if he tries to leave the white up in the jaws of this corner pocket, he'd have to be very precise. So he's playing such a thin snake. I mean, this could wobble in the jaws of the pocket or even go into the pocket. He wouldn't mind it going in the pocket, but to hit that thin and avoid that corner pocket would be the thinnest of contacts. He's got a bit of a problem here. Can't come off the side cushion and nestle into the reds because he could quite easily leave a pot on. If he does try the thin one here, he doesn't have to hit the left side of the pocket. If he hit the right side, he could also get back down the table. And that was the problem, hitting the jaws. Okay, he hasn't left a sitter for Ronnie.
Yeah, I think Ali played the enough there. I think that was the only way he could see bringing the white back. I might be wrong. In fact, I probably am, but...
No, that was always going to be tricky. So it's amazing. Ali's poor shot has got him in. It's amazing how that can happen sometimes. But when you're cutting them back into a blind pocket like that, it's so easy to put them on the, you know, the corner jaw.
1.
Wow. He may be covered. When the blue goes back on its spot, I don't think he can get to this red. That's probably one of the worst
6.
positional shots that Ali's played for quite some time. Can possibly cut the other one in. That's not an easy shot by any means. He's just getting a little bit annoyed with himself, which he hasn't done, just dropping the cue there. I mean, that positional shot when he cannoned the brown was very poor. Oh. Can Ronnie punish him? I mean, Ali's kept his focus, he's kept his patience, but that will annoy him. Just over the 4-hour mark so far in this fascinating final.
One.
He's on the pink, but oh, does the black go in the middle pocket? Does the black pot in that right middle pocket? And can he get on the red? Well, there you see it. So one good shot. And all of a sudden, the chance is there.
8.
He thought long and hard about
9.
his previous shot with the rest, but he did well. It looked as if he'd played to get on the pink, but he knew the black would go.
$15. 60. $23.
Can he just change the plan slightly? Straight on that red, and he just rolls in for the black. Now he's having to screw back. He's got to watch the middle pocket here.
24.
It's Ronnie's turn to be slightly out of position. This isn't a gimme by any means. If he had got the correct
30.
side of that pink there, it would have been plain sailing. It isn't at the moment. So Ali Carter knows that this is a key shot coming up. Just a little bit tension there. He can't get comfortable. Just where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball?
Oh, Ronnie O'Sullivan 30. Ali Carter,
Amazing.
4.
It just shows the importance of not getting that position pinpoint what can happen. I mean, very unlucky to screw back into the middle pocket. It was a terrific pot. This would be a nice one to sneak in as we see Ronnie just turn away from the table there. And it's there.
1.
So all of a sudden, it's swung back in Ali's favour again. It's amazing what can happen on a 12 by 6 foot table. All about the angle he gets on the black now.
5.
But from that side of the table, he's got to be pinpoint with his position.
6.
If he stayed straight, he's got no shot. If he's got a slight angle, he can punch this in. It's just off straight. He might be able to force the angle. He's unlucky.
30.
Just in the last frame, Ali just showing a little frustration. Not a bad thing, you know, it shows you what it means to him.
Yeah, but he's kept his focus so well, hasn't he, in the semi-final all through the tournament. I think this is where Mr. Ebden will come in handy, I think, Dennis, at the interval.
Yeah, but what's the
Ali
score
Carter,
going to be at that interval? Is he just going to be 2 behind? Another bang at the butt of the cue there, so Peter, well, they will have a chat at the mid-session interval, but he knows that Ali's still in the driving seat here. He can win this frame. Let's have a look at Ali again, just banging the chair with the cue. Well, at least he's got a little smile, so that's got it out of his system. That's okay. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. But kept the red safe. He might be in trouble after the next shot, though. No, that's well played. That's very well played from Ali Carter. Now, is Ronnie going to be as good as Ali at the 2-cushion escape to get back up the table? Just as good. Might even get the snooker back here if it checks up. A little wry smile from Ali Carter, but he knows that Ronnie played a terrific escape there. Can he just see the edge of the red? I'm not sure if he can or not. If he can, he's okay. But he can only see it right on the edge, and he might knock it towards the corner pocket. He's going to have a sip of water, which is rather strange, to settle him down. Steve Davis, when he first came to the Crucible, used to do that, go and have a little sip of water and come back to the table. Well, that's what he's faced with. It would be some shot. If he takes it on, he'll automatically finish on the black. Let's make your mind up time for the rocket. No. He's just thinking, do I take it on? Do I play a safety shot? I think he's decided he's going to have a go.
was a lot riding on that shot. That, I think, has handed the frame to Ali Carter. Little wry smile from Ronnie. There was just a bit too much pressure on that attempt.
One.
Big sigh from Ali there. He hit that far too thick. And he's dropped on the yellow. That wasn't what he intended.
Three.
Well, he made it difficult for himself, but that was a good recovery.
Four.
So just the pink needed, and then Ali can relax a little bit again. He did get a bit frustrated in this frame.
10.
There was every chance that he could have been 4 behind, but he'll be delighted now. Ronnie's already on his way out of the arena. So that was an important frame from Ali Carter. And in the end, he took it. And we're all square in this little mini session. Ronnie leads.
Here comes Ali, and off they go. 5 more frames to play this evening, and we will share them in the company of Willie Thorne and John Virgo. Good evening.
Good evening, Hazel. And, yeah, very, very important last frames these for me in this match. But it's just signs I felt that Ali was just beginning to get a little bit annoyed with himself, and we know he's got a game plan, we've discussed it, but it's all right using that game plan, Willie, but it's all right getting the game plan, but when you get opportunities and you're not taking them, then it starts to get you, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got to do as well, because Ali's making the openings because of his good safety.
Thank you, frame 13.
But we saw in the last game, even though he eventually won it, he did have 2 chances to win it. And of course, if he does get to... I mean, you're happy really at this standard to get 1 chance a frame, and you'd be happy with that. Ali's getting more than that this evening.
Where's the match time? 4 hours, 10 minutes. Bit thin with that safety. He's had everything this match. He's had the long drawn-out frames that we've seen, but and then we've seen some sparkling stuff. I have to say, particularly from Ronnie. I mean, the 141 and the 92 break he made before it this afternoon, well, that was something else. That's a bit pacey as well. Supposed to be finding the port cushion. So 5 more frames to be played this evening, and key ones for me. I think Ali has got to stay with Ronnie. You can't let him, for example, go 4 frames clear into the final day tomorrow.
Yes, I would think his aim, John, wouldn't it, these 5 frames? If he wins it 3-2, you know, he's only going to be 1 frame behind going into tomorrow's session. I mean, anything else is a bonus. So what you can't do is lose this session 3-2 and, like you say, open up that little bit of a gap.
pot on here for Ronnie. He can just swing it and avoid a kiss on the black. Miss the pot, and of course, if you miss the pot by a long way, you don't know where the red you played is going to travel, but it's okay. He's covered it with the green. So that cuts out the straightforward safety. That's a better length. Cover the path to this red. There may be a gap in between the yellow and brown for that red in the other half of the table, but with that cue ball being so close to the baulk cushion, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, okay. Shows you that Ronnie can get through to that red, but as I say, you'd have to really be digging down to get that cue ball back to the baulk cushion. And of course he'll be wary of leaving the red to the left corner, and that's why he's just coming off the side cushion and nestling on the red that's near the top cushion. Just got to avoid the other one. Played it well. Although the double kiss will disappoint him slightly because there is a possible red to the right middle. And this is where, we'll just see what Ali plays here. This is where it takes a little bit of pressure off Ronnie, doesn't it, with the safety, because he knows unless it's something relatively easy, Ali's not going to go for it.
Well, you could name the players on one hand who won't take this red on in the middle that is refusing. But his game plan has worked reasonably well so far.
Well, it didn't look as though that was going to be the best of the safety shots there, but the flick on the green has helped. Last thing he wanted was to kiss the yellow. This red to the left middle, it looks easy, but it's quite an acute angle. It's not a gimme, this. I know they make them look easy, but believe me, you've got to be so accurate. The fact he's dropping it in dead weight helps. Yeah, made it look easy.
No need to hit the pink here, just hit the reds to the left of the pink. There's 5 reds in a cluster there. If he gets in the middle of one of those 5, that'll just push one to the corner. We did hit that middle one of the 5 after the second kiss, but he just caught the one next to the pink first. He wouldn't have been playing that, but these have opened quite nicely.
Yeah, and in a way, I don't suppose Ronnie will mind that, Wills, because it's opened the pink up.
Seven.
I'm not certain the black will go into the left corner pocket. So maybe only available into the right, but there's plenty of reds to play in, and he can just force an angle off this blue. He's overrun this.
13.
He doesn't want to finish tight on the cushion. No, it's just slowed up a little bit. Bit closer to the cushion than he would have liked, but it could have been worse.
$20.
There's that fabulous picture from our Jimmy Jib there, from right up in the crowd.
21.
And I don't think Ronnie's got a lot of room for movement down this end. If he just ran through the black, he'd probably snook himself on the red that he wants to get to. So he's looking for an alternative in the middle. Is there a plant there as well? If there's a plant, I know play to get on the plant rather than the one at the outside of the pack.
It looks dead set, doesn't it? Looks unmissable. When they're so close together, though, you've got to hit the first red full in the face. And he's played for the plant. But as I say, you cannot hit the first red half ball. It could swing, push the other one away. But if he hits the first red full in the face, this is unmissable. You see? He's hit it on the left-hand side, and it's pushed the other one to the right because they were so close together.
Yeah, made it a reverse plant, didn't he?
Yep.
He just hit it full, as you can see there, hit it half ball.
And it just pushed it over. Can't believe he was that careless.
These are the kind of chances that Ali has got to take.
One.
Well, he's potted the red, but in making so certain of the pot, he's not ideal on the colour. He's going to play the blue. You expect him to pot it, but there's a little bit of pressure on this. Played it nicely.
Would love to finish high on the black here, so he can play the cannon into the middle of the three reds just below the black. Because they're the stumbling block at the minute, those three reds behind the black spot. He's got that angle now to play that cannon. He needs to avoid the double kiss, though, if he plays it.
Yeah, he'll be playing the middle one of the three. Just nestling onto that, but you like to play with a bit more pace to release all two of them. So be careful here. Oh, it's so much eye on the cannon. He forgot about the pot.
Does this make sense, John? I think Ali Carter at the minute is trying not to lose rather than to win, i.e. he's playing everything kind of a little bit negative at the minute.
Yeah, negative and a little bit tentative as well, you know, he's trying to be error-free, and you just get the feeling sometimes when you're playing like that, maybe you're just trying a little bit too hard. But that was well, you miss a black off the spot at this level, you're going to be lucky if you get another chance in the frame.
One.
This is the black off the spot where John and I were discussing hitting it hard and freeing that middle red of the three, and he just played to rest on it there, really, just to nudge it to the... But the other two reds would have still been out of play. So like I say, he's just trying to get what's on sometimes rather than make something happen. I mean, Ronnie's trying to make things happen all the time. OK, that's not worked right this time. But it could have done.
Yeah, mate, just... Eight. Yeah, there's a bit more freedom of expression in Ronnie's play, and... this red does go to the middle, but it's not straightforward by any means, and it looks as though he's got to go around the back of the black to get position. So a good pot, and needs to do a bit with the cue ball here. Well, he's on the black. As I say, it was a tricky pot, and under normal circumstances, he tried to run around the back of the black, but with those two reds near the top cushion, he didn't feel as though that was on. As we can see there, just not touching the black, but just playing the safety shot off the green. So I'll be a little bit disappointed that he didn't make more of that, but he was trying to make things happen. Yeah, he got the snooker, but there's no way he could cover the red on the side, but of course he's knocked the red over the middle. Now we're just watching Ronnie's shot, and as I say, he'd have normally tried to get round the back of the black, but he's frightened of those two reds. Now Hawkeye, who's the best positional player I've ever seen, he decides to play the gap between it. So that was what Ronnie would like to play, but he was just frightened of playing getting a kiss. So Ronnie now, he can hit a red, but he's trying to nestle on these reds near the top cushion. Is it a bit narrow? Is it a bit narrow? Well, it's a superb hit, but he won't be happy. He won't be happy. He's left Ali Carter a chance.
This is one of those where Ali would like to play it quite firm to make sure he gets up on the black, but the difficulty of the pot means he'll probably just get on the black half ball the wrong way. We've seen a couple of these missed at pace. The red over the middle pocket helps, because if he gets on the half ball black, he'll still be able to get on that. That's about as best as he could have done, you see, and it's perfect, really.
That's two blacks in this frame he's missed off the spot. Costly.
One.
Didn't have to do much with the cue ball, but overcut it.
Six.
If the angle's on to move the red on the cushion, he'll play to move the red on the cushion, but it wasn't on.
7.
He's 36 points in front, the black 43, so we need one more red and colour, or two to be absolutely certain.
Yeah, he's looking at the scoreboard. Red and the black would put in 51 points in front with 51 remaining.
50.
The green's in the way to play the normal two-cushion positional shot for the red that's nearest his hand. Now you see the green was in the way. He played to go around, just played to miss the green and go two cushions and get onto this red right on this left-hand side. He'll still play the pot.
22.
He'll still play the pot. And the bonus is the green's gone in front of the red to put that out of commission.
Well, good long pot. And that certainly will be the frame clincher. I think of all the things that have impressed me, and there's been so many things in
30.
Ronnie's World Championship campaign, but his long potting has been very consistent this tournament, which you could say hasn't been as consistent in other tournaments.
Couldn't agree with you more, John. That's one thing that Ronnie had lost, his long game. He always scored as well as ever, always played safe as well as ever. But he was potting 2 in 10 at one stage during the season.
Yeah, and sometimes if your long potting's not happening, then you're just relying on your opponent missing.
Sullivan 36 and Devlin.
Which Ali Carter did twice. Blacks off the spot. You can't afford to do that at this level. And Ronnie O'Sullivan now once again goes 3 frames ahead. 8-5.
John, what is it like at the end of the first day of this championship in the final here? Because this appears to be almost punch-drunk now from Ali Carter's perspective.
It does look like he's starting to run on empty, doesn't it? 2 blacks off the spot he's missed. I think when you're trying as hard as he is, the petrol can work, you know, can go out the tank fairly quickly, and I think that's what's happening. It's worrying. It's 8-5 coming up now. I think he'd like to share the next 4 frames if he can and leave it at that, because it's definitely looking worrying for him.
But a pressure on every single shot against O'Sullivan, isn't there?
I think that's the problem, is that every single shot that he plays, whether it be a safety shot or a pot when he's in amongst the balls, that's why you see he's taking so much time. And here's a couple of blacks. OK, he's concentrating on his next shot here, but these are straight bread and butter shots for him, straightforward shots. I think the pressure that Ronnie is exerting on him, every pot, every safety shot, you know, and even when he's in amongst the balls, pretty simple shots that would normally, you know, that you wouldn't even think twice about, he's concentrating on, and sometimes that will sap your energy as well, because you're concentrating too much instead of just getting on with it, and that's because O'Sullivan has played so well.
And Steve, how do you regroup in the middle of this second session, though? How difficult is that to do?
Well, that's the hardest thing in the game. He can regroup at the end of the session and then start again anew, but he might be too many frames behind for his liking. Ronnie O'Sullivan puts the heat on players in a big way. The type of form he's in at the moment, he's been putting the heat on many players during the tournament. Only Neil Robertson's been close to him so far, and it does look like it's an inevitable trend in this match that gap's going to get wider in frame scores.
Well, Carter has been so impressive throughout this entire championship with that amazing comeback against Judd Trump. I'm sure many of you will remember he was 9 frames to 12 down, came back to win it, 13-12. So I'm sure if anybody can muster the energy, it's Carter, because he has a bee in his bonnet about trying to win this world title at the second attempt.
I can agree with the lads and Hazen in the studio, but I mean, it's not like Carter's not getting chances. I mean, OK, Ronnie's playing well. I agree with the lads that Ronnie can do this to you, but Ali Carter's getting 2 and 3 chances a game. I mean, look at Ronnie's last 4 frames: 49, 68, 30 and 36. Well, at the top level, that doesn't necessarily win the frame. I agree, Ronnie's playing better than Ali, but Ali's still getting the chances. He's just got to start to take them.
I think he just bounced far enough past the baulk line to be on the brown. There's a few loose reds to play for. You'd think before he considered trying to bring other reds into play.
I think ideally I'd like to get on one below the black, but now that is more like it. That's more like, OK, it's gone unlucky, but I was just going to suggest Ronnie would be playing the brown into the pack and rather than for the loose ones. Unfortunately for Ali, he's played it this time and got on absolutely nothing apart from one in the baulk pocket. But it's a red that you'd fancy him getting. It's just about straight, and he can stun it for the pink in the middle.
Yeah, not the type of shot he was playing early on in the match. Do you think the game plan may have altered?
I think so, John, yeah. But he's going... Obviously, this red's not as easy as it first looked, so he's playing a safety.
Ali Carter 5.
Well, it might be a bit short of pace, but it's still a good hit to find the path back to the baulk end. Not putting a lot of pressure on Ali, because he can get his hand on the table.
There's the packed Crucible audience watching this game, and probably like we are, John, wondering whether Ali Carter needs to change his game plan at the moment, because it's suddenly starting to look a little bit tricky for Ali at the moment.
He's got a tough shot on here. Ronnie purposely made him play safe down the right-hand side. It's a bit congested. But he couldn't have played that better. Excellent shot. Well played.
Yeah, I couldn't have been more impressed with Ali's safety play. I mean, his safety play has been superb. I mean, Ronnie's has improved a little bit. Earlier on today, Ronnie's safety play was 3 or 4 points below. As you can see there, they're virtually level now, but the key thing is Ronnie's scoring more.
Foul and a miss. Ali Carter, 4.
No hesitation, having it put back. Ronnie having to make a very thin contact on this red. Bit of pressure on if he doesn't hit it this time, because of course when you can hit balls and you don't hit them. But that never came into equation. But red's going over the corner. Is the green going to come to his rescue? It has. It has. It's amazing how many times you can just find one of those bought colours just to cover the potting angle.
That was almost a resigned look, wasn't it? Thinking, well, there you are, he's covered it. But when he came to the table, Ali had a little wry smile. Just trying to rest on it. Got to be careful, it isn't going off. If it's too hard, it might go in off.
Yeah, if he hits the red first, definitely in off. Ooh!
Well, Judge.
There is a red to the right centre, but just get the feeling at the moment that Ronnie's quite happy playing these tactical exchanges. Oh, they'll be a bit disappointed. Just finding the baulk line. Not put any pressure on Ali at all with this shot. And that's the problem. If you don't get a good length, then you expect your opponent to play a better safety shot, but 6 inches short of ideal. Well, if he runs past the yellow, it'll be good, but just flicked it. He's caught it too thick. He's left the red on and nowhere near the baulk cushion. So this is a chance for Ronnie. The only problem is the red's on. But where does the colour come from? Black's not available. Can't play it plain ball because we run into the red on the top cushion. Well, he managed to swing it wide, and I'll tell you what, he's done well to get the cue ball there.
Yes, the pace he played, as John said, if he plays his plain ball, he hits the red. He's played that a little bit firmer, probably trying to flick the black into play, a little bit unlucky, but he has got a pot, of course, on the blue, but it's not straightforward.
Played that nice, but at the moment, only the blue to play for. He's looking to see whether the pink will pass the green, and he's thinking, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to play for the pink and get the pink back down on its spot. Certainly help for break building.
7.
The way he's played that, John, tells us the pink is available.
Yeah, he's overscrewed it slightly though, hasn't he? So much so he had to play the green.
Ten.
He's just overrun that one, so sometimes, you know, when you're getting the cue through so smooth, he just seems to be over hitting everything. I think that's what's happened to Ronnie the last couple of shots.
11.
He had to call for his great friend Les Dodd from Southport, former professional player. He came down from Southport because Ronnie wanted a new tip on, and he said this is one of the best tips he's ever had. Sometimes you can have 4 or 5 tips on before you get them.
16.
You know, so you know how they're throwing off and things like that. And Ronnie seems to be playing every shot at the minute, virtually to the inch. He's running out of reds now, so I think this time he'll play for the blue to smash into
22.
those 4 reds that are around the black spot area. With a bit of luck, he could actually push the black on as well. Doesn't quite have the perfect angle to do that.
No, I'll be disappointed. He may just have a slight angle on the blue, but he wanted more of an angle than this. Just got a slight angle. You have to force it, and the problem is when you're forcing it and making the angle, you don't get the pace in the cue ball. Well, he's on a red.
28.
Is he on it in such a way that he can get back up the table for the blue?
Oh, he played the bouncing stun to get up for the blue, and he misjudged it because he caught the other red.
Yeah, because he played it with so much pace, then it just reacted and hit the second red, which he didn't expect. He needed to play that a little bit smoother. But then if he'd have played it smoother, he couldn't have got up the table for the blue. So he's opened these reds up here, and he's only got a 16-point lead. He needs to be careful.
Yes, needs a good safety, doesn't he? That's clever thinking, isn't it? Trying to put the blue and black safe.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 29.
Yeah, if he'd have found the top cushion, then I don't think Ali Carter would have been tempted with this red. He may not be tempted with it now, but well, there's a cut to the left corner. Where's the cue ball going?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Well, this is unlucky when you're going off. The pockets are always in the same position on the snooker table. Ronnie just left a slight angle here where he can run back up the table for a baulk colour. Solid pot. He needs to stop this side of the baulk line. Is it going to pull up? just about. But it's still not obvious. Well, there's a red on the left-hand side of the table. I suppose he can stun behind that if he so wishes. It's not straightforward, though, to get on the next one. Do you think he could risk stunning into the top cushion, trying to get those blue and black into play?
Well, I don't think he can get back up into the balk, John, if he plays it plain ball, so he may be forced into it. So he's took the bull by the horns, hoping he'd get on the colour, and the worst possible things happened. He's not on the colour, and he's virtually either going to have to pot one or play an excellent safety shot because the red's right over the hole.
Well, he's got two choices here for me. Play the pot on the yellow, or try and hit the brown and use the yellow as a cover. His pot on the yellow's the choice. Superb! Absolutely superb!
Now this is so close to the pocket, it's very, very tough as we see this shot on the yellow again. He's just wondering whether if he plays it cushion first, could he get on the black? If he plays the top spin, could he get on the black? Because it's going to be very, very tough, unless he plays it very thin, to get past the blue spot here.
Yes, and you can't hit it too thin.
So he's played the banana for the black, and unluckily he's left himself hampered.
Yeah, which takes the black out of the equation. After the pot on the yellow, you thought that could have been the frame winner. It's not so. Just trying to play this to see how it swung back. A little bit more top spin and maybe hit the red a little bit fuller to get the full effect of what we call the banana shot. I don't think he'll be taking a pot on
Yellow
here.
ball.
Just be safety.
Ronnie is relevant 8.
Well, it never rains, but it pours sometimes at this game, John,
7.
and that's now pouring.
Yep, it's becoming a downpour. I suppose the only upside, well, there isn't much of an upside, I suppose, but this isn't a tough pot that Ronnie has to take on here, and I feel he has to take it on. I don't think you can risk trying to play safe, and the problem is, if you take the pot on, you could run into the black and those two reds, and if the pot doesn't go in, you've sort of opened up the frame for your opponent, but I don't really see the safety. So I think you've got to fully commit to the pot here. He's given it a bit of thought. He's got a 35-point lead.
Probably the fact that the yellow's safe may be the deciding factor on whether he's going to play the pot, and he's decided to let Ali have a go at it.
Well, he didn't fancy the safety, and he doesn't fancy the pot, but, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Ali Carter played the pot. Not one little bit.
Come round to look at the potting angle. I think because you know you're going to kiss the two reds and the black, play it at a pace where you feel confident. Don't try and play it at a pace to make it a difficult pot. Try and play it at a steady pace. Where's the middle? Where's the red going? Not near enough to go in. This frame is now virtually over.
Absolutely. I agree with you, but Ali at the moment is just, well, as we say, not in a good place. He's suffering out there. Missed a couple of blacks off the spot in the last frame. They hurt you when you know you've missed opportunities like that. So So just this red and the colour needed for Ronnie. Could have left this red a little easier. Wouldn't expect him to miss it, of course.
Played with a lot of check side, John, didn't he, on the last colour, but he's potted the red nicely.
7.
Yeah, he put a little bit too much check side on it, didn't he, when he played the blue, but he had a quick glance at the scoreboard. This blue took a 47 points in front with just 43 remaining. Where's the cue ball going?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 12. And Duffley.
No, Ali Carter's not going to bother with the two snookers, so, yeah, looking a bit dejected in his seat, it appears to me, but Ronnie O'Sullivan won't mind. He's 4 frames clear now, 9-5.
And we're going to get a chance, John, as both players are staying with us. It's amazing. What we don't notice on real live television sometimes is how the balls bounce. We've got a little sequence. Of shots here that whenever you cue down on a ball, we always talk about how the white lifts off the table. There's one, and you'll see it every time here. Even there, just when you're cueing down on the ball. Now it's amazing. Sometimes at real pace, we can't see that happening.
Yeah, and I've always said this, that sometimes when the ball's bouncing, it could just be coming down when it hits the red or the colour, and then all of a sudden we call it a heavy contact, it's a kick. Is it static? It's just that the balls aren't staying on the bed of the table for me.
And now we've got a special one with the black and white ball, as it were. Just what happens here. Purposely playing to make this happen. You see, look, it's virtually all the way to hitting the blue and still potted the blue. And the blue's bouncing because it hasn't landed on the apex of the blue, hasn't it? Amazing, isn't it? Real good series of shots, that.
Settle down now, thank you.
It's now becoming very, very worrying times for Ali Carter. There are 3 more frames this evening. Ali's got to stay close. He's got to win 2 of them if he can.
Red over the corner. Not covered. It's not right in the jaw, so you've got to be pretty accurate with this. But he's got a slight angle. You see, it's not right over the corner pocket. You've got to be pretty accurate with this. Well, he hits it superbly, but just couldn't get enough backspin. In fact, he probably hit it full if he'd have just been able to just use the side cushion after potting the red. You look here. Just didn't get enough of the cushion. But it was a great effort to get on the black. The black was available.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Well, there's a red to the right corner, but it's the type of red that Ali's been refusing all match, and I just get the feeling that Ronnie's not frightened to leave him these type of reds because he knows he's not going to go for them. Just takes so much pressure off you. He's caught that much too thick.
Well, that was a little bit careless. Plenty of room there to make sure he avoided the blue. Now, if Ali can reach this is what he can go for, because it doesn't appear that he can leave anything on. Just put his little extension on and just done it on and off the cushion. It will leave a 3/4 ball black. And at first glance, I'm just looking at the reds. The only one he can leave on is the one he's going for. So this should take the pressure off the pot.
I don't think there's any pot now at the moment for Ali that hasn't got a bit of pressure on. And he played it nicely. And now, well, he knows he's got to make the most of this chance. He's got to score.
This is highest break this evening, is in the first frame that he won this evening, a break of 56. That's how much he's been kept off the table and
8.
how much he hasn't scored this evening. You always have a bad session sometimes at the Crucible, but if you do have that bad session, try and win as
9.
many frames as possible. You can't afford to lose the session 6-2, or in this case 7-2, with it being 9 frames this evening.
Yes, it's changed slightly this year. We used to best of 35. The first 3 sessions were sessions of 8 frames, and then the, well, possible 11 in the final session, but this year we've changed it slightly. So we did an 8 this afternoon, the first session, 9 this evening,
60.
and then tomorrow afternoon there'll be an 8 and then a possible 10 to finish off the match.
17.
We've got a slight angle on the black, but I'm still not certain where the next red comes from here. No, I don't know where it comes from. He's played a cannon on the left-hand side of the 2 reds that were together.
24.
And if he'd have got it, obviously the right-hand one would have been available to the right corner, but nowhere near the cannon.
Ali Carter 24.
Well, believe it or not, he tried to get that cue ball behind the blue. It's not happening out there. He's going through a very bad patch at the moment, is Ali. Well, I thought he may be tempted for the red down the right-hand side. Looks as though it was a pot he could have taken on, but good safety. He's not going to offer any easy chances to Ali Carter if he can help it. And Ali just can't find that baulk cushion at the moment, not consistently anyway.
He's found it all day, hasn't he, apart from the last couple of frames. All of a sudden his head's gone down, He's certainly not playing good safety. And that at the moment is his biggest weapon, good safety. He can't lose that, otherwise the match will slip away very quickly. Played as a shot to nothing. I don't think the Reds come high enough up the table to cut in.
He's having a look to see at the cut. It's a thin one, and the cue ball will be running up and down the table, but I think it does cut. Yeah, it cuts that. As I say, it was a thin one, cue ball running loose.
One.
He could have hoped for better than a difficult green. Will he take it on?
It's amazing, isn't it? If it's a fraction order, he's up for the black and he's finished in the only position where, when you're not playing well, all you need is one of these where you've got a cue down on a just off straight ball, and we just showed you a few shots where the balls are bouncing.
Green.
Just keep an eye on this white. Brilliant shot, well played. They've been kept off the table for quite some time. That was an excellent pot of the green, albeit he hasn't really got as close to the red as he would like, but the key thing was, that'll give him a bit of confidence, he's potted that green.
Five.
Well, a little bit of aggression in the last two shots. Maybe he's going to try and get the frustration out by just potting a few. It's sometimes nice to let your arm go. He's played the last 3 or 4 shots really hard just to get his arm moving again, and I don't think that's a bad thing at this moment in time.
12.
A bit of rhythm back.
Yeah, we all know when you get a bit tense that you can get a bit snatchy and quit on the shots. Last few shots smack hard into the back of the pocket.
$30.
The problem is for Ali here that there's not that many reds available, although I've just said that, and maybe the red just to the right of the pink will go to the right corner. It does, so that makes this positional shot a little bit easier off the yellow.
Well, if this red pots, that's definitely a
50.
bonus, because he played for the one that John suggested there, just didn't get the stun on the cue ball, hence the cue ball ran loose. This red does pot.
Yeah, looks like he's finished absolutely inch perfect on it, look at that. And a possibility of running this through and just opening those two reds that are together.
16.
But of course, when you need just things to go right, you can bet your life they're going to go slightly wrong. He doesn't have to do much with the cue ball, just roll the black in, but boy, this is awkward bridging. Over 2 balls.
Well played. Now, did he just nudge those 2 reds enough to make one of them pot? We'll just watch this again.
23.
Yes, no contact on the 2 reds. Luckily he played it slow because it hit the top jaw. Now the first one will pass this other red, so he can just play nicely for the green or brown. Doesn't have to do anything but just play plain ball, maybe with a little bit of left-hand side. I decided to play off 2 cushions, which is the same result.
24.
Now Ali Carter, this is a chance just to get a little foothold in the match again now.
Yeah, all he requires is 1 good positional shot. There's enough reds in the open. He's got a 47-point lead. This to make it 50. Just 1 good positional shot.
27.
Well, I don't think this is the ready play to be on. Can he hold for the black? He could, but he held it probably just a fraction too much. And there we are, zooming in. You can look over his shoulder at this black. A little bit thinner than he would have liked, but he may be able to hold for that red, just this side of the pink. Right in the heart of the pocket, and that red's on.
Remember, John, that was a black he missed on the previous game when he was cutting one back into the corner. He gritted his teeth there and made sure he potted that one.
36.
Yeah, every credit to him. He's shown a lot of determination here, hasn't he?
Just as long as he pots the pink, he knows that he's going to win the frame now, so he can just relax a little bit. And I think that was key, John. The first 3 or 4 shots, he played them all very, very firm. Just get a bit of rhythm going again. Now, whether he did that deliberately, I don't know, or whether it was out of frustration.
43.
Interested to see what the boys think in the studio, but I think sometimes you've got to do that. You know, just shake yourself out. You know, just get going again. Must have got very tight in there for a while. I mean, looking at the scoreboard now, it's 9-6, and
50.
Could Ali have won another 2 frames this evening? The chances he's had, he definitely could.
$51. $58.
Well, he made a 56 in winning frame 9. This is his highest break since then.
59.
And the highest break of the night so far. He made 84 this afternoon.
Well, the black hasn't gone in, but this time missing a black off the spot won't be costly. Showed a lot of character there, did Ali Carter. He's back to 3 frames behind, trailing 9-6.
Well, John's right. That's been the hallmark of his championship, showing lots and lots of character. There's been a few observations as we've been sitting here chatting, watching that frame, particularly about pace and the pace at which Ali's playing, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just me. We were chatting, and it sort of seemed to be a general consensus of opinion that we hadn't really noticed that it seems as if Ali's perhaps playing fractionally slower than he would normally, perhaps when he's amongst the balls most of the time. But it may be just a perception of the fact that he's struggling because he's got lots of difficult shots to play. But he's not flowing out there, and perhaps he's just trying that fraction too hard. Very easy to sit here and say that, because there's many times your head gets scrambled, and John, you know full well it's like the shot times can change, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I agree entirely with Steve. I think it's one of those. It's great to play the match play, good to play the safety, great to, you know, you've got to put a lot of concentration in. But Ali Carter's a very fluent scorer. When that chance comes and he's in the board, he's got to play more of his natural game at his natural pace.
All right, well, to back it up, we've been looking at some of the results of the timings of each shot. 27 seconds average shot time in this match, in this final for Ali Carter. Average in the championship, 25 seconds. Ronnie, 21 in this match, 18 average throughout the championship.
Yeah, I mean, and I haven't seen enough of Ali Carter play recently. He should do, but to know exactly what his shot time would be during the whole season. And he's had some tough matches to play, so that might add to it. But that's fairly slow for a player who's supposed to be in form. So perhaps he's just trying a fraction too hard. If he can get free of a few of the shackles and all of a sudden knock a few more balls in, get his shot time a bit down and actually get flowing a bit more, it might help him. But of course he's in a bit of a hole, so it's a problem.
And he's hanging on in there. You've got to salute him for that.
Yes.
3 frames down now.
3 frames down, 2 to go this evening. The best possible result is obviously 9-8. Can we see that happening? The way he played the last game, yes. The way he's played the rest of the evening, no. I think he'd be pretty pleased to win at least one of them. Because if that's your bad session and you can come out 10-7, that's not as bad as it could have been.
Well, Ronnie thinks he can find a gap here between the green and blue. Not much of one, is there? Well, Glad that he could get that gap. Just not finding that ball cushion again there, Ali. Just makes it that much easier for Ronnie to play a better safety, and there's a nice target behind the green here. Just the wrong side of the green, and a kiss on the green to stop the cue ball going tight against the cushion. I'm going to look there to see if there's a possibility here. Would you believe it, a 5-ball plant? Obviously didn't think it was on. Oh, a little bump on the middle pocket is handy, I'll tell you. But for the bump on the middle pocket, that wouldn't have been a snooker.
Just trying to rest on the 3 reds below the pink. One thing that Ronnie's had today on this table is the pace. His pace has been superb.
Yeah, that was beautifully judged, wasn't it? Because the pace he got out of that, he had to play the swerve to get to the cushion, and it was with the side he put on it that created the speed to get down to the reds. That was excellent.
Unless Ali gets the long rest out, this safety shot's not straightforward. We'll just play a little tap into them. Ronnie might get the spider out here, John, just to get enough height on it, and then play with a lot of side, come inside the blue. Well, he can do it without that. He'll be trying to get him behind the yellow here. Tight on the cushion. Maybe a little fraction hard, is it? No, it's okay.
Yeah, maybe he just caught the red a fraction thicker than he would have liked. But of course he had to avoid the red on the right-hand side cushion. There's a pot on here, but is there a gap to get the cue ball back to balk? He thinks not. He's playing safe off this red. Gotta catch it just right, though. And he did. Good shot. Dreaded kiss on the brown. Now there's a big target there, isn't there? Green and brown, that's what Ronnie will be thinking. Can I get behind them? Not quite the line, so now he'll be looking for tight against the cushion and not quite achieved that. So maybe a chance for Ali to get control of this safety exchange. Is it in or is it over? It's in.
Ronnie had actually left his seat, John, as it stayed right on the edge. He got out of his seat, took one pace, and it went in.
Yep.
Ali Carter 1.
Yeah, it's a bit like when you see at golf when a ball hangs on it. Was there 1, 2, 3? When did they replace it? Is it 5?
No, I think it's until the player gets to the table. So there's a lot more time because obviously the player has to get to the table. If it doesn't drop him before he gets there, I think it has to be replaced. But once he's at the table, it would have to be replaced. The fact that he only just left his seat, it was okay. But he's misjudged this escape. Is there a plan to go into the corner?
I think there may be a gap for a red.
Well, we'll show you in a second. Is there a gap there? I think there is, John. Well spotted. You haven't lost the commentator's eye.
1.
We say it's all about fractions. It's all. This has all come about seconds, really, isn't it? When that red stayed there in the jaws, but just dropped. If it hadn't have done, of course, this could have been Ronnie at the table now. A little scratch of the head there from Ali.
7.
Does that mean he's not come? Well, it does. He's not screwed back far enough. Amazing.
Well, it's a schoolboy error, John, isn't it? It was perfect on the pink. I mean, he'd got a foot he could screw back in. Because he was so frustrated, hasn't really played well.
Carter 7.
He played behind the green, not to kiss the green. But the shot on the pink, he had another foot he could have played in. And like I said, if you get out of this session, only 3 behind, look at the space he had, another foot. Well, he's got to be a bit careful here, because it's not beyond the realms of possibilities. He played a wonderful shot. But Ali Carter could win this frame, and the next, and be only 9-8.
Well, what a shot that was. But Ronnie's right look at the table. I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of a plant on here. There's a distance between the two. It could definitely be made. It'll have to be made. I don't think it's spot on. And the problem is when you're playing it, you're going to be running into other reds. So if you're going to play it, be certain. Because he's not certain to be on a colour. Well, I say not certain to be on the colour. Is he on the black? Does the black go?
It certainly does. It certainly does. Now, he's overcut a couple of these tonight. Just checking whether the black will go back onto its own spot, I think. I think it possibly will. Difference, and we were looking at a possibility of getting out of this session 9-8 even, and he'd have forgot all about this session being a bad one. Now he has to hope that Ronnie doesn't win the frame at this visit.
1.
Just wide, wasn't it? It was one of them, a little less pace. It may just have gone in, but can't afford to miss blacks off the spot. He's missed too many of those this evening. I think the black spot isn't available. Black will go on the pink spot.
8.
Ali just has to sit there and suffer.
9.
At this level, you can't gift anyone chances, but the way Ronnie O'Sullivan's been queuing, then it's a recipe for losing the frame, no doubt.
Yes, it certainly hasn't been vintage Ronnie tonight. It quite clearly hasn't been vintage for Carter, but Ronnie has got a chance now to open up a lead of a possible 5 frames.
24. $25.
And you can consider this has been probably Ronnie's worst session, certainly of this match. He hasn't played well this evening, but he's got a chance of winning at 6-3. One more frame to go after this, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly say he's not played well. I think he's cued very well.
32.
I think some of the frames have gone a little bit scrappy. And sometimes the balls
33.
can dictate how a frame pans out. But yeah, I mean, obviously when your opponent's missing blacks off the spots, it certainly helps, doesn't it?
Well, we can think of 4 blacks that Ali's missed at
40.
least, which could equate to 4 frames.
Well, I think 3 of them were in the same
41.
frame, Willie, so just make it 1 frame, eh?
Just puts the frame beyond
48.
doubt so quickly, doesn't he? He's already at 48 in just over 2.5 minutes. All that kicked. You heard him sigh
49.
there. It took all the pace out of the cue ball. Luckily, it's come high enough on the black to make the black, you know, hardly missable.
Yep. Doesn't have to do a lot with the black. Just got to be careful, make certain he pots it. He'll pot the black and go 43 points in front, 67 remaining, so he's still looking for 2 more reds. 1 with a colour.
Yes, we'll possibly play for the pink now. Just looking at the
56.
scoreboard. It's 43 in front, so pink would help. Doesn't matter if we play a hold for the blue as well. Whichever he fancies, hold for the blue.
57.
Yeah. So after the blue, he's still going to need a red and a colour. Hmm.
62.
Quite certain about that shot. A stern look at the scoreboard. Sees he's 49 points in front, but there's still 59 remaining.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 62.
Yeah, be a little bit disappointed. I think he was trying to do a little bit too much with that blue, to be honest with you. I think he could have rolled it in and maybe, all right, not left the red as easy as he wanted, but trying to stun it and find that angle. Okay, if he just runs past the red, would have been saying what a great shot it was, but maybe there was an easier solution to the problem. Ali there went for a pot that he's never even looked at during this match so far. And maybe he's got away with it. It's a thin cut, but Ronnie may take it on. It's one of those, you see, you just think, if I hit it as thin as I possibly can, I get the pot. Of course, if you hit it thick, you don't. So Ollie Carter comes to the table, checking the scoreboard. He's got plenty of points to play with. 49 points behind, 59 remaining. But if he clears up from here, this will go down as one of the great crucible clearances, this will. Because the balls are not nicely placed at all.
1.
Yes, we've already seen one of those today, haven't we? The break of 92 O'Sullivan made. And the 7th frame of the afternoon session was out of this world. Wouldn't have gone in any harder, would it? This is a nice angle now to get into the black. Look how wide that could have, well, was.
6.
Just must finish high on this black, can't afford to finish low. He's had to bounce a little bit, though. It's a little bit too high. He's just lost his timing, John, hasn't he?
Yeah, overhitting, underhitting. He's struggling. Thought that last frame might have given him a little bit of confidence, but losing it as he did. Well, I say losing it, he did win it, but in this frame, missing the black off the spot, it's just sort of put himself under pressure a little bit again. It was almost impossible to envisage anybody trying to win that frame, but he's with a good safety. Gets to his seat, 35 points behind, still 43 remaining.
This looks to be an excellent safety shot from Ronnie. As we always say, when they're on the cushion, it's so easy to hit these slightly too thick, which means the red will come back up to the middle of the table. Thin as you like, and he's got a very good chance of getting a snooker here. Brought the red up, luckily not near a pocket though. Oh, he's surely not gone behind the brown, has he? When you consider he played behind the yellow, that would have been a bit of a fluke, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Ronnie can't get to the red on the left-hand side of the table, so having to play safe off this one. That's a shot. Well, if he snookered Ali Carter on both the reds, that's an amazing shot. But I think he may just be able to get through to hit the red, but that was a terrific shot from Ronnie. Just get through to hit it. And because he could get through to hit it, decided it was an opportunity to bring the brown into play. The only problem with that is Ronnie, I'm sure, will take this red on, because the red will put him 36 points in front with 35 remaining. Good cueing needed, of course. Well, how about that when you don't need a bit of luck? Has he snookered Ali on both reds? I think he may have done. Boy, it's a cruel game, this, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that red was going right over the corner, wasn't it, until it kissed the brown. I'm not too sure this is an easy pot in the middle.
Don't fancy the double? Need the red for the frame? He's looking at the potting angle. It's a thin one to me. I'd fancy the double. I'd rather the double than the cut.
Yeah, at least the double, you can leave the white tight on the cushion, can't you, as a shot to nothing. Whereas the cut, the white's running free, so I tend to agree with you, but let's just see what he's going to do.
Well, decided to play safe. Even if Ali knocks in this very difficult red, there's the green on the baulk cushion, the blues now on the side cushion. So difficult. But he's given himself a chance with an excellent pot. He's on the pink.
That's one of the hardest balls he's potted all night, and he's refused a dozen of those into the opposite pockets, you know, when the reds are about. His back was against the wall there, and he couldn't have played it better.
And this red is no gimme along the top cushion there, you see it. 28 behind, 35 remaining. Any colour off this red will do. And I don't blame him for refusing that, because that was tricky.
Ali Carter, 7.
But has he covered the potting angle? Can Ronnie get past it? I mean, if he can't pot it, he can certainly. It's quite easy to come off the top cushion. Michaela having a good look. And if he can get past the yellow, we'll play the pot. As I say, if not, just hit the top cushion and kick the red up the table. I don't think he can pot this. No, cushion first. That's all he could do. Doesn't want to bring the green into play, though. Ooh, he has slightly. That's not what he wanted.
Yes, that makes the blue the only difficult ball now, doesn't it? Because green to brown is no problem now. So good safety shot, and Ali's still got a foothold in this frame. Needs that red to travel. Needs that red to travel, and it hasn't. This is frame ball. Well, that was the first sign of nervousness there. Ronnie kind of cued across that, decelerated, as it were. Played hit it obviously a lot thicker than that. And a little bit of unwanted side just took the white wide of its intended path.
This could be a towing safety. And not only is it a towing safety, it's a snooker to boot. And rapturous applause from this packed audience here at the Crucible. And Ali with the age-old problem. It's not hitting this red. Can he get it safe? Now put that line in. As you can see, it's running through the brown, so he's going to have to swerve to try and get to that point below the middle pocket. If he can't, boy, this is a difficult snooker. Well, he's trying to come twice across. He doesn't think he can swerve to get to the point that I'm alluding to, so not certain to hit this. Not certain to hit this. And it's not that easy a shot for Ronnie, so I'm certain he'll have it replaced. So now 32 behind, 35 remaining. If he doesn't hit it this time, he'll need a snooker. Ronnie's having a close look because...
Is that right? Yeah. Ronnie?
Well, he's going twice across again. If he doesn't hit it, he'll need a snooker.
Oh, unlucky.
Foul.
Unlucky.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
So whatever happens now this evening, you'd expect Ronnie to be at least 3 frames in front and going into tomorrow's final 2 sessions. There's one more frame to play, remember, there's 9 being played this evening. There's a chance if he plays the correct way to, he could just get him behind the brown off the left-hand side cushion. And how's the weight? How's the weight? Oh, not quite.
Ali, I think, can just get through to flip this red, but he can't play the same shot he played before, unless he swerves it a lot. Well, he's tried it, but that was difficult because he had to swerve to make that angle. Ronnie having a look at the potting angle on the red. He knows if he pots it, Ali will concede.
Can't really play the white in behind the black off one because, you know, he's got to hit it too thin. If he does that, he'll career into the black and pink with the red, so he's got to be a bit careful if he plays up and down. Yeah, there's no way he could get in behind the black. You just have to play a containing safety shot there. Ronnie won't be playing the easy safety shot, which is red onto yellow, because he didn't want to bring that yellow into play. Trying to get him behind the brown. This will be a bit of a shot. Goodness me, he's only got it. He's only got it, the little tinker. I mean, to hold a cue ball at that pace from distance, I can't tell you how hard that shot is. Ali Carter decides that's enough, so O'Sullivan had a nice break of 62, which was a catalyst to go further clear. He now goes 4 in front at 10-6.
Well, earlier in that frame, Carter had his chances, of course, and he missed that black earlier on, Stephen. Now, I would ask one of you to demonstrate, but there were no takers. What was the degree of difficulty in this shot?
Well, obviously, when you're cutting back a black like that, it's probably easy to pot the ball if all you've got to do is pot the ball. But the cue ball would have gone down the table, he wouldn't have been on a red. So in trying to keep position, that made the pot... How much more difficult? Twice as hard? It's hard to say, but that's the difficult bit about demonstrating.
That shot was into a blind pocket, which we all agreed was very difficult to demonstrate.
And
it did make it really difficult to do. I mean, just having to put the screw on the ball just to hold it there made it so much harder. And under the circumstances, he knew if he gets it, it's a brilliant chance for him, but if he misses it, there's a very good chance he'll lose the frame.
Even if it wasn't into a blind pocket, it'd be still difficult to demonstrate.
Right, okay. I'm going to make you do this tomorrow.
The reason is if you play a plain ball shot, it's sometimes easier to not put any accidental side on. The moment you start digging down on the ball, sometimes it becomes more difficult. You put a bit of side on and you miss the pot, and all for trying to get the position.
Well, it's academic now, obviously, Ronnie with that 4-frame advantage. But the guys were saying that they maybe detected 1 or 2 nerves from Ronnie. Did you detect them too, Ken?
Just a few. Probably pots, but it is getting late into the night. But this frame is massive regards to Ali Carter. I feel he must win this because 5 frames of a lead to give Ronnie O'Sullivan going into the final 2 sessions is huge.
Last one of the evening, last one of the day.
Yes, I think Ken Doherty there with the nail on the head. This is a big, big frame for Ali Carter. If he's going to take any positives out of this evening's play, to go 5 behind, it will really hurt. And that's the worst possible start. Poor safety. He had a little bit of a result, bit of good fortune. You don't usually get it when you need it most. Well, he did. Ronnie didn't think he could hit enough of that red and tried to bend it with a tracer left-hand side and just bent it too much. He didn't think he could hit enough of it. Hit too much.
Oh, can he get round the back of the back? Plain ball here. What he could have done. So why did he not just play for the black? don't want to get a chance to show that again, John. What do you think? I mean, it looks like the angle this cue, he could have just played with just a little bit of right-hand side and just played around the back of the black.
Yep. But
missed a trick there for me.
As we say, it's always easier from the commentary box. We don't miss many shots up here, but at the moment, the game isn't looking simple to Ali. It's looking decidedly difficult. We've all been there.
Green ball. Ali Carter 1.
Excellent pot.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Purposely covering the right-hand side, cushion up to try and make it a little bit more difficult. But Ali can just rest on the red that's nearest the pocket. This frame is just a must for me for Ali Carter. It's going to be tough from 11-6, from 10-7. Still well in the game. 11-6. Hard to see him winning from there.
Yes, 18, of course, is the target. To be champion of the world. And that's a better length from Ronnie. Don't know whether Ali can get through to the potting angle of this red. Oh, maybe he can. It's a thin one. He's got to hit it thin. Well played. Just a fraction more on the safety shot from Ronnie. That shot wasn't on. Terrific pot, but he's not pleased with where the cue ball's finished. Close to the cushion. Tough blue. Very difficult black. Well, the way he's pointing near the ball cushion, he's thinking of playing safe. He doesn't want this green to go in the middle. No. Pretty good. He's just asking a question here of Ronnie. He's got to hit this safety shot a bit thicker than he would have liked, really, because he can't hit it thin, the chance of kissing the green, so he's got to hit it thick so he can get round the back of the black. Well, in the end, didn't think he could risk it, so decided to play the snooker. Wonderful. The imagination that went into that shot without hardly thinking, and as I've said before, I used to say it about Alex Higgins all the time, a snooker brain, born with it.
It was nice to see that little tap on the table, because I'm sure when Ali was sitting in his chair, he never even considered it could be snooker behind the black at his next visit. Okay. It's a relatively easy escape, unless he's left the red in the middle. As he came to the chair, head shaking there, he thought, how on earth has he played that so well? But he's played a decent containing shot. He can't, I don't think, get behind a colour from here. Yeah, so he's got a slight chance of playing the aggressive safety.
This cue ball's close to the pocket, you know. Oh.
Somebody in the audience said, good shot, Ronnie, and Ali had a little glare out of the corner of his eye. I can remember you doing that, John, all the time.
Yeah, I could glare. You could do a head shake. I thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing, and I think that's exactly what's happened. Don't blame Ali for going for that, because he thought, if it goes in, I'm bound to be on the green. I think when Ronnie cuts this in, he's going to run into the black. But as I say, the green being near the middle pocket, is he going to turn it down?
If he stuns it in to miss the black, John, he could go in off in the green pocket. He's got to be a little bit careful here. Refused it, yeah, refused it.
Well, okay, refuse it, but don't kiss the brown. You won't be pleased with that. Chance here for Ali Carter. Get through to this red to the left corner. Big frame for him. Is he on the green? I would suggest he is. Always look at the body language of a player. He didn't look too disappointed, so he must be able to get through to it.
Yes, and he can hold for the one to the right of the pink, can't he, by just screwing back 3 or 4 inches. Needs to get onto the pink with an angle to open these reds up. Because the blue, it's no good playing for the blue because the pink is well off its spot, which makes the blue into the pack very difficult. First play for the blue, which cuts the cannon out. Where does he find his next red from?
Yes, when the pink is touching the reds, you just run into the pink. The pink being separated as it is acting as a little bit of a blocker. Well, that's not what he intended, but
10.
He's had a little bit of result. Don't get me wrong, this red is tricky, but he's finished straight on it, so he's just going to roll it in to be on the black. Lucky to have it.
Oh, a good shot that was. Just rolling it in plain ball means you'll just drift by the red that's on the cushion. As long as it's not straight, this will be okay.
Looks straight enough, doesn't it?
18.
Looks straight enough to me.
I think this is one of those, John, where you can run through and catch the jaws and come out for the black. I think screwing back with side is going to make this pot very difficult. But it's just actually off straight, so you can screw back.
Ali Carter, 18.
Might have been in the Willie Thorne Snooker Centre, Leicester, but not here at the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield. And having the red come back and kiss off the black, he's a little bit fortunate that cue ball has finished so close to the cushion, because if Ronnie's straight, can't see how he can get on a colour. Well, that was the problem. Couldn't do a lot with the cue ball.
One.
So if he can... Well, I was thinking if he could see enough of the yellow, but he's just bringing the... sliding off the black.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Played that a little bit casually, in all honesty. Well, I'm just getting the feeling at the moment that this game plan is being torn up by the shots. I think Ali at the moment now is deciding that it's a big frame and maybe I've got to try and make things happen. It's always a dangerous line between defence and attack at the best of times. Red looks as though it just went, but too tight for Ronnie's liking.
Touch and go.
Here we are with this marvellous shot as we drift in. Ronnie just takes advantage of the touching ball. As long as he gets that cue ball tight against the cushion. All that Ali can really do is just roll into them again. When we had a look at this red previous, it looked as though it went past the brown. Ronnie didn't play it, I assume, because he was... There you go, it does go. And I think he didn't play it last time because he was tight against the cushion and didn't fancy getting in position, but he'll take it on now, surely. Well, he still didn't fancy it.
If the red hand to stop near the blue, Ali Carter could play this with a little bit of confidence, but can't play it where the red's finished, next to the blue.
Strange choice, though, from Ronnie when that red had just passed the brown. It looked as though, you know, it could have been a pot that could have set the frame up for him.
Yeah, Ronnie's probably realising this is a massive frame, being the last frame of the evening. It's either 3 frames or 5, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to bear that in mind, absolutely. And he's probably also getting the feeling that Ali's going to push the boat out, and he's probably never had that feeling in the match so far. You know, he feels a couple of good safeties, and Ali might be tempted by a long one.
Use that red to speed up.
He's covered it. He's got to be careful when he's playing this, Ronnie. He avoids a kiss on the black. And he played it the other way. Is he nestling behind the brown? Not quite. Yeah, good shot. The double kiss has spoilt it. He's left this red on for Ali Carter.
Ronnie's so disappointed to have just got that little thin kiss there. Ronnie was so disappointed, he smiled, going off towards the table, and he actually, funny enough, looked at his shoe as if to say he was a bit unlucky there, but I don't think he was unlucky. Now, surely can he get the green into the bunch? I mean, the blacks have no value. Yellow into the bunches, there's a big target as well.
Yeah, that's the line he'll be looking for. Just caught the pink first, but he's not done any damage to the position. He's on a red, that's all he was hoping for.
3. 4.
As I say, he'd preferred not to have flicked the pink, but it didn't spoil it. Now he's going to play the pink. He's pretty good with the rest, is Ali. Now, where does the pink go? Does it go on its own spot? And if it does, is it available? It's in the open. And now Ali Carter with a 28-point lead. Well, he's not one to the side cushion. After the colour, he's going to need 3 of these remaining reds. 2 of them are easy.
Yeah, I just wondered, John, whether he's put that red on the pink spot, which means the pink will go onto the black spot. It's straightforward. If the pink goes on the black spot, obviously, probably not. The pink was spot. And if he was sure the pink wouldn't go on its own spot, he just stuns the pink in for that red.
Oh, and it does, and because it does, it's now tied up.
17.
And it's also tied up the red as well, so it's not straightforward anymore.
Well, Ali Carter and his team
18.
should take a lot of solace out of this, if he can come out of this session 5-4, because, boy, he's done nothing this evening, really. If he escapes 5-4, he must feel like he's won the session. Made break of 56 in frame 9 and
23.
59 in frame 15, and they're the only 2 breaks over 50 he's had. And to win 4 frames against an O'Sullivan that's actually in form is a pretty good performance.
Ali Carter, 23.
Not only has he missed the red has run across the table and brought the other red, which was close to pink, into play. So 1 good pot from Ronnie, and he's right back in this frame. pockets on the green, you feel. He's not got it.
1.
But he's just about on the black, you would imagine, but a bit of work to do. Well, maybe the red that's just to the right of the pink will go to the left middle, same pocket as the black, funnily enough. Ooh, it's the pace that kept that one out.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
So 40 points behind. So we see that black. And as Ali Carter comes to the table, I'll reverse the situation. 40 points ahead, 51 remaining. He's looking for this red and one more colour to win this vital final frame. What a fluke that is, and it's a frame winner, I feel. That now puts him 48 points in front with 43 remaining, and if he doubles this red, Ronnie will shake hands and say, see you tomorrow afternoon for the third session. In it goes, so it's having fluke. But he needs a bit of luck at the moment. He's had a rough night, but as you say, Willie, to only lose it by the odd frame, as he's not played his best. Hang on, we're waiting. This blue's in. This blue's in. No, it's not.
9.
Anyway, they'll shake hands. I would think Ronnie would be a little bit disappointed to have lost that frame. Ali Carter is taking whatever he can get at the moment. He'll go into the third session tomorrow afternoon. 3 frames behind, but it could have been worse. 10-7, O'Sullivan.
Carter still in this. Ronnie will sleep on that 3-frame cushion overnight, and I wonder how comfortably he'll sleep knowing this man has...
This is where snooker dreams are made. Please welcome snooker's comeback king of the year. Down in December, magnificent in May. What a story, what a player. A superb fight back against Trump. He's been playing like a man who has nothing to lose. A winner in Wales, a master in Shanghai. He is 11 frames away from achieving his lifelong ambition here at the Crucible. He's flying high. He is the captain. He is Ali Carter! And his opponent, the most naturally gifted player ever to grace the modern game. His form has been inspired here. A standing ovation against Williams, 6 in a row against every opponent so far. He's played with a smile, and quite simply, he's been sublime. His break of 92 yesterday was amazing. He is 8 frames away from a 4th global crown. He is so fast. Blink and you'll miss him. The Rocket. Ronnie O'Sullivan!
Quick glimpse of Damien Hirst, one of Ronnie's great friends, and of his son, Ronnie Jr., watching in the gallery. This is the 3rd of 4 sessions in this best of 35 frames final. 8 more frames to be played this afternoon, so back to Willie and John we go.
Final day, the World Championship, tremendous atmosphere. And Ali Carter, well, that last frame
Thank you, frame
that he
18.
won
Ali Carter to break.
last night will give him a ray of hope, but these first few frames in this session, so important. Big task, Will.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And the fact that Ali only made 2 breaks over 50 in that last session and still managed to win 4 frames will give him hope. And Ali Carter has... he had a bad session yesterday. Everybody has a bad session at the Crucible. His bad session was yesterday, but he still managed to win 4 frames. If he can just up his game just a little bit, this could go all the way. But O'Sullivan undoubtedly will have a lot to say about that.
You just flick the brown. It's not too bad. If you catch the brown thumb in the face, you'd have left a long pot on for Ali. Thumbs up there, and there's Ronnie Jr. What a proud moment it is for that young man. Probably doesn't realise the importance of the day, but he just wants his dad to win.
Yes, I can't think of a bigger thrill, John, than having your son watching you play. Stephen Hendry's had his son here before. Looks like he's enjoying his cup of tea and a biscuit, doesn't he?
Meanwhile, Ronnie is looking at this red. He can just get past the blue. He's got a slight angle, so he could run round off 2 cushions. I always feel it makes the shot a little bit easier. If you're trying to stun it playing below centre, they can just drift offline, but I think he can run round off 2 cushions. Bound to be on the black. Beautifully struck. First chance, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
There you see on Hawkeye, it was an 8'2" pot, and as Job mentioned, it's a lot easier when you can play on plain ball, and that's what he did there.
9.
You may see a little bit of reaction here. There's 3 reds in a line at the side of the pack there. He wants to miss the first red and arc the cue ball into that middle red and push through them. Ronnie's probably one of the best in the world at this particular shot if he decides to play it. Oh, he's hit the first red. That's why nothing happened. When we get a chance to show you the slow-mo again, he's tried to arc round that first red. Just watch here.
16.
It just kisses the first red, and that's why I didn't get any reaction. Just needed to miss that red. He's still got a cuttable red, but very tough.
Well, because it was such a thin cut, I had to trust to luck for position. He won't be complaining about that.
Doesn't have to play many shots with the rest, Ronnie, because he's such a proficient player left-handed. And because he doesn't have to play many, this is not a straightforward rest shot. I don't know why he doesn't play more with the rest, because he's brilliant.
Well, that was inch perfect, and it wasn't the easiest. He had to avoid the kiss on the second red. Couldn't have played it better.
$27. $28.
He's already had a look at that red at the back of the pack that will pot, so there's no need to play into them here.
Yes, I think if you're going to go into them, you want to go directly in the two, and you don't want to play off the black and come off the top cushion if you can avoid it.
36.
Maybe that's all he's left. There's the trophy. Ronnie has had it in his hands on 3 occasions. Didn't have to play a cannon. There was one of the avail, and of course Ali Carter. That's every
43.
player's dream from the moment you pick up a cue. Can you get that trophy in your hands and be world champion?
44.
Got an excellent record, obviously, Ronnie. He's only been in 3 finals and won them all. So Ali Carter's got that to contend with as well. And very, very quickly, after some 4 minutes of break building time, he's already past the 50 mark, and still, it appears, in perfect position.
51.
Yeah, it's always a bit tense, isn't it, in the arm, the first frame, but you wouldn't think so with Ronnie. He's got a lovely pace and that cue ball and pinpoint control. Just looking, there is another red available into this corner. You see it there, the one just to the right of the pink.
52.
So you can just pick them off one at a time, if he so wishes.
Fantastic picture there of this magnificent Crucible Theatre, Sheffield. Not only a player's dream to get hold of the trophy, John, not many players have, but to even play here, 59. The home of snooker, and I hope for a long, long time to come. This is Ali's last chance of getting a shot at this game in this
60.
frame. The fact that the white's gone very, very close to the cushion makes both black and pink slightly tricky.
Yeah, needs the black and one more red. Oh, made it look easy. And that black was missable, as you said, Will. But no problem.
67.
This red to go 68 points in front. And there's only 67 remaining. What a start from Ronnie. Great opening red. And apart from maybe that thin cut where you could say, or Ali would think he was lucky to be on the yellow, has played some wonderful shots. Just the start that Ronnie was looking for, not the one that Ali needed.
73. 74.
Well, Ronnie heading towards his 12th century here at the Crucible. He's already made 11. And as John just mentioned, this break has been, since the quite lucky kiss on the yellow, he hasn't put a foot wrong in this break.
80.
Could be the 70th of the tournament.
81.
And of course, what an advantage, what a talent to be able to play a shot like that. Hampered by the blue, left-handed. Amazing.
87. 88.
There's not many things in sport you can see, John, that when the best players are playing, that you can enjoy much more
95.
than those sort of an in full flight.
96.
Yeah, there's plenty of people who can make 100 breaks and clear all the balls, but with this style, this panache, absolutely superb. Well, surely he can't pot this, can he? Surely he can't pot this. Oh, unlucky. Well, what a start from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Got one chance, tremendous long red. In it went, and the rest looked like a formality. He stretches his lead once again to 4. He leads 11-7.
Well, there you can see the centuries board, John, and obviously we broke the 50 barrier in 2003, and it's been a gentle, apart from 2006 where it was down to 46, but the surprising one there is 2009's on 83.
Yeah, they must have had buckets that year, mustn't they?
Because, to be honest, John, I don't think I've ever seen all the players play better than this year, and I'm surprised that's the 83's not been broken.
Yeah, and they're giving £200 Betfred for every century break made to the Avon House Children's Hospice, and if they make 75, they're going to make it up to 25,000. This is the opening red.
Well, John mentioned in commentary, if you stun this in, it's a difficult shot. Running it in is still difficult, but less difficult than playing the run through, and he played it to perfection. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, for the second time in this match, has opened a 4-frame lead. Ali Carter's, you know, just played one poor safety shot, and it wasn't really poor because Ronnie knocked that long red end. You don't mind if a player just makes a century off a good pot. When it hurts you is when you're in the balls yourself and you miss, and then they make a century. So he won't be kind of beating himself up just yet.
Started the session at 92%. Now, after that tremendous start, 93%. Ali just below 90%. I always think you're going to be 90% or above if you're going to win these matches at this level. Well, if he's got a good length with the cue ball, that red to the left corner pocket, which he's left, won't be too easy. It will not be easy, this, because it looks for all the world as though the cue ball is going to run into the main bunch of reds, unless you played it with side, and being so close makes the pot more difficult if you try to do too much with the cue ball. Oh, and not only that, he's not the black in, but the main concern for Ronnie, what has he left? And nothing easy.
Well, the kiss on the yellow took the cue ball to the side cushion, so Ali can consider himself a little bit unlucky there. He forced Ronnie into a mistake with the pot he played there, and this red is very tricky.
Yeah, and I think he tried to play it with a bit of side, didn't he? And as I say, being near the cushion. Once again, Ali has knocked a red near the corner, and this time he's not got the cue ball near the baulk cushion, so this is a lot easier chance for Ronnie. Still a tough red. But Ali can't afford to be leaving Ronnie these chances.
Goodness me. I can't begin to tell you how difficult that is to stun them in. Running them in is not too bad, but to stun them in, that is tough. Never touch the sides. The natural angle will probably just about kiss the red that's nearest the middle pocket, but he could go around the back of it, so he's got to be a little bit careful. If he goes around the back, he'll be on nothing, and he has gone around the back. Just play to kiss that to stay near the red. Don't think the red is nearest the pink will pass into the corner. No, it definitely won't, so he'll be looking at a safety now.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Yeah, didn't want to risk. There was a red that he could play down the cushion, the right-hand cushion, but he's treating Ali Carter with the utmost respect. And the game. You know, don't take liberties with the balls, because sometimes they don't forgive you, and Ronnie, well, that's been the secret of his success this couple of weeks, Willie. For me, he's respected his opponent and the game.
Absolutely couldn't agree with you more. I don't think we've seen a head loss from Ronnie. I think his team have been working very closely with him, and he looks the real deal. And that is an excellent safety shot. Those 3 reds on the right-hand side are causing a big problem here for Ali. The 2 reds to the right of the pink, he can't risk playing those unless he plays them very, very thin. Anything other than thin, he kisses into the reds.
You called it well, and that was the problem. He may not have left anything to this corner pocket, but the red he can and into is certainly available to the far right corner. You would think Ronnie would take it on. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball to be on green or brown.
This will be worrying Ali Carter at the minute. Every ball he's played is hitting the middle of the pocket. He looks in the mood today. Right in the heart of the pocket. Obviously, a lot of celebs turn out for these matches. We've got Kevin Davis here today from Bolton. We've got Damien Hirst, the artist here. Andy Goldstein's there as well, the radio presenter. They'll come out to watch this man.
Five. Six.
Ronnie's great friend, Damien Hirst, comes to most of Ronnie's matches now. There he is,
30.
the renowned artist, one of the best artists in the world now. Very good friend of Ronnie's. And just to mention a couple more, we've got Darren Day and CJ Demouy here as well, so a lot of celebs here today.
Yeah, well, this is the big one in the world of snooker, and someone once described it as a 17-day soap opera. There's CJ and Darren.
There's
Darren Day there, next to CJ. Don't ask him a question, Darren, he knows everything.
He tried to get on the tour as well, Darren, at one time. He can make 100 breakdown. He's a very good player. But it makes you wonder
20.
sometimes why we all try and play this game when you see somebody like O'Sullivan playing the way he does, but we all know he's vulnerable at times. But at this moment
21.
in time, he's hitting the ball very sweetly. Now, he's going to play the cannon into the reds. Now, there's two reds to the right of the pack. He'd like to hit the middle one of those three on the right, and that would open the red into the corner. And he'll just hit the first one again. He's a fraction. Has he made a plant in the middle? If he has, he's fortunate.
Well, I think
28.
he has. Well, they're close enough that it can be made. Let me put it this way. That's a plant. It's just on the top jaw, but if you hit the first red on the right-hand side, it'll push the second one to the left. He's playing that well. He's making his own plants. Well, he's not taking it on. I'm surprised.
Yes, it looks like he's playing the red in the middle, the more difficult red, and phone the police. He's missed one.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 28.
This is Ali Carter's first chance with his hand on the table.
Yeah, well, what Ali could do with now is an easy starter. And if the red doesn't go to the right middle, the one to the left middle is very tricky. Particularly when you've not had your hand on the table much. Well, didn't score a point in the last frame. He's got 7 on the board this one, but that was a foul when Ronnie knocked the black in. And that just confirms it. Time's into the last pot. 17.5 minutes. Well, refused the red. It was difficult, but look at the cue ball. He didn't even get up past the baulk line. If ever you've seen tension in the arm, that was it. Just completely quit on the shot.
Now that will give Ali Carter some courage and some belief. I didn't expect Ronnie to miss that one. Ali Carter's got a few people down himself in the audience, and we had a few cheers there as they said, "Come on, Ali, this is first real chance."
Yes, there's not going to be anything easy for Ali here, as we saw with that badly hit safety shot. just didn't get the cue through, so he's just got to try and really concentrate on his technique and play his way into this break. Don't want much further than the next ball you've got to play, and he's underhit that one.
Well, underhit by 2 feet. He's just not getting through the cue ball at the moment. He's ultra tight. Good recovery. How's the cue ball? Not too bad.
And of course, plenty of encouragement, because everybody wants to see this turn to a very close, tense final, and they'll be right behind Ali. This Crucible audience that don't have a favourite, the neutrals. There'll be a few of those.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Whatever level you play at, you can't afford to miss a colour as easy as that. Even in your local club league, you'll be punished missing those.
One.
Yeah, this is it. As I said, when he came to the table, nothing was going to be straightforward. He just had to concentrate on just each pot as it came along, and when they're playing well, these pockets look so easy, but when you're just struggling a bit, they just seem to tighten up. Ronnie just over screwed that, but he's still on the red, just about.
7.
Play up for the blue if he gets a nice angle. Well, he may be playing for the black the way he's striking the cue ball.
8.
And those 2 reds just below the pink, certainly one of them is going to be available to the right corner. Whether that red on the top cushion is just spoiling, that's why he's playing the pink, to play for one of those 2 reds. Now with a 38-point lead, those 2 reds in the middle of the table, he's only looking for 3 more reds, and it'll be the second frame of this session on the scoreboard, and getting further clear.
And in double quick time, John, nothing doesn't take anything out of you when you play very quickly and get points on the board. He's looking at possibly playing the more difficult red first, but I don't think he's quite
21.
on it nicely enough. He's probably thinking, well, do I leave myself an angle on this next colour to move a red out, or do I play for that red that's over the middle, or
22.
nearest the middle pocket?
Well, the fact that he'll only need the red, I mean, you could just roll the black in and play for the one along the top cushion. No heroics, doesn't need the colour. If he pots this red, he'll go 54 in front, with just 51 remaining.
You can see Ali nodding in disappointment there. He knows he had every chance to win this frame, and to be perfectly honest, he's had a chance last night to win 3 or 4 frames, and he won 4. The 3 frames he lost. This is the miss that you just can't forgive yourself for missing those.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 37.
Bradley
And
Carter's
50.
decided that's enough again. No, O'Sullivan looks in fine form. No high break that frame, but a couple of 30s takes him further clear. Up 12-7.
Yes, Ronnie, in brisk, business-like fashion today, and we found out last night when I was speaking to his manager that Ronnie actually had food poisoning for the whole of the first day of that final. He got it on Friday night. He ate a single banana all day. That was it. Yeah. And he still comes out 10-7 in front. He looks like he means business today, John.
Certainly hit the ball very well. It's slightly worrying for Ali Carter now because the gap is getting wider. and he doesn't look like he's going to take his chances. The one shot there that was very poor was when he tried to clip off the red and go up to Bork, and he left it right next to the brown. OK, Ronnie missed the chance and put him in afterwards, but it doesn't look like any department's going 100% at the moment.
The pattern of his matches, Stephen, seems to have been that at one point in them he has been more aggressive in a more decisive fashion. Do you detect that that is coming in this session?
At some point in this match, he's going to have to start going for his shots and take the bull by the horns, because it's not working what he's doing at the moment.
OK, and your assessment so far, Steve?
Sometimes when you're out there, you know, even if you've been playing well in previous sessions, you get on the table and all of a sudden you try to let your arm go, you try to let it go through nice and smoothly, and it feels like you've got the weight of the world on the end of your elbow and there's somebody holding it back. And that's when you start under-hitting the shot sometimes. And it seems to be what Ali Carter's been doing in a couple of the sessions we've seen, especially at the start as well. It seems like he's got to relax a bit more. That's the hardest thing to do. How do you relax when you're trying so hard?
Yeah.
If he can do it, and possibly he'll start to do it when the gap gets bigger.
Yeah, under the most severe pressure imaginable in your sport in this third session of the World Championship final. Ali with it all to do now.
Breaks off, and we can have our opinions of what's gone wrong and everything else, but when you're playing Ronnie O'Sullivan, and Ali knew at the start of this match that Ronnie was coming into this in the best of form, it's a hard thing to imagine. You know, sometimes you think you've got to play extra well, if you like, to beat Ronnie, and there is that danger that you just try too hard. But then I have a tendency to agree with Stephen Hendry. I think maybe you should go for a few more now and just give it a go. You know, you don't want to come out of a match and not really have given yourself your best chance to play well. And I think Ali at the moment, he's not showing anything like the form, particularly in the last two sessions, that he's shown to get here.
Yeah, we've had 11 frames since Ali trailed 5-3, and he's made 2 breaks over 50, and you know, you wouldn't expect to win at any level just making a couple of 50 breaks, so he's just certainly got to up his scoring without any question. I know it's hard, I know it's the crucible, but you've got to do that. Ronnie's got this red on and we can see through the gap of the brown and blue, but there's no value in it because the black doesn't pot in the right-hand corner as we look there. So no value in that.
Yeah, the only thing is, I can't see a safety. If he's going to play it, he's going to have to play it with a lot of left-hand side, which makes this pot very difficult. You have to put a lot of left-hand side on to avoid a kiss on the other balls. He decided to play the safety, played it with left-hand side. Superb. Superb.
Well, he's played the last 2 safety shots he's played, he's been within an inch of the baulk cushion. So not only has Ali got to put up with the break building, he's got to put up with him playing beautiful safety. Once again, the brown's going to stop this ball going to baulk, is it? Oh no, he's just scrapped by it. That's a good safety shot, Ali, well played. Just needs to get a bit of time on the table.
This is what Ali's got to go at. As you can see, not a lot. And judging from what Hawkeye's showing us, I can't see a return to baulk. He's looking to come off the side, the right-hand side cushion, but it looks like, well, he's trying one of these deep screws, but you're never certain where the reds are going to go. You're never certain where the reds are going to go when you play that. And he's caught the green and left Ronnie a straight red to the corner.
You can see a disappointment, and he played that well, actually, didn't he? I mean, bar the kiss on the green, he's got a good white, and with the kiss on the green, as you rightly stage, on straight red. Very unlucky there. Decelerated there. Didn't get through the ball.
Yeah, funnily enough, when I said he left him a straight red, it was just off straight, and they're the ones that if you don't really get through the cue ball, and there's a distance to travel and you put him backspin on it, it just slides off by the time it reaches the red. If that had been straight, I don't think he could have missed it. Not the way he's played so far. Well, safe enough. But if you don't find the top cushion, you just make it that much easier for your opponent to play a better safety shot. Just looking to see where the reds will finish, but he needs to find the top cushion with a shot. And close enough, you would have thought, to stop Ali playing return to the top cushion. And if he can't, then he can only play a little roll-up.
Yes, a clever shot, wasn't it, there? Covering the left-hand side of the reds with the black. Well, he can only hit this full ball, so there'll be a lot of reds moving around here. Has he got them all safe? Well, he's played it very well. Did well to get there.
Well, that one's a bit pacey. Now this is the test for Ali. There's a couple of reds available to the left middle. I know they're risky, but as the time comes where he has to just take the odd risk. You'd hate to let a match run away from you without just giving an opportunity for your ability to shine through. He's taking this red on. Big shot. Well played. It was a dangerous shot because he knew he'd be leaving all the balls on for Ronnie. Now, can he capitalise on this chance?
Yes, it's a long time since he's had the balls in this kind of position. This is almost a practice position, but when you've been kept off the table for so long, has anyone 3 frames in the last 6? But certainly the way the first 2 frames have started, what he wouldn't give for a 70-odd break here. Sooner rather than later, he'd like to get up onto the black, and then he can score very quickly.
9.
There's so much room around the black spotty. You've got a chance of playing for it here. Anything but straight and anything but near the cushion, you're okay.
10.
And you've done just about both. It's finished straight and got a little bit nearer the cushion than he wanted, but he's blessed with a wonderful cue action and a lot of cue power. So screwing back's not an issue.
Well, it depends what sort of an angle he's got on this red now to the middle. He may be valuing stunning across the left-hand side cushion and playing for the blue. Well, he decided to play for the ball colours. I don't blame him. I just thought if you had a chance, maybe more of a potting angle, he would have thought about playing for the blue. It'd just be nice to have that blue on the spot.
That's one of those shots where you just play in areas, and unfortunately the kiss is not great because he hasn't got the angle now to get onto the black.
21.
When you're playing a green like that, you're just playing to finish on 2 or 3 reds, and he's betwixt and in between, so he's going to have to play it for blue or bought colour. The thing here, without the kiss, is going to be on all 3, really. Might take John's choice here and dropping on the blue, but it depends. No, he's played for bought colour again, and wow. Warning signs for Carter and his fans at the moment. That's twice he's been perfectly in the balls, and twice he's missed.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, when he had a similar sort of pink into what we call the blind pocket, he hit it too thick. And it just shows he's probably made a little bit more of an allowance, and that one he hit too thin. And it's a lonely place to be when you're trying to second guess yourself.
Not an easy shot to get onto a colour here. May just decide to play for the blue. Yeah, it was tough to get onto a colour. Trying to get the blue back into play. The 2 reds either side of the pink spot are the ones he'll be playing here, just playing a deep screw. Like to finish somewhere near his backhand here. Oh, he's overscrewed this. He's got second prize. He's got one in the middle, and he didn't play there.
6. Seven. 14. 15.
Well, we're
22.
sweeping in, but we'll sweep in to see that Ronnie's not perfect on this red. He wanted to be straight on it. What is it? Quarter ball cut? Maybe less. And you can see if he plays it plain ball, we'll run into the 2 reds. He might not mind that, bring those reds into play, but don't miss the pot. And he has took his eye off the pot. As I say, he wanted to be straighter on that red, and then he's thinking, well, I'm going to run into the 2 reds. Not certain where the cue ball was going to finish. And just hit it too thick.
And when you're struggling, this is what's where this red finishes now. It's hit the other jaw again and just rested. Okay, it looks easy from here, but it's right on the cushion. I mean, the easiest shot is to play one off the other, but he's not playing well enough for those at the minute. He's going to have to play the clip. He'll have no idea where the cue ball is going to go, because it's probably going to cannon into the 3 reds just above it. Now, where's the cannon going to go? Is it going to be kind to him? Is it going to be kind to him? It is kind to him now. Come on, Carter, now. This is a good... You're happy to get one chance against somebody in O'Sullivan's form. This is your second in this frame. You've got to make it count.
Five. 6.
A little bit twixt in between. He's got this red to the right middle. He's got to be careful with position. You play for the black.
12.
It's okay, he could control the cue ball, no problem. Didn't think it was as straight as that. Played that shot nicely.
19.
18 points the lead. The red's just a little bit awkward. Whenever the
20.
red's a little bit awkward, it's imperative you get good position on the colour. .22 points the lead now, so you would think with the type of colours he's going to be playing on, he needs 3 of these remaining 4 reds. So it's not straightforward by any means.
Yes, I think he tried to get onto the one next to the pink there, because that's very awkward, isn't it? He needs that angle on the green, just a bit of drop on the cushion, then he can get the pink in play as well. Let's have a look at the angle he's got on the green. Will he play for the one at this end, or will he just drop on the cushion? The angle he's got on the green is good to get rid of that red in between pink and green, and I think that's the one he should play for. He might not get a better chance to get on it than this. You can almost see in his mind, John, can't you? He doesn't really want to risk finishing near the cushion. He's just not. He's playing with very little confidence at the moment, and he's not going to play for that red. It's hard to see that, isn't it? Hard to understand why he didn't.
27.
Well, I think he's in that mood at the moment. He's looking for things to go wrong. At least he knew he was certain to be on this red, but using the rest, it's no gimme. So another chance gone. But as it wasn't going to be easy for Ali to win the frame, same applies to Ronnie. So he may hope, Ali, that he gets a third chance. Well, he's not perfect on this red.
6.
Well, if he decides to play the pot, he might play it really slowly and play the cannon into red that's next to the pink, because that will cover the pocket. Doesn't look like he's going to play that, though.
I'll tell you what, though, Willie, I like the shout. And it's unlike Ronnie to miss a trick. Although maybe he doesn't fancy the pot.
Looks like he's going to play the snooker. Yeah, I agree, John. But it is would have been a nice shot to play.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Don't think this is the best of safety shots Ronnie's ever played in his life.
Well, he thought so much about the snooker, he forgot about the red he was hitting. And he's left it. And there's just a slight angle. You've got to cue this so well. Is Ali up to it? Yeah, just had to cue it absolutely perfect, and You know, when you're going through it like Ali is at the moment, well, nothing's easy. And that was difficult anyway. Now, he needs a good angle on the green, and he's immediately walked round to look at the yellow because he obviously hasn't got that angle on the green. So it can be a very precise positional shot. Well, that's where he'd like to put the cue ball. Can he get it there? Got an angle on the yellow. It's all about line and length. Just needed to bounce a fraction off the cushion, but he's on it, and if he rolls the red in, he's bound to be on the pink, and the frame at his mercy.
Yes, the fact that it's on the cushion is making this a lot more difficult. I don't know whether the cannon into the green is going to be easy. We'll just have a look at the angle on the red when referee McKellar helps clean the white. Yes, it looks like he's bound to kiss the green, so this is Ali's last chance in this frame. This is the only one that could go wrong. Played it hard enough to miss the kiss on the green. 16 in front. Up to and included the brown.
Yeah, it's easy done. 16 behind as it happens, Willie.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. So Ronnie has a quick look at the scoreboard. He's aware. And 13 points behind means that he needs the 6 remaining colours. When he pots the pink, he'll be 7 points in front, but there'll still be the black on the table.
9.
And that could be the only problem for him, getting from pink to black. I always say the key to a clearance like this is brown to blue, but with the pink not being on its spot, that isn't necessarily so, although he'd like a good angle on the blue to get close to the pink.
$16.
Well, straight enough on the blue. He can't get close to the pink now. But I suppose the fact that black's not on his spot makes it a little bit easier. Oh, he managed to go down. So the pink will put him 7 points in front. So he still needs the black. And this
27.
looks... Well, OK, you wouldn't expect him to miss this. So Ali Carter has had 3 good chances in this frame and couldn't make the most of them. And another frame slips away from Ali Carter. A shake of the head, real disappointment. Ronnie O'Sullivan won't mind, and neither does young Ronnie in the balcony. They're delighted. Now 6 frame gap, 13-7.
And you have to feel for Ali Carter there, because how close is he really to losing a grip in this final now?
Well, he's starting to look a little bit resigned in his seat there, and you know, the spectre of the getting beat a session early is looming, because he needs to get a frame on the board quickly, because the more Ronnie gets in front and gets more confident, it just gets harder and harder for Carter to get frames on the board.
What do you detect about his body language and the way he's playing at the moment, Steve?
Well, he's been up against it all the match, really, and obviously the hole's getting deeper and deeper. There's very few times in a snooker player's career where there's the chance of this type of thing happening. You know, the World Finals, semi-finals, perhaps about it, really, for a big lead like this and you still got time to go.
Quarterfinals as well.
Yeah, to some degree, the quarterfinals. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, quite, in your case, perhaps.
Well, yes. But, so the experience of this is not a nice thing to happen. No. And You've got to sit out there. Basically, like the execution is happening, and you've just got to sort of suffer it. And a bit of embarrassment factor as well, John. Yeah.
Yeah, I had it against Steve in the final here. I played. I'd absolutely nothing left to give before the final. I had nothing in the final to give, and it is the loneliest chair in the world. And he's playing very similar to what I can remember. You have a little bit left in you, and a chance comes, and you've got concentration for 5 or 6 balls, and then all of a sudden it's gone again. It's like as if you find a little bit of petrol, and then all of a sudden it goes. And I'm not saying he's completely out of this, but there's worrying signs. It looks exactly how I felt.
Yes, and indeed the reverse, the total opposite is true of Ronnie O'Sullivan, whose body language is, well, it is saying that he believes he's going to be the world champion for the 4th time here. We saw that little clench of the fist as he went out there.
I haven't seen that one.
Indeed, yeah. 6 is the difference.
And 4 is the target for O'Sullivan. So 5 is the target, I should say, for O'Sullivan, and Ali's probably decided now that there is a gap through the red and black, but is he going to change his game plan? It's not looking good at the moment. Just got to keep your belief, haven't you? I mean, I know it's hard. It's the hardest venue in the world to play, but you've just got to keep your belief, Ali. You're here on merit. You played the best snooker in that half of the draw. Just keep your chin up and just battle.
Yeah, it was a little bit to the left jaw, but he played it with such nice pace. And that's the one thing with Ronnie, he's got such a beautiful flowing cue action that he doesn't have to particularly hit the ball hard. And if you don't hit it too hard, you give the ball more chance to go in the pocket.
4.
Just flicked past that red, and in a way made it on for the far right corner. Left him a nice angle to come back for the black. And there you see the loose red at the bottom. He'd like to be low on this, so in potting it he could bring another few reds
14.
into play. He only needs 3 or 4 to come out. There you go, just stunned into them.
15.
And when he gets in and around the black, it's a joy to watch, well, isn't it?
We just can't imagine him not scoring 40, can you? You just know with loose reds he's going to get that kind of score
22.
at least.
And there's Ali in that loneliest seat in the world, the Crucible Theatre. When your opponent's at the table potting all the balls and you're sitting there, you're just thinking about the missed chances you've had. Not a good place to be. But that's sport. That's sport. And there's the lonely seat. Isolated.
Did to take the tougher pot into the corner pocket. And the pace he played it gave the red every chance to go in. A fraction harder, that may have not gone in, but the delicate little colour on the red to leave the pink in the middle. And the 2 guys in the studio have inflicted massive defeats on opponents, Stephen Hendry and Steve Davis, over the years here at the Crucible. little bit worrying now for Ali Carter and his supporters to think that they could be over with a session to spare the way things are going.
Yeah, and this looks like a tricky operation here for Michaela Tabb. She's got to get the pink as close to its own spot as it possibly can in a direct line with the top cushion. She feels that she can get it closer, but she has to move the red rather than put her hand in.
How many ball markers are you allowed to carry, Ron? Is there a rule?
I don't know. She's probably got big pockets.
Is that going to go in directly on its own spot?
Well, maybe a little bit lower down towards the two reds. Now, she's got to see if the red will go on back there. Ali having a close look. I don't think the red will go there, Michaela. Oh, steady. Need a steady hand, you know. I don't think it goes there, does it? Hasn't got to be touching the pink, so no. So the pink has to go a bit further down. Fair play to her. Give me a few minutes. Go and boil an egg. But she just wants to make certain that she gets this pink in the right place. I mean, a lot of referees would have just got down and just put the pink as close as they thought they could get it. But she wants to do it right. And put the cue ball back, which is in the way.
Well, I think she deserves a round of applause for that, to be perfectly honest. A big sigh of relief from Michaela. Undoubtedly one of the game's great referees, if not the best. Unlikely to get a position to put balls back like that.
Yeah, Ronnie just overstretching. But yeah, it was important that the pink went into there. That's where it was supposed to go, and the referee was supposed to make every effort.
$30. $37. $38.
Still a loose red to play for. If he's got a nice angle on this black, he may decide to play the cannon on the main bunch, but the loose red is easy to play on. And of course, off this red, if he could get low on the black,
45.
then he'd be able to pop the black and run straight into them.
$46.
And he's perfect on the black. Now it all depends on this split. He's got a 46-point lead at the moment. He's checked to see if there's a plant anywhere. If these open up correctly, could be frame over. But as we always say, it doesn't matter how good you are,
53.
when you try to split them like that, you're never certain to be on a ball. I mean, he couldn't have hit them much better, will he, could he?
Hit the perfect gap, didn't he? And was almost bound to be on a red there, but as you can see, is very close to this red. It's available into the middle, but I'd be surprised if he takes it on, because I can't see how he can get a player as a shot to nothing. But the way he's feeling, he wants to take it on, and he is doing. Not only is he taking it on, he's knocked it in as well.
Yeah. And managed to feel he could play it, but there's a tough brown on here. He's just missed it. If he knocks that in, that's certainly frame ball. So Ali Carter got to dust himself off now and come back. Comes to the table, 54 points in arrears, but there's still 75 remaining. But has he got it left in him to take advantage of this opportunity?
Well, it's the last frame before the interval in this game, so he's got time to regroup. Can he, as John said, just clear to give himself a chance in this match? He's got every chance now.
Eight.
The thing is, how do you make yourself feel like you're just in a practice game and not in the final of the World Championship? Because in practice, these would disappear like lightning.
Nine.
I think Ali's played too well to get defeated with a set in despair. That wouldn't be quite fair. But nothing's fair in this game. And this is a wonderful chance for him to pinch it and go into the interval trailing 13-8.
15. $16.
Well, you could see he was walking round. I think he wanted to be on the brown. He's looked at the pink, but he'd be slightly hampered by the brown. He wants everything as easy as possible, but he's just slightly off the wrong angle for the brown to get close to the next red. And there's pressure now on every shot. That goes without saying.
20. $21.
Nicely played. Now it's imperative he gets a
28.
good angle on the colour off this red, because that last red is a little bit awkward.
$29.
Now, has he got to stun off the top cushion? If he has, it could go wrong.
Yes, I don't blame him for playing near the cushion to make this just a rolling red. If he'd have been playing with the rest again, he's missed a couple with the rest.
34.
The only problem is that he's just left it at an angle where he's almost going to run into the pink with the cue ball. Didn't have the right angle on the pink. Yellow's going to be tough.
Yeah, he's not got the right angle, as you say. But this pink will put him 13 points behind. So he's going to need these 6 remaining colours
41.
to win the frame. And this yellow must look very tough to him.
This is not a natural, is it? It's almost a stun run through. Got the position absolutely perfect. Just finished so awkward on the last red. He just couldn't do anything else, but as we see the yellow again, it was very close. The last red, he just couldn't quite get onto a colour properly.
Got the snooker. Looks an easy hit, but the old problem is not hitting it. Can you get it safe? 2 cushions, side cushion, baulk cushion into the yellow. That's the line. Couldn't have hit it much better. And may have a snooker behind the brown if the yellow rolls on. I don't think it's quite rolled enough. But I don't think... Well, I don't know. Ronnie's having a close look. Can he see enough of this yellow to play the pot? Maybe just. No, didn't feel he could, but the fact he could hit it, he could play a good safety. And that's superb. And that's the other thing, you see, that when we come to the end of frames like this, Ronnie's safety play is as good as anyone in the game, or probably who's ever played the game.
Yeah, when he was working very closely with Ray Reardon, he used to, Ray Reardon used to get him involved in the safety and want him to play good safety. And You saw Ronnie there standing behind the shot. He was interested to see where the cue ball finished. Usually when he plays safe, he just walks off back to the seat. He's involved in every aspect of the game at the moment. I've never seen him look better.
Yellow dangerously close to the corner pocket. Took a bit of a risk there, but the pinks come to his rescue. Good hit from Ronnie. Is he going to leave the yellow? He has done. So this is another chance for Ali, but such a thin contact, he's got to be careful here that he doesn't kiss the pink. If he can miss the pink, he can get on the green. In his effort to miss the pink, he played with a lot of right-hand side. Tough shot to play under the circumstances, and maybe the wrong one.
Well, yellow to green's obviously the stumbling block here because he needs up to the brown.
Two.
Not perfect on this green. Probably have to play with the brown into the middle pocket, turn off two cushions and play it in the left-hand middle as we look.
Five.
It's just about. I was just about to say perfect, but it's not. The fact that he needs the brown, he won't be playing the heroics with the position of the cue ball. He's looking very, very hard to beat at the moment. Ali Carter has missed 3 or 4 shots in this session that could have won him at least 2 frames.
20.
O'Sullivan started with 54. Ali Carter replied with 41. But it's that last 27 from O'Sullivan that, as he kisses up to his son in the balcony, Ronnie Jr. Ronnie's getting ever closer to winning this match now. He wins that frame, and he now leads 14-7.
He needs 4 more, and there are 4 more to play this afternoon, and there is a real sense. And I think everybody has complimented Ronnie as we see Ali here, and a lot of compliments obviously for Ali's tenacity. He's going to have to show plenty of that in the next few frames. But Ronnie's desire and his commitment to try and win this title for a 4th time, Steve.
Yes, but I think perhaps even in the way that Ali walks out here, the job's nearly done, in my opinion. Ali's all of a sudden more or less given up. Even walking out there in a sort of relaxed mode, licking his fingers. So basically, from Ronnie's perspective, it looks like he's trying to get as much damage done in this session as possible and get an early night.
Indeed. Well, 4 more to play this afternoon. 4 more, of course, is what he needs. And we're going to share these frames in the company of 2 world champions in an All-Ireland duo, Ken Doherty and Dennis Taylor.
Thank you, Hazel. And that was a fascinating piece with Dr. Steve Peters there. But as you've seen Ali coming out there, he had a little snack, so maybe he's got a bit of fuel on board and he's here for the fight in this little mini session, which he's got to win. Well, 3-1 would be very nice, but can he get to the table? He has kept his focus throughout the 17 days. In the past, we've seen Ronnie come here to the Crucible, and for a week he's been in terrific form and in great mood. And then all of a sudden it would change in the 2nd week. It hasn't happened this year, and that's why he's produced the form that he has.
Yes, Dennis, and how determined he's looked, particularly the first 4 frames. Very focused and playing with real purpose. Looked like both players got a little bit tired towards the end of the session last night. But Sullivan really looked very determined from the first ball he potted this afternoon. Not a good safety. Covered on this red down to the bottom right hand corner pocket, so trying to drop on these couple of reds on the top cushion. Doesn't want to go by them, and that's exactly what he's done.
It's usually the case when you are struggling that you don't get the run of the ball. As you see, that white just touched the red, but I don't think he's left a great deal. The black looks to be tied up, so there's no value in potting that red along the cushion. Funny, at the start of this match we had a handshake here. Just watch Ali as he eyes Ronnie up. Have a look at those eyes. He keeps staring at him. Ronnie's turned away and he's still staring at him. That was an interesting one, Ken.
It was, wasn't it? And if you look at Ronnie O'Sullivan, a little bit of a wry smile there as well. There was a definite moment when they both stared at each other. Now, has he knocked the black on as well as knocking this red over the bottom left-hand corner pocket? I think the black, if he gets high enough on the black, I think the black does pot, and there you see, that's exactly where he'd love to put the cue ball. He may be able to knock the other red out as well, Dennis, if he manages to get on the black from this red.
So difficult to judge a screw shot like that, almost the full length of the table, and he just got into it a bit too much. And a little thin snick will take him around the angles, somewhere behind the yellow near the cushion. Well, in fact, he can swerve to get to the yellow with the same result.
Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
But Ali's just got to hang in here. You know, Ronnie's, well, he's given Ali a couple of chances. I suppose 2 of the frames Ali could have won. So he's got to hang in there. You know, his opponent still needs 4 more frames, and it can turn around, but he would have to start playing at the top of his form. So give it your best shot, Ali.
Shake of the head from Ali Carter. Ronnie a little bit lucky covering this red. He's knocked over this bottom hand corner pocket. The target was in behind the yellow, but didn't expect to knock the red this close to the pocket. And once again, he's in a bit of a predicament here. Even if he does manage to get back to balk, that red is always going to be there, so just got to be very careful. Safety shot.
That's what he's looking at. Okay, just showing you that there's very little available to get back down the table. I suppose he could come off the right side cushion to make contact with the red near the pocket, but even then he would leave a possible pot on. Well, that was about the best he could do, but he's left a possible red.
to the middle pocket, and if he drops this in, he could finish on the yellow. And that's exactly what he's done. So one good positional shot here, and he has the angle on the yellow to get back up to the reds. Okay, the pink and black are tied up somewhat at the moment. In fact, he might even be able to pot the yellow and possibly play a cannon on the pink and red. Just depends how he feels. Because if he plays for a single red, he's once again checking to see if that black would go from the left side of the table into the right corner. So we'll find out after this shot. Took his eye off the pot.
Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
Yeah, shouts of, come on, Ali. The fact that he was digging down on that cue ball just made the pot just a little bit more difficult. A couple of reds he can go at here.
One.
Well, that's not the best shot he's ever played. He wanted to be the other side of that blue, just to come back down towards these reds.
Yeah, he's got the red over the pocket, so it's not imperative that he tries to force this around the angles. He could take that red and get himself onto the yellow. Could play a nice little stun shot here and get around the back of the yellow.
6.
Well, he played that with a lot of side and decided to go up for the blue. The natural angle would have taken him into the yellow. I thought he might have stunned around the back of the yellow, but this will free the pink if he gets this right. He's let the white slip away. It's the only problem: if you catch that half ball, the white will always go towards one of the corner pockets.
12.
Yeah, and that stemmed from that opening red, didn't it? Then it's not getting up high in that blue. It's imperative. Just, you know, when you're this far behind, you want to try and make the next pot as easy as possible.
Ali Carter 12.
He's been struggling since he started this session. I mean, he's been struggling with the position, even in those first 4 frames. Then, as he was like short on a few balls, he wasn't getting through the cue ball like he was in the first couple of days. I suppose it is down to how well Ronnie O'Sullivan has been playing, putting them under pressure. There's another excellent safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. I must say, he's been so impressive, as well as his century breaks and break building. His safety has been spot on. 89% safety success, 88% from Ali Carter.
He's pushed the red over the pocket, and the cannon on the blue has left a path possibly through for that red. Well, that's a little bit tight. I don't think he can get to the potting angle of that red. Not without a little trace of side to get it around the yellow. Ronnie feels as if he can pot it, but the camera angle we showed you, it's very tight indeed.
Tell you, this would be some shot, Dennis. The 4-ball plant, red onto yellow, onto red over the corner pocket.
Well, he might just cut this one in. And well, he's put the pink in.
Foul. Ali Carter 6.
And he's played such a good safety shot. He's caused his own problem here.
I think he's left a free ball as well.
She's just going to check. Well, Ali says it doesn't matter, so...
Although, well, okay, cue ball is tight on the ball cushion and he's got a difficult safety shot, but, I mean, if he has a free ball and he goes for the green in the middle, he's not going to be leaving anything, you know?
I'm just wondering if he's left a possible pot. If Ronnie can get past the blue and hit the cushion, he might just knock that red in this near the pocket. You can see the other one, but the red's blocking the pocket. I think he can pass the blue and pot this. I really do. I'm surprised Ali didn't look at this. Well, he's just playing to land on it. I'm surprised that Ronnie didn't try and pot that.
Well, he's having a look at this red. It's almost dead straight up into the yellow pocket as we look. A lot of pressure on this shot. Oh, well played. Great shot. Well done. Excellent pot.
Still very difficult for Ali here, but at least he's got the pink on its spot.
7.
And the black's totally surrounded there. Could have done with a better angle on the pink. He's going away from the reds now. The one just to the right of the black and 3 reds is available into the right corner, but he can't get nicely onto that one. And what Ali's got to be thinking about is his match against Judd Trump. If you can come back from that 12-9 behind, he won four in a row. That's the sort of thoughts that have been going through his head at the moment. This is a great effort. If he misses the brown, he's got terrific cue power, Ali Carter. Needs to pull up a little bit. Now, you can't play a better positional shot than that. Very well played.
Well, if ever a shot was going to give him confidence, that's exactly what he needs right now. Is certainly that shot that was inch perfect. Positional shot, and this red just above the black to the left goes. Nice angle on this, and he could really certainly bring the black into play as well.
21.
Look at the action he got on that with the reverse side. Played it with left hand side with the screw back, and as the white hits the cushion, it spins away up the table. He needs a nice little kiss here, and I don't think he's going to get it. That's the end of break.
27.
He's getting down pretty quickly to play the safety shot. So the chance has slipped away, but nevertheless he's 43 in front. A lot of Ronnie O'Sullivan supporters in this crowd, but there's a lot of them would like to see a comeback from Ali Carter.
little bonus for Ali there, the green going safe. Well, that's a pretty good shot. I mean, he's got the white back there. Just as he played it, he was playing to pot that red. If the red didn't go in, he was going to wobble it. He always screwed the cue ball back up there.
Excellent return of safety from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Cut that all wrong. And what's worse for Ali is that he's brought the yellow into play. But that was down to a superb safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He had a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, and they might look safe here, where the balls are situated, but I've seen a break yesterday. Ronnie made a 92 clearance, one of the finest breaks I've ever seen at the Crucible. Most of the balls were tied up, and somehow he got a total clearance at the end.
6.
Definitely trying to get on the black here, and I'm not quite sure the two reds that are close together and tight to that top cushion just behind the black, they may even be a plant. He's just coming around to have a look there now. Good shot, he says, Ronnie.
7.
It was shot, he said, yeah. Just giving himself a little bit of praise. He knew as soon as he struck that he didn't hit it well. Consequently, he misses.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 7.
The blue, that wasn't straightforward by any means. But sometimes you miss a pot like that, but he didn't really play for anything there, and he hasn't finished on a red. I think that's the first blue in the final he's missed. He's potted 33 out of 34, believe it or not, Ken.
That was a nice little shot, wasn't it, from Ali Carter? Snooping him on these reds. Okay, it's pretty easy to hit. Clever little shot. Oh, excellent shot. Excellent shot. He has. Just saying, we've seen an array of all different types of shots from Ronnie. His safety. So clever as well. It's not all about potting and break building.
He badly needs this frame, because there's every possibility if Ronnie was to pinch it that it could finish in this session. Another chance for Ali. Just depends. He could leave a nice angle on the blue to get up to the 4 reds. Let's see, what sort of angle has he got here? Has he gone too far? No, he can get the cannon. Might have to come off the cushion, or he could screw straight into them. I think the red next to the black goes, but he's got the angle to get to the reds. Unlucky. Just overcooked it slightly.
6.
Again, just looking to see these reds plant down into the left corner pocket. And when you've got a 42-point lead, you don't necessarily want to be bringing these reds into play. But he plants it up. But he found one. Excellent shot. And just look at where the cue ball's finished.
Alec Archer 7.
Well, that was a strange one, Dennis, wasn't it? He played that so casually. I don't think he's even got the snooker, and Ronnie hasn't even looked down the line there, Dennis, and I don't think he's even snookered. We have a perfect camera angle there, and that's amazing.
The thing with Ali's shot, I thought he could get in behind the green, and maybe there wasn't enough room, but he got down very casually. I'm sure there was enough room to just nestle in behind the green. No, he couldn't, obviously, but I think he knew whichever way he played that, he was going to leave an easy escape. But that's a little careless. Ronnie will take this on. Okay, needs absolutely perfect cueing. Looking at that picture, he's close to the cushion. He's almost straight. Just watch the cue if it goes through in a straight line here. Oh, cannon on the blue will help Ali, and it has.
I'll tell you what, Dennis, there'll be a big cheer if this goes in for his first frame today. He's waited a while for it. 44 points ahead, only 43 remaining.
Oh, he's got that as well. They're clinging to that back cushion there, but you have to hit them perfect to knock that type of shot in. Ronnie will stay in his seat.
Alec Archer 7 and Duffley.
Signals to the referee. So Ali Carter has stopped the rot, and he waves to the crowd. He raises his hands. That's nice to see. Could this be the start of the mini comeback? It's still 14-8 though to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well played, Ali Carter. I think he deserves that because he's gone through the mill out there already in the afternoon. John, just describe the feeling of pride that he might take now from that performance, because the prospect of being beaten in a world final with one session to spare must not be nice.
No, not at all. I think the interval came at the right time. I think he's probably had a carrot juice and a pep talk. I think Peter Ebdon's probably been in his ear. He come back with a little bit more resolution about him in that one. Balls went awkward, which wasn't a bad thing really, and he chipped away and managed to win a frame, but he'll have been thinking about it. I'm sure they'd have talked about it in the interval. It'd been something to make sure you don't do it. And of course, you just got to play every frame as you can now and try and make the score respectable.
You two have inflicted a similar situation in finals. In fact, this hasn't happened for 19 years. You were the last one against Jimmy White to do it, Stephen. From the player who's in command perspective, when you were held up in that ambition, how does it feel?
Well, there's no doubt Ronnie would be thinking about that. He'd have been trying, having won the first 4 frames. He'd been in the dressing room thinking, you know, I can finish this afternoon, let's get home early. But Ali's done well there. He needed to win one of the first 2 frames, I think, because if he'd lost the first 2 frames of the session, then he really would have been, you know, low, and perhaps might have, you know, completely given up. But, you know, if he wins the next 2 frames, who knows?
Yeah. Is it more a question of damage limitation at this point, Steve?
Well, he can relax, that's for certain. And obviously, if he relaxes and just goes for his shots, we saw perhaps he was banging the balls in a bit harder there. It could kick-start something. But I mean, nobody's ever come back from 14-8 behind in a world final before, have they?
Oh,
Stephen?
Yes, Mr. Hendry.
Yep.
Long time ago.
Thanks, Steve.
just hit across that slightly, and he's left a pretty good chance for Ronnie. That type of shot is tough at the best of times, but when you're 14-8 behind, it's even more difficult. But I think he's got an angle to drop this red in, get on the black. Or maybe not. He was looking at taking the one near the pack. Yeah, he can drop this in for the black.
One.
That was nice to see when he won his first frame of this session. Well done, Ali Carter.
Eight.
Just look at the way he's left these balls here for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Without preempting anything, I'm sure to be an interesting spectator.
9.
The Winter Gardens if Ronnie starts putting a few red blacks here. Stephen Hendry already had a 147 on the first day, and knowing Ronnie, first chance he gets, he'll certainly be going for that elusive prize.
Yeah, he was on his way in the afternoon session. He had 5 reds, 5
16.
blacks, but just was slightly out of position and didn't risk it. Took the pink.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Tried to force the angle there, but look at the position. But that was because of the reverse side. Just threw the white into the red and offline slightly. Now there is one red that will go up into the corner. Ali hasn't looked at it yet. Just to the right of the pink, that one there. Oh, Ali, you're queuing well, and you've won the last frame. Have a go. Get yourself back on the black. No, no. And where's the red going to go? It's going to knock the other one over the pocket or put it on. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, but he's left a similar shot, hasn't he, Dennis, up into the yellow pocket, maybe red even into the left centre. And that's why he was a little bit nervy on that pot, Ali Carter. He knew what he was going to be leaving.
One.
Got the perfect angle on the yellow to leave choice of reds. Either side of the pink, those 2 reds. Just watch where he puts the cue ball. If he's too hard on the one to the left, he's got the one to the right.
3.
That's what you call using options.
4.
And the next shot could open quite a few more reds. Doesn't have to go into them with a great deal of pace. He could have played it better than that, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went into the middle of him. I thought he might just glance off the left-hand side, because he's always has this red that's closest to the left-hand corner pocket as insurance. Maybe end the break. There is a red that he may be able to pot into this left-hand corner pocket, but it's a bit of a stretch.
He might have to risk this as a really awkward shot, but he's no easy safety. He doesn't like it, though. He's fully stretched there. I mean, he could get the spider out and have a go at this if he can't see a safety shot. I've just decided on the safety up this end of the
Ronnie
table.
O'Sullivan, 11.
Yeah, I want wanted to leave that cue ball somewhere near the jaws of the pocket. He's left a tempter for Ali Carter, but by no means easy. These are tough shots. Oh, well played. Well played. Very well cued.
That was such a tough shot, and to get perfectly on the black, every credit to Ali Carter. He deserves to knock a sizable break in here.
Eight. Nine.
This is the last of the reds that will go in this corner, but look at the three reds together.
17.
They're all available into the right corner. Well, all the reds are in potable position, so it's a very good chance if he can just hold himself together here and get himself another frame. I love this shot here as the camera comes in over the crowd. It gives you an idea of how big the table is and how tough the pockets are. When you see it from that angle, sometimes our other cameras can make the pockets look easier than they really are. It's a little bit like looking at a dartboard. A treble looks big on television, but when you look at the dartboard in a pub, you can never get a dart into a treble.
$32.
It was a nice little nudge, wasn't it? Just as he putted that red, he just opened. The other two are almost touching. It's okay. Would have liked to have gone by those reds, but he does have the red into the left centre. And this one is on it as well, so still in good position.
41.
Ali's only made 7 breaks over 30 in this final, believe it or not. There's Ali's highest break, 84. So this coming at just the right time.
$49.
Yes, and he's certainly taking his time with this. He knows the value and the importance of trying to win this frame in one visit.
$55.
Just having a little glance at the scores. 28 points ahead.
$56.
Going to need another couple of reds colours after this pink.
So that safety shot that Ronnie thought he had played
62.
has cost him dearly. But the opening pot
63.
that Ali knocked in, you know, he deserved to win the frame from it.
He hasn't won this frame yet. That wasn't the best shot, but as we see, the opening red, excellent pot. It just come a little bit straight in this black. Gonna have to go around the angles. Needs to go. Needs to go. That's no good.
70.
Well, he's got the other one, and if he's not hampered with the blue, I don't know if he can just stretch over and reach this. Just about.
Well, that's the one that makes sure of the frame. And really caught the supporters up in the balcony.
Yeah, under the
Don't go in there.
circumstances. He's just given everybody a thrill there. Wouldn't it be nice if he could make a century here? He's made 24 Crucible centuries. He's made 143 in his career. And if he can't make one,
7.
it'll be the 71st century, and it'll be another £200 for the Haven House Children's Hospice. And if somehow they could get
90.
to 75 centuries, it would be made up to £25,000. Great gesture from our sponsors, Betfred, that.
94.
He's already made 5 here at this year's World Championship. Come on, cue ball.
99.
Oh, it's not going to be an easy pink. 99. We don't want to finish on 99, Ali. Well done, Ali Carter. And Peter Ebden and Ali's fans enjoyed that. And a little treble. Oh, he's screwed in off. It doesn't matter. So the mini comeback continues. Ali Carter has won 2 in a row with the aid of that magnificent century break. But it's still 14-9 to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Steve Davis, he suddenly looks a different player. The pace is picked up. He's playing with great flair and attack. And is this the way forward for him? Has he got to open the game up a bit now?
Yes, and it's easier in some respects when he's in this situation. And you probably sort of, you know, friends and family thinking, why couldn't he have played like this at the start? Yeah. Well, it's because it's the age-old problem. When you start trying, it becomes a lot more difficult, and getting the balance right is the hardest thing in the world. But all of a sudden, he's paid to, you know, going 1 session to spare, and I think Ronnie O'Sullivan now is going to sort of just try and coast in. He won't lose the session, and so another session basically for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
From Ronnie's perspective, ironically, Stephen, that mid-session interval seemed to come at just the wrong time for him, because he was on a roll at that point.
Yeah, he was really focused. You could tell when he was pinching frames, his facial expressions, which you don't normally get from Ronnie. He was really on one, and as I said before, in the dressing room, he'd be thinking about winning a session early, but now he just wants to get as big a lead as possible. He's going to have a lead, but how big?
Yeah, and for Carter fans, I guess the shackles are off. He's got nothing to lose at this point, John.
Yeah, but it's still a great effort all the same. He must
yeah.
have been sitting, he looked browbeaten, didn't he? He was sitting in his chair, looked like it was a desperate situation. As I say, the interval come at the right time. And well done to him. As Steve said, I mean, at this point, you're thinking, well, I might not have anything to lose. Let's loosen up, see if we win a few frames.
OK, well, he lost 18 frames to 8 4 years ago. He's over the 8-frame barrier, and let's see how close he can get to O'Sullivan this afternoon.
Well, he's left this red into the corner, but it's a very difficult one. It looks to be almost straight, but he's snookered on all the others. Well, if he's going to try and hold for the black, this would be some shot. So he doesn't really want to know about it. He's trying to find another safety shot, but if there isn't one on, he'd be thinking to himself, might as well have a go. But after the red that Ali knocked in the previous frame and made a century, Ronnie's going to have to be a little bit careful. And all of a sudden, he gets an early chance, Ali, because that was a tough shot that Ronnie took on there.
One. Three. Four.
Just got into that a little bit too much. Thought I have a nice angle on this yellow. Have to get down for that red just to the left of the pink. Let's have a look at Ronnie's open attempt at the red. Quite a long way away from this one. Very difficult shot, dead straight.
There's a little bit of pressure on this medium range pot here. Let's see if Ali's confidence is fully restored, because this is the type of shot that tests you. He didn't hit it well. Look where the cue ball's finished. Probably hit it a little bit harder than he intended. He had to punch it in, but they're ones that they can find you out when you're under pressure. But at least he hasn't left anything. Wow, this looks as if it'll cut in, so that's an unusual careless safety shot from Ronnie.
One.
But the only red that's available is the one behind the black, so how does he get up on that? He's got no angle to pot a colour and get into the reds. We know Ali has a terrific amount of cue power. And there's nothing available. He can't get through to the blue. He's going to need the rest. In fact, just looking at it, there's no value in potting the yellow. Might just try and
play snooker here, or even get in behind the blue. Let's see what sort of angle he's got on this yellow. If he can screw back, he's got the cue power. If he can miss the middle pocket, he could get on that red. Now he's just playing the safety shot, and well, he's taking the 2 points, and he'll try and get in behind the blue.
3.
Green and brown are also well placed. That's not the best safety shot that he's ever played.
Not quite sure whether the black pot's into the bottom right-hand corner pocket, but certainly in value. Try to stay on the pink here.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Well, I wonder, does this red pass the black? I think he might have played for the one on the black spot. So that was the reason he missed the pot, because he didn't get the white anywhere near where he intended. I like this. I like this shot if it misses the yellow. Tell you what, Ken, if that had slipped in behind the yellow, it would have been impossible to escape from.
It's a good attempt, wasn't it? Slowly. And this will require good cueing, getting back the ball from here. Thinks there's maybe a gap in between those reds, but he can clip off one and get back into a similar position where he is now. It's going to be very, very tight. Well, there was a gap, and that's a very, very good shot. Well played. Similar attempt here from Ali Carter. May even, I was just going to say, may even be able to pot it.
Not a bad thing for Ali Carter. Tactical battle. He's keeping Ronnie away from the table. Just get him out of stroke slightly. Of course, how many times have we seen throughout this year's World Championship where Ronnie has played lots of safety, and then when he gets the chance, he just seems to put his foot on the accelerator and away he goes. But this will suit Ali here. Now, how's your luck this time with those two colours? You didn't want to knock the yellow in.
Oh, Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Bit unfortunate to do that. Might just be able to, yeah, you can just get past the pink to snake this red. Now, what's going to happen this time? That looked like a reckless shot, but it wasn't. He had to move that red, and it hasn't worked out for Ronnie. A little wry smile, but that can happen. He got the cue ball exactly where he wanted, but when you're careering into other reds, you never know. You're using the other ones as a stopper, but this can always happen where one springs out of the pack and heads up towards a pocket.
One
good positional shot here, and he's got the pink, and look at the reds around the pink spot area.
Yeah, nice little nudge, wasn't it, on the green? Tried to get on that blue, but the brown is perfect now. Red just above the pink, maybe his choice after potting this.
He's going to take that red that you suggested, Ken. I think he was planning to leave the 4 reds in the corner. He's finished on the 4 reds, but that one next to the pink, if it's a nice little angle, you can just screw in behind the pink.
He's got a choice, hasn't he? I mean, even this red at the bottom of the 4 will release the pink into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. So, but as you said, they're all perfectly split around the pink spot. Doesn't have to worry really about the black.
I think he has relaxed, Ali. You know, when it got to 14-7, he just relaxed a little bit and thought, I'm just going to give this my best shot. And he's on his way now to possibly winning 3 in a row. He's got a lot of work to do, though. It's finished just a little awkward. He's having to bridge over this red. He might even finish up. Well, he looked at the red into the middle, but he's having to bridge over this. He's having the cue ball clean, but I think he's given himself a little bit of thinking time here. A couple of inches either way there, and he was perfect. This was just a safety shot, screwing back and trying to remove that red, but 2 or 3 little cannons put that over the pocket.
Looks okay, doesn't it? I think he's got a good angle on this black. He couldn't get on the pink because the pink doesn't go to left centre, but perfect on this black to get out for this red. It's on the black spot. Black will go on the blue spot, or does it spot on its own spot?
27.
Oh, that's not too bad. Can still pot this red and just nudge the black, but still be on it into the corner pocket.
Oh,
he's just... It's not the connection he wanted. It's gone horribly wrong.
That always can happen when you're having to play a little cannon here, and he didn't quite get enough screw on it, so he's taking the blue to try and get back up to the reds again. It's not a bad effort. It's still not straightforward, though. I think he can drop this red in the middle and hold for the yellow or brown. Just doesn't want to be... Well, it looks as if he might try and stun it in, but just a little drag shot. It's the way to play it.
He's just one more good positional shot away. I think the bottom red of the two below the pink will pot into this bottom left-hand corner pocket, but if not, certainly the red into the right centre. Needs to go, that's okay. And if this red does pot, which I think it does, second red down, pots into this corner pocket. He can get on. There you see it does. So he can get on pink or black here.
$38.
He really is putting everything into this effort here, Ali Carter. And at the moment you could hear a pin drop in the Crucible Theatre. They wanted a comeback, a lot of the people, and
44.
they're certainly getting that at the moment.
$45.
I think everyone backstage, they were all saying, well, it's only a matter of time and this final's over. It's far from over if he takes this frame and possibly the last of the session.
$52. $53.
Yes, Ronnie said that's enough. So the comeback continues. Ali Carter, with the aid of that 53 break, has now won 3 in a row. And he's back in this championship. It's 14-10.
Well, I know that Ali Carter's been drinking gallons of organic carrot juice at the intervals, and clearly it's had a massive effect on him this time as well. What a comeback so far.
I think he's had a tin of spinach as well while he's been at it. He's certainly turned it round. Before the interval, he looked all shot to bits, looked mentally like he wasn't at the races, but it's turned round, and I have to say, Ronnie looks like he's lost a little bit of concentration.
Indeed, yeah, and suddenly, Stephen, he's getting chances in there, Ali Carter.
And when it comes to table, he's getting good chances, Ali Carter. He's not having to do a lot. The balls are in nice positions. So, yeah, I mean, everyone that thought we were going to have an early night has maybe had to think again.
Yes, mentally, before that interval, Steve, he looked gone, realistically, didn't he?
Yes, and what would have happened, he'd gone back to his dressing room and said, well, what can I do? You know, and the messages he was going to get was go out and enjoy yourself. So you could see he was a different person walking out. He was finishing off eating some food, licking his fingers, and not a care in the world in one respect, other than the fact that Ronnie could have put him away there and then, and he would have been back in the seat had he not won that first frame. Just a little bit of inspiration, John.
The thing is now, this is a massive frame coming up. Now, he's been playing a little bit carefree. He's been playing like he hasn't been in a match. This frame will definitely put him back in the match. There could be a bit of twitching going on in this frame.
Yes,
Does he
indeed,
go back
suddenly.
into his shell?
Yeah,
You don't know.
yeah, and indeed, suddenly the pressure swaps to Ronnie's side of things, doesn't it?
I think this is going to be a twitchy frame. I'll be surprised if someone wins it easy. I think there's going to be a bit of touch and go here in this frame.
I think that's half of the fascination about this World Championship final is how the tension and psychology swings with every frame, Steve.
I think you can start to understand why players with big leads sometimes lose them. You know, the guy looking over his shoulder in the end, all of a sudden Ronnie waiting for the guy to catch up if he's not careful. And so being mentally positive and getting the balance between trying and relaxing is a very big part of this game.
Well, just as it was last evening, this last frame of the session is highly significant potentially.
Well, can all them world champions talking about twitchy frames? We've all had a few of those here at the Crucible.
Yeah, we certainly have. And that's what makes this championship and this theatre so special. I think this is a massive frame, particularly for Ali Carter. If he pulls it back to 14-11, well, even though the session would have been shared 4 frames each, Ali Carter would have felt, or would feel, that he would have won the session, particularly after the manner in which he lost those first 4 frames. So huge frame for both players here.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 6.
And of course, it's interesting then, is what the guys were saying. The pressure does revert back. Ali Carter came out
Turn your earpieces down, please.
after those
A bit
4
loud.
frames. Probably feeling, well, I've got nothing to lose. Sullivan's on fire. There's not much I can do, but he's come out with a bit more of a carefree attitude, and all of a sudden now he's back in the match.
Yeah, it'll just take a few seconds to get these balls back in the exact position. It just seemed to get a bounce off that side cushion. Maybe he got a little bit of side that took him to the pink.
Put it up there, please.
Yeah, they can put it up on the monitor for Michaela. We'll just have a look at it. That's what they're looking at. And
The red this way.
Yeah, it's just down half a ball.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
it's funny, Ronnie's helping out there. But you're not allowed to touch the ball. It's in the rules. You know, the player can't put his... Are you allowed to touch the ball with a cue, Ken? Wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think he's allowed to touch the ball at all, but he's definitely allowed.
Is that
you
red
know.
right then? Because Ronnie thinks it was...
No, this red went past that red, but not into the pocket.
He thinks the red was open. I think that's what Ronnie is saying.
Past this red into the pocket, but not past that red.
Oh,
Ronnie is saying that the red was possibly be able to pass the pyramid of reds.
Well, let's have a look where that's where they were. Let's have a look now. I think the pink and red need to go just a little bit, yeah?
I think they need to go a little bit further up the table, don't they? I think the red is in line with the pink spot, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, it shows that Ronnie's been concentrating and he knows exactly where they were. Yeah, that's about spot on now. Just a readjustment.
Oh, no, actually, the white was... I couldn't play safe off that red.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, he's putting himself at a disadvantage because where the white is, he could play a safety
Leo?
shot that wasn't available to him.
Aye.
No, that's right.
Yeah, we're very, very proud of our sport that the players, you know, own up to their fouls and put themselves at a disadvantage. They never take advantage of a situation. Great to see. Doesn't have to play the same shot again. He's choosing a different escape. Yeah, great sportsmanship there. Didn't used to be like that when you played in the old billiard hall. I used to play with a fella who could miss cue on purpose. Right? That was a bit of a skill. Should be okay. You can see the edge of this red just to come back down the table off it. The red will head over towards that red and black. Another first-class safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Can Ali return the compliment? He can play thin off the red. It's just to the right of the pink. Got to be careful. Could easily wobble in the jaws of the pocket or go in. Has to hit it thin.
Foul.
And he didn't hit it
Ronnie
thin.
was all over
And
the
the
floor.
in-off was okay until that red's come over the corner pocket.
Yeah, it was a tough shot, wasn't it? Now, half a chance for Ronnie. Okay, black is tied up, but certainly won't be trying to get on, bring the black into play here, trying to get up for pink or blue. Plenty of reds in the open as well, so. But he hasn't queued particularly well in the last couple of, particularly his long putts. You see, 68% long putt success, 58% card there. Oh, that's better. Yeah, nicely on the blue. Excellent shot. Just ran on a little bit more than he would have liked, so may have to take the blue and see the long putt again. May have to take the blue and go into the pack again just to hold the cue ball. Oh, doesn't want the red. Oh, it's close.
Just thinking he may have covered everything, you know. They all seem to be blocking each other. And there you can see the outcome. And it's not easy to plant that one into the pocket because it's quite a way from that corner pocket. It's not right over it. Is there a half a pocket there? That's all he needed. What a shot that was. Ronnie Jr. enjoyed that. I mean, our camera showed you there was very little room past that red. What judgment that was.
$12. $13.
This would be typical Ronnie O'Sullivan. Lost the last two frames with a 105 from Ali Carter and then a 53. Be typical Ronnie if he knocks in a big break here. He's done it throughout the championship. As soon as someone asked him a question, Ken, he's come up with the answers, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is where he's at its
19.
best. Just in around it, pink and black, just playing little soft screws and
20.
little stun shots, and just watch the cue ball the way he'll have it almost on a string. He's so good in around the pink and black.
$26. $27.
It's wonderful crucible theatre.
$33. $34.
You'd love to get that red away from this bottom right-hand corner pocket. It's just blocking things up a little bit.
It's just the 5 reds around the black. He's just checking to see if one of them might be available. If not, he's got a few more easy reds. He's using this one here. It's a big pocket. The one you said, get it away and it'll clear
39.
the pocket for later on. Still in the 90s.
40.
91 with his putt success rate. Ali Carter getting closer to that 90%. And there's nothing to pick between them in the tournament putt success rate, just 1%.
just gone slightly awry. May play this left-handed.
46.
Just about reach it. Yes.
47.
I was just going to say that that was Ali's possibly only chance of maybe getting back to the table here.
Yeah, sure.
Just spotted something on the cue ball. Well, we thought we were in for a bit of a twitchy last frame, but I suppose if there's one player in the game, Ken, that doesn't twitch, it's the man at the table at the moment. He certainly knows how to close frames and matches out. Doesn't even twitch with his left hand.
He makes it look so easy, doesn't he? People are so used to him playing with the left hand.
53.
63 ahead, so red colour. And he won't need any of those.
54.
Red colour red, and he won't need any of those 5 reds that are all blocking each other. Stun the pink in, try and get onto this red. Near the left hand side cushion, just get in behind it and have it into the opposite middle or into the corner pocket.
60.
So this red to have a 5-frame lead going into the final session. Excellent stuff from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I think Ronnie Jr. was just saying to his good friend John there, is that enough? He's probably just a little bit too young to reckon the scores up.
Well, will he attempt to plant?
64.
No.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 64.
Couple of snookers needed. Don't blame Ali for carrying on after winning the last 3 frames. He could get a chance and pot 4 reds and 4 blacks. And there's a glimmer of hope, but not much. Well, Ronnie tapped the table as well there for the length of that safety shot right on the cushion.
Yeah, Ali Carter, 74 points behind, 67 just remaining on the table, so 2 4-point snookers. And that's not a bad start. Okay, easy hit for Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he's a little bit unlucky, Ali Carter, as he grimaces, and that's because he's tied up the black. I'm sure he'll try and bring the black into play here.
You can see the pot to the right, but he's playing a safety shot. He's not risking anything, even though Ali needs 2 snookers. And that's careless. That's very careless. Why didn't Ronnie just take the pot on to the right corner?
Doesn't want to leave a free ball here,
Ali
Dennis.
Carter, 4.
Oh, he's very close.
Well, I can only think he doesn't want to go for the red into the right corner in case he misses it and lets Ali, you know, get 4 reds, 4 blacks. But he does need 2 snookers, and he had a shot available to the right corner. But as you say, kind of, he had left a free ball there. There was an extra red on the table then. Well, at the moment it looks as if Ronnie's getting a bit of practice in for this evening session, you'd have to say. Now the cannon this time. The chances there, just this red, and then there'll be a handshake, you would feel.
One.
But he still needs 3 frames, so it's all to play for this
7.
evening. It was a very good fight back from Ali Carter to win 3 frames in a row, and it's far from over
8.
just yet, Ken.
No, still plenty of snooker left in this final, but Ronnie be mighty relieved. He's back to a 5-frame cushion going into this final session tonight.
Ten. $11.
Yeah, at one stage we thought it may not be a final session, but certainly all to play for now.
And it's amazing he still wants to clear the balls. I mean, the
18.
frame's long over. But he's been like that throughout
19.
the whole championship. I remember one frame in the semi-final, he was 80 behind, and he came to the table with 1 red on, just to get a bit of potting practice.
25.
Oh, what a shot. Left-handed, double into the corner pocket. Oh, this is good stuff.
Left-handed, right-handed. I bet he could kick them in the pockets with his feet, this fella.
30. 33. 37.
Yeah, a lot of people that had bought tickets for this evening thought there wasn't going to be a session. They can all queue up, and it could be very interesting here in the Crucible tonight.
42.
Is he going to bother with the black?
48.
Looks like he is, so. Ronnie O'Sullivan clears up with a break of 55 and takes the final frame of this session. He'll go into the final session this evening with a 5-frame lead. He leads Ali Carter now by 15 frames to 10.
And Ronnie Jr. approves, watching his dad walk back to the dressing room, and O'Sullivan inching towards the line here. There is, perhaps, from Ronnie's fans' perspective, an air of inevitability.
Snooker's comeback king of 2012, Ali Carter.
Yes, I can.
opponent, the three-time champion of the world. Blink and you'll miss him, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Fantastic atmosphere this evening. Ronnie just 3 frames away from the finishing line, remember, but there are a possible 10 more frames to be played this evening. And in the commentary box, hot seats, Willie Thorne, Dennis Taylor. Good evening, gents.
A very good evening, Hazel. A very good evening to everyone at home. Handshakes all around. What a reception both players have had.
Thank you. Frame 26, Ali Carter to break.
And that's a pretty good break-off shot this evening from Ali Carter, who made that remarkable little comeback, winning 3 in a row after losing 4 frames. I think he just relaxed, Willie, and let his natural game come to the fore. He had breaks of 105 and 53, and he's still in this year's World Championship.
Yes, absolutely, Dennis, and I'm just wiping the tears away, actually. The walk-ons there just were absolutely sensational. Stephen Hendry coming on just before this final. What a wonderful lot of memories he's given us, and how much for one of these two in the future. What kind of memories are they going to give us? That man has given us plenty already.
Well, there is a possible pot, as you can see, into the left corner as the match time just coming up to 8 hours and 14 minutes almost. Now, where is the cue ball going to go if he pots this? It looks like it would go into the bunch. And that's why he's refused the pot. So I think Ali has got a game plan, and his game plan is to definitely try and take this opening frame.
It's been his game plan virtually throughout this final, certainly 90% of the final, refusing anything that sounds or looks difficult. Obviously playing left of the yellow there rather than directly behind the yellow, just to cover that blue thread up that's in the open on the right hand side. He can't see that. Yes, I'm really pleased Ali Carter won 3 frames of the trot. He was kind of almost looking down and out, and he just found that little bit of hope from somewhere by taking those 3 frames. Showed a lot of courage.
There's Peter Ebden alongside Steve and Tom there. They've been with Ali throughout this year's World Championship. Peter coming back from Budapest to give him his support. Well, Ronnie's safety has been exemplary, but that one wasn't quite as good. Bit of a chance and a gap round the back of the black here. Could finish on blue, or one of the balk colours would do, if he can pot the red. Not easy. Goes back into a blind pocket. And if Ronnie can drop this in, he's got an early chance. When we say a blind pocket, you can't see the pocket and the object ball in your line of sight. You're just judging it.
Not straightforward to play it slow, so he may decide to go up for the blue. The red below the black box, he may reluctantly not playing to the pink, but we know O'Sullivan likes to play into the pink every chance he gets. Well, he hit it completely full, didn't he? Now is the blue going to snooker him? Will he snooker himself? No, it goes the black side, doesn't it? Ah, the pink spot's available.
6.
It would have been hampered queuing if that cue ball had been the other side of the blue spot.
Yeah, our referee, Michaela Tabb, spotted that straight away. I, like you, thought the spot might have been covered, but the pink was available. He's got the perfect angle. Well, can he get into the bunch from the brown? Of course he can. The pink has sprung out of the bunch.
11.
Now just watch the pink. The pink was released there. And he can screw back and get on that pink. Just a matter of judging the screw back. Anywhere near the circle there, just where the rest head is. It's just gone a
12.
little bit further than he intended.
Yeah, still not too bad though. He'll be bringing another couple of reds into play. Doesn't really want to hit it hard enough to tie the black up. At first glance, it doesn't appear to be on anything.
18.
Played it at such a pace, you see, to hopefully bring blue into play and a few more reds. There may be one cuttable, the one that's farthest away on the pack on the right-hand side. They may be able to get through to that.
That must be pretty tight, that one. Yeah, he can clearly see. Well spotted, Willie. Commentator's eye again
19.
A lucky guess, I think. Ronnie's so aware of every situation at this end of the table. He realises that he has to get rid of that red just below the black to make this a frame win opportunity, so it won't be too long before he gets down this end.
And there's Ronnie Jr. He's been there all day enjoying this. Now, what's he disturbed this time? That could have worked out a lot better.
22.
Yeah, the only potable red is that one near the cushion, and the three colours are tied up, blue, pink and black, so he's looking for a good safety spot. It's been interesting.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
Listening to Ronnie talking about possibly winning this year's World Championship and then retiring. He could still, if he does happen to win this year, he could still get to Stephen Hendry's record if he wanted to. He's only 36 years of age.
Well, 90% of this tournament, that's the kind of safety Ali Carter's been playing. He lost his safety in the middle of the second session, and the first 4 frames of the afternoon session wasn't good, but throughout this tournament he has been first class in his safety department.
He'll probably cut this in after saying that. Nearly. There's been some terrific tactical play. I mean, it hasn't been all about break building, and we've had everything in this final.
It's about the first time in the tournament that his safety success has dropped below 90%. That's such was his consistency in that department. Got to be a little bit careful here, Ronnie. He can hit the 2 reds to the left of the black, but he's got to be worried about kissing the blue on the way back. We'd like to play down the right-hand side of the pack if he could.
If he plays those 2 reds you mentioned, Willie, they're a plant onto the black, which in turn is a plant onto a red. So he's got to be careful he doesn't knock the red that's the right of the table, and that's why he's trying to get down the other side. He knew he could possibly leave one. And just have a look at this shot. Have a look at the pace on this.
I was about to say it's a bit heavy, Dennis, but no, it's absolutely tight.
Yeah, it's a bit like Steve Davis. When you played him here at the Crucible, he used to play so many shots from there. I'm sure he was trying to wear your tip out, because you can only see the top of the ball.
Well, the blue is clearly the ball that's going to be a problem for Ali here in playing this safety shot. But he's used it nicely. Couldn't get the cue ball in behind the ball colour at that angle, but he'll be pretty pleased with the result.
And we've got the 6 times former world champion Ray Reardon was upstairs in the sponsors lounge, and we were having a little chat to their guests, and it was fascinating. He was chatting about his time with Ronnie. Spent a couple of seasons working with Ronnie, and would have been working on Ronnie's tactical side of the game. Another excellent safety from Ronnie. And there's the man he worked with, the 6 times former world champion. Now that is a true legend, the great Ray Reardon. Looks fabulous. He's 80 years of age. And he's not too far away from Ronnie. There you go. And that's Darren Ray's son sitting next to him. And a bit of a problem this time for Ali. Difficult to return the cue ball from that position. That's what he's faced with there, and he might just be trying to leave the white up this end. I don't think that angle's available to swing off that red. He's just rolling to it.
Sometimes you just have to play a containing shot when you feel there's no avenue back into baulk, and you know 9 times out of 10 you're going to be faced with another tricky situation. Obviously it won't be as tricky as the last time he came to the table.
Once again, Ronnie just looking, you know, a lot of players would just get down and play off the red, leave the white down the other end of the table, but he's so good now tactically, Ronnie. He's trying to find a really difficult spot for Ali Carter.
Well, there's 2 interesting spectators, great fans of Ronnie, Serge from Kasabian, a Leicester group who are doing wonders now in the rock world, and of course Damien Hirst, the renowned artist. 2 big Ronnie O'Sullivan fans.
Yeah, they were up in the Champions Lounge, and they loved the snooker.
Yes, Mark Selby got Serge interested in snooker, of course, being a Leicester man, and he used to follow Mark's career closely. And Mark will be here in many, many years to come.
That's a mistake. Needed a really thin contact, didn't get it, and the pink's in the open and the black is available. Okay, it might be a bit delicate to try and hold for the black. You'd have to find the gap between those two reds, but there shouldn't be a problem getting onto the pink. Be interesting to see if he's going to risk holding it for the black, because he's got very little margin for error. He'd have to leave it somewhere near the circle to leave the gap.
Well, the gap he has got, the black spot's free. So this is worrying times for Ali Carter in this opening frame. Ronnie will soon have the black on its spot, and red's in play. Could score 30 or 40 here without a problem. Already leads by 23. So he'll be very close to the winning line if he gets that 30 or 40 points.
Eight.
Yeah, I think Ronnie knows the importance of this opening frame, because he made 22 and then he's played some fabulous safety shots. Ali Carter hasn't had a chance, nothing to go at, because of the superb tactical play.
9. $15. $16.
It's just the touch that he has, like that shot there, he just effortless. I suppose the way he's played here, a lot of congratulations has to go to his good friend Les Dodge from Southport, who was here last week and put that tip on his cue. Ronnie said it's one of the best tips he's had on for years.
Yes, it obviously worn well away, the number of frames Ronnie's played, but a tip would last you about maybe a month
30.
at the outside if you're playing every day, hours on hour.
31.
Just a couple more pots away from securing this opening frame.
38. 39.
He's in a very good place at the moment, mind-wise, Ronnie O'Sullivan, very content
46.
with himself. He's got his son, Ronnie Jr.
47.
here, and everything's rosy for him at the moment. There's Ronnie Jr. up on the balcony there. Must be so proud of watching his dad here.
Very much like Stephen Hendry in the
54.
break building department, never ever fails to get the black into play as quickly as possible. Tries to make every chance one of a frame winning proportion, and that's what he's done here.
$62. 63.
That might just have spoiled the possibility
70.
of another century. He's already made 12 this year, but he's going to have to try the double. It wasn't too far away.
70.
But that's the start that Ronnie O'Sullivan was looking for. Ali Carter needed a good start, but it was the rocket with that break of 70 that extends his lead to 16-10.
Is Ronnie inching ever closer to the finishing line? John, Ken, Steve, great to have you with me this evening. What changes on final night and how much adrenaline is pumping around your body when you get that wonderful introduction and come onto the arena floor?
Well, certainly a lot for Ronnie O'Sullivan. He knew the importance. We were saying about Ali Carter needed to win the first frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan knew that, and that was a magnificent break. And a very hard frame of snooker as well. He lost position, he got about 20 points, played some magnificent safety play, which is very underestimated when O'Sullivan plays. His safety play is superb. And he obviously made the 70 break to win the frame. Massive frame, and he really put his head down in it.
Tell us about the situation Ali Carter finds himself in here now. It's virtually impossible, surely.
Well, it's not impossible, but there was just the way O'Sullivan's been playing. It's just so hard to play against. As John said, not only is he scoring and he's making the games look so easy every time he gets in, his safety play, I mean, it's almost up to 90% at this stage. It's like, so you're playing, you know, almost like a robot. It's very, very hard to contain, very hard to beat. Don't know what you can do.
Steve, what, if anything, can Ali Carter do?
Sit and watch, try and knock a few balls in and see what happens, really. Yeah, he can go for a few shots. I'm sure he can do that.
Well, I certainly agree with Steve there. Definitely go for a few more shots. I mean, until the three-frame burst on the trot that he won, his highest break was only 59 in the match, and he put a couple of breaks together towards that end of that three-frame burst, 105 and 53. And we know he had a game plan, but I just can't understand how you can beat O'Sullivan if you don't have a go at the odd one or two. You're not going to get 2 and 3 chances every game, and at the minute, that's what he's expecting.
Meanwhile, Ronnie's left Ali with a early problem, because that was a terrific break-off shot. Got to be careful here. He's done well to avoid that red, the right side of the table. That's a terrific return. It really was. I think they realised that he was banging trouble from the break-off shot. Oh, this has sent the red over the pocket, and that is the green going to come to his rescue. Well, even if it has, he might be able to come off, oh, well, I was going to say off the cushion. He'd have to swerve around the green to get to that. So quite a good result, considering the red went over the pocket. He did well to hide the white behind the green.
I think it's worth the swerve. I'm surprised he's not taking it. He's going to have to hide the white in the jaws of the green pocket again, and this is going to be played very thin.
I think that's too hard. He's going to find the gap. And he can get on the black, I think. Oh, is it pulled up? Well, he can pot it off the cushion. The only problem is if he hits cushion first, the white's going to spin off to the right and head over towards the black and reds. If he swerves directly round it, he'll get on the black, and that's probably what he'll play. There's enough angle, he can pot this and finish perfectly on the black.
Just got to be careful and let it thick and going off though, but he hasn't. He did it perfectly. He's just left it there. Great shot.
Yeah, he made that last shot look easy, didn't he? To control the swerve, pot the red and get on the black. That was pretty good stuff. It's worth another look. Just watch this here. Just see the white just bending, and could easily have followed it into the pocket.
Didn't play that shot as well as he would like. He's not on this red nicely. He's going to have to play the cannon into the black. Probably try and stun the black on and off the cushion. Well, he hit it thin enough and lost the white a little bit, but kept the black in play. Couldn't do anything about, but play the cannon into the black, and the angle he's got on the black is not great. Needs a bit of cue power here to get this white moving. Yeah, He's trying to force an angle there. This is the first real chance for Ali. Luckily for Ronnie, he's put the black in the pack. The pink's available though, depending on what angle he has on the red. Try to force an angle there from that black that wasn't quite there. You can see the black crewing into the pack there, and that black has gone safe. Well, if you can get onto the pink and get the pink on the black spot, that's pretty good, because I think the red's on the pink spot. Hasn't putted a ball for 43 minutes, Ali Carter. He has now.
One.
He's okay, even though he's straightish on the blue. Just roll it through or just screw it back, depending on how he feels. And if that pink is available, as Willie said, and he's straight on this red, and the pink spot looks to be occupied,
6.
the pink will go on the black spot, and the game will suddenly open up. Yeah, it looks as if the pink will head onto the black spot.
Earlier on in the tournament, Dennis, we look at a situation like this and think, oh, Ali's going to make 60 or 70 here. And that's just what he's not been doing in this final. Needs to summon up at least a 70 break if he can.
Ronnie had that magnificent 141, and then Ali made his century when he was under pressure. He was 14-8 behind and produced a timely century. Oh, that's flew off the cushion.
14.
The white just flew off that side cushion. He might just be able to pot the pink, but have a look at this. Got to be careful he doesn't push this. There's a little bit of distance between them, and well, in fact, he's okay if he's playing away that way from it. So it's not an easy pot if he's aiming there.
Very easy to overcut these, isn't it, when you're cutting a ball back? Just play the little cannon on the middle of the 3 reds. It's just above the pink there. Doesn't need to screw it in, just needs to stun into that middle red of the 3, and that white will just push through the reds and stay on the red in the opposite corner. But this is horrible.
It's so difficult to pick the angle out when you're that close to it. Well played. Very well played. And look what he's done with the reds. And the Ali Carter camp giving him a terrific round of applause for that shot. That was a little bit special, that. He's got to convert the chance, though.
And the shot that Ali played from
21.
the pink, we've mentioned that the middle red of the 3 was bound to bring balls into play, and look how he hit it, absolutely full in the face. Brought everything into play, and he'd be very, very disappointed should he not win the frame from here.
Well, as John Parrott in the studio usually says, he's got to play no-miss snooker.
26.
And that's the case here.
$27.
Doesn't have the perfect angle on either red,
32.
really. I'm not too sure whether the black or the pink will pot in the right-hand corner. He's looking at this red in the middle. We'll know after this shot whether the pink or black are available. Obviously they are. The black will definitely pot now, otherwise he would have played that. And that just takes the black away from these 3 reds, which helps. Makes the next few shots a lot easier.
And I think he can roll this in. You know, he could play a cannon on the pink, but there is a little gap through there. Well, I don't know why he played the cannon there. If he rolls the black, he's bound to finish on a choice of reds. See, if he just rolls that in, he's got a choice. Now he's made it a little awkward for himself.
Or if he does play the cannon, play it a lot slower. I mean, it was an unmissable black. Just got to avoid the baulk colours in playing this red into the middle. And he has just. Good recovery.
41.
It's all about keeping tight control. And he needs another good positional shot to get back into prime position. Just got a little bit closer to the reds. He wanted to just slip past the pink and have a choice of these 3 reds in the corner. He's got one of those again where he's gone too close to the ball and it's difficult to judge the angle.
Yes, it's definitely one of Ali's Achilles' heels. If he does have one, he overhits the stun shots quite on a number of occasions. In this position, you're always trying to play for 2 reds at a time. You can actually play for 3 here.
Well, see if he can judge it better this time. He got too close to the red.
As long as he misses the kiss on the pink, I think that's the problem board, isn't it? If he misses the kiss on the pink, is perfect.
.48.
Well, there's a terrific amount of Ronnie O'Sullivan supporters in this Crucible audience this evening, but I know there's a lot of them would love to see a fight back from Ali Carter and keep this final going as long as possible.
.56. .57.
I think he got a heavy contact there, but he's okay. Black to make absolutely certain. Well played, Ali Carter. One of his great strengths is he's a terrific battler.
Ali Carter, 64.
Well, that would have made absolutely certain that red, but I think he just thought, well, I've won the frame and lost concentration.
One.
Well, this is far from over now that he's missed that red. There's only 1 snooker needed. That was a bit careless, Willie.
Yes, absolutely, especially with this man at the moment, but in saying that, he can't really get onto the black now from this red, so he'll probably play a snooker now rather than play the other red. He doesn't want to take a low-valued colour. 1 snooker to tie at the moment.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Yes, Ali could have done without this little bout of tactical play. He was in stroke there. It's a bit unlucky to leave the gap there. So this red to make absolutely certain of the frame. Yeah, he's dug very deep here, has Ali Carter. And while your opponent needs 2 frames, you always feel you've got some sort of chance. He snookered himself, but that doesn't really matter. Attention, all pockets.
Don't shout out like that, please.
Well done, Ali Carter.
Ali Carter.
That was a terrific 64 break. That keeps him in this year's Betfred.com World Championship. He's still got a long way back, but it's now 16-11.
Well, Steve Davis, a genius. Go for the shot, she said, and he was obviously listening.
Yes, my expert analysis in the last link was, I think, spot on. You may have noticed I covered both bases. I did say he could either sit and watch or he could try and pot some. He tried to pot some. That's what we're here for. That's what we do very well.
I second that wholeheartedly. But you've got to salute this man's tenacity, which has been to the fore right throughout the last 17 days, and not just here. I think everybody knows the health problems that he's suffered over the last 10 years with Crohn's disease, and this just sums him up.
Yeah, I remember I just spoke to him after the first session today. He was going back up to his room in the lift, and he said, like, I said, you know, you got to just take every frame as they come along. And he says, don't worry. He says, I won't be giving it easy, you know. And that's all you have to do. Don't give it to him easy. Let him work for it. You know, he knows he's up against it. Everybody expects Ronnie to win at this stage, but don't give it to him easy. Make it as hard as possible as you can for him to win it.
Yeah, huge amount of character that Ali Carter has shown in this championship, John.
Very much so. I think he's slightly got it wrong if I'm being ultra-critical. I think he's been a little slow with the match play, and I think that's great, but he scores better when he's fluent, and I think he's been a little bit slow in amongst the balls. That's the one thing I'd have a criticism about.
OK, well, he's still fighting out there.
Yes, could agree with you more, John, and that little 64 break may have put a little spring in his step. O'Sullivan's still 2 frames away from taking this championship, as my colleague Dennis Taylor said, that while your opponent needs 2 frames, you've still got a chance. Obviously, when he needs 1, it's a bit more difficult. Ronnie's son, little Ronnie there, he's got the great shot ready for when Ronnie rockets one of these and he's done. Oh, there it is. It's a premature great shot.
Ali's still in his seat. He can't believe the flick that Ronnie's had on the green. He held his hand up to apologise, but doesn't make you feel any better, that. Mid-session interval coming up after this frame, and that was a timely piece of good fortune. In fact, we've got one more frame after this before the mid-session interval.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Just coming around to see what angle he has on the yellow to get to the 2 reds either side of the black spot. He can actually play to get on 3 reds here, the one in the middle, or if he comes off the cushion too far, he's on the 2 reds just below the black. That tells me that red must be on the black spot for him not to play for one of those 2 reds.
Did he?
Yeah, the pink's available also, and he'll play for that red you mentioned, Willie, that's on the black spot. And then he can bring the black into play. Played perfectly. There's the spot. It'll be free in a couple of seconds.
Never misses a trick, does he, Ronnie? Just wants to get everything in
10.
play as quickly as possible, especially as he's lost the pink up to the top end of the table now. First
11.
chance, black in play again.
Well, he overdone that. That was a bit careless. He potted the black in the
18.
right side of the pocket. That's why he's just lost the white a little bit. It's a delicate little shot required now. But didn't he play that well?
19.
Made that look easy, but when you're playing a little cannon like that, it's difficult. Well, he plays that shot so well, but this time the white
26.
has stuck in the bunch. Just arced his way around and somehow found his way into the middle of the bunch. And just a safety.
Yes, he couldn't have played the shot better, to be honest. He just happened to kiss the red full ball, which took the pace out of the white.
26.
That cushion's definitely a bit lively. Just watch the way it arcs round here, and of course what happens here, he hits this red full ball up, and that took all the pace out of the cue ball. All the spin had been lost when it hit it full ball.
That last shot of Ronnie's, the white, as you mentioned, it just flew off that side cushion. He was playing to get tight somewhere over just to the left of the black. Just have a look at this. Amazing that. Come off twice as fast as it went onto the cushion. Now, can he get past the pink to the potting angle? He must be able to. Now, the black's only available into one corner pocket. Just watch how he plays this. Well, that's a bonus. That definitely was a great pot. But to finish perfect on the blue after catching the red and black was a nice little bonus. There's the length of the pot. Watch the flick. Have to play it back for the blue again because of the red next to the black there, blocking the path to the pocket.
7.
Well, played for the red in the middle. Didn't quite get directly
12.
behind it. He'd like to have got on it a little bit straighter than this. Because already in his mind he's thinking top side of the blue, get rid of the red next to the black, and then I can start to think about winning the frame. You can't think about winning the frame just yet.
13.
Until he gets rid of that red below the black.
And that red will be disappearing now, and the black
18.
will be in the open. And I think there's still one available just at the back of that little bunch of 7.
19.
I'm not quite sure if it's on or whether he has to play a little cannon on the red just to the left there. Yeah, there's one available, which is why he didn't risk the
26.
cannon. He's already 56 ahead.
$27.
Well, obviously there must be a plant on here. All these
34.
reds, 2 by 2 as it were, all seem to be, surely there's one of the sets lined up. Yes, the one he's playing now is looks to be a certainty, and it was. And that was just about frame ball, the bluest frame ball. So Ronnie O'Sullivan can be one away from winning this wonderful crown. And amazing enough, Dennis, since you won the championship,
40.
You'll be the oldest player by 40 days since you won it to win this World Championship. Everybody's been younger than your good self.
41.
Yeah, I was 36 when I lifted the World Championship here. And there's been nobody younger, or nobody older, rather, has won it since then.
46.
Well, once again, no century. Ali Carter made a break of 70 in the previous frame. Thought we were going to be in front of the comeback. O'Sullivan makes 46 and goes one away from victory at 17-11. Well, Ronnie now knows he's one frame away from victory. It's very interesting, Dennis, right at the beginning of the day when the handshake. Tell us about the handshake, what you noticed. I didn't notice this. I think maybe Peter Eben had a little chat and he says, maybe try and psych Ronnie out. And this was the handshake. Just watch the stare. Look at Ali looking right at Ronnie, and Ronnie doesn't know what's happening there. It hasn't really been Ali's day, but that little trying to psych him out didn't quite work. But it's been a tough day for him. Not a great deal to smile about. He got himself back into it at 14-10, and that's the way he reacted when he finally won a frame. Yeah, you can feel a little bit sorry for Ali, really. I mean, when you get to 2 finals on the trot, you're very unlucky to play one of the greatest players in the world. I mean, there's other players in the tournament. And, but like Jimmy White, he kept running into Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off in what he hopes will be the last frame in this year's Betfred.com World Championship. And Ali Carter, well, he'll just give it his best shot now. He's been refusing this type of shot earlier. It'd be ironic if he knocks this one in. Just a little bit too thick on that occasion. He's played remarkably well throughout this year's World Championship, Ali Carter. He really has. And little Ron was sitting next to Ronnie's mum there. And Maria there, she must be very proud of
7.
what she's watching here, but he still has to win this frame.
Well, he's reluctant to play on the black here, really, because it's not a great pack to go into from the black. That's
50.
why he's going to try and go into from the pink, probably, to push a red towards the right-hand corner. He's left the angle to do that. But it really does need to be played at pace to get one moving out. And that's what he did, but unfortunately, he's knocked it safe.
I mean, that tournament pot success rate, as we show you the pink and the cannon not working out, 93%. That is going some. And we've got a little bit of noise coming from a microphone.
It's a radio,
somewhere.
Dennis, isn't that something?
Gremlins once again in the Crucible.
Didn't sound like a Kasabian track, did it, that one?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 21.
Well, Serge is there. Well, Serge is there, and I'll tell you what Ali Carter could do with a little Serge here. Oh, he's caught the brown. Which is okay, but it means that Ronnie's got an easier safety return.
May decide to play this cut, Dennis, the one that's in between the black and the pack. That will cut into the right-hand corner. If he can miss the red that's on the cushion, he'll play it. I don't think he can miss that red, though, so he's changing his mind. He still played it, but I didn't think he could miss that red. Very, very fortunate.
Well, I'm just wondering if that red has nudged it out a little bit. It was safe at one stage until the red just nudged it. Can he get through to that one to cut it in the middle? It must be tight. So he had a bit of a result there, another fraction, and he could have potted that. Yeah, it's a long, long way back now, and he's lost a little bit of heart, Ali, but it's not over yet.
Decided the red's a little bit too risky in the middle. Can't really get onto a colour nicely. Just playing the cue ball back into the board, but the white's very close. John Virgo to give that little shout, wouldn't he? Where's the cue ball going?
Just coming up to the 9 hours for the match. The green's in an awkward spot now for the safety return. That's why he's choosing an alternate. Might be able to just get down towards the brown here with this. Well, you could say Ronnie's got the pace of this table, because for I don't know how many times now Ali's glued to that ball cushion.
Yes, the green's the problem ball again here, isn't it? Getting back into ball, the green's just in the way for the natural angle. Oh, he's got round the back of it. But there's a gap. There's a gap for this long red. He may take this one on.
Well, if he does take it on, he'll have to get a little bit of action on it, because he's only got two choices, to screw back or run through for the black. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this. Cued across that one, but once again I think he's got away with it. That red's going to finish safe, and it's also blocked by the yellow.
Ronnie's long game this week has been tremendous, but I can only think that's getting very close to winning the World Championship that's made him miss that one by so far. Ronnie can't quite believe it.
Mind you, I detected the red jumping quite a bit there when we showed that slow-mo. So maybe it was a kick. Let's just have a look at the red as he makes contact with it. Yeah, jumped off the bed of the table there.
don't think he can get through to the potting. He's playing the one on the cushion here, just swinging it round. Now the red to the right of the pack will pot in the middle. I just wonder whether Ronnie will be tempted with this one. He's had a good look at it. He knows that the path of the cue ball is going very close to the red that's nearest the blue. So it would be on yellow, blue or pink should it go in. It's a risky one.
Oh, it's there. What a shot that is. What a shot that is, by the way. Well, the chance is now there for Ronnie O'Sullivan. There was only just enough room past the red.
Four.
Doesn't appear that the black is available in the right-hand corner. If it is, this could be frame, match and championship over.
9.
If it's not, he'll have to play up for the blue again.
10.
Didn't matter this time which side of the blue he got, because there's a red up to the left of the brown that he can play onto. Two ways of getting on that red as we swing in with this camera angle. Just shows you he's the wrong side of the blue, but he can get on that red near the brown. Beautifully played.
Well, the next two shots are key. Just got to get rid of that red to the right of the black, and that could be Ali Carter watching, and O'Sullivan possible frame match and championship
16.
clearance.
Well, he's won it on 3 occasions.
21.
This is definitely looking like a 4th. That magnificent World Championship trophy. Ali Carter has got close. He's been in one final, but who was it that beat him in that final? It was Ronnie O'Sullivan. 2008, the year he made a maximum break here, Ali Carter.
He's still undefeated in finals. Should he go on to win it, Ronnie?
22.
He's been in 3 finals, won them all. This is the 4th.
And he has really kept his focus. That's been the main thing with Ronnie O'Sullivan throughout this year's
29.
championship. 17 days is a long spell. He's had
30.
his good friend Damien Hirst with him, and I think he's helped to keep him focused, along with Dr. Steve Peters.
37.
How many more world titles? Well, Ronnie Jr., how many more titles could your dad win, Ronnie, do you think?
$38.
It's been a privilege to watch this year's World Championship, and it's been a privilege to watch Ronnie O'Sullivan the way he's played.
This has been a tremendous championship. Not quite over the winning line yet. One more red
45.
needed to be sure.
Yeah, Ali Carter just looking on there. Deserves a lot of credit. That comeback against Judd Trump. But the crowd now realise that it's all over.
Peter Ebdon applauding Ronnie, and his man put up a great show, but he wasn't quite good enough
54.
to compete against the most naturally gifted player the game has seen. He gave a little kiss up to Ronnie Jr. there. There's no better feeling in the world than walking around the table when you know you've won the World Championship. Ali Carter will come forward like the gentleman he is and congratulate Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's going to be emotional here in the Crucible Theatre. What a performance from Ronnie O'Sullivan. 3 times a world champion. It's now 4, and Ronnie O'Sullivan becomes the 2012 Betfred.com world champion. Well done, Ronnie, and well done to Ali Carter.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a final. As Ronnie celebrates, can I please ask you to show your appreciation for our gallant runner-up today, Mr. Ali Carter. Ali, come and talk to us. Well, Ali, 2 finals, twice you've run into the rocket. To paraphrase the great Jimmy White, he must be beginning to annoy you now.
Yeah, maybe if he retires I might win it, who knows.
It's been quite a story, it's been quite a comeback. We've described you as the comeback kid, but at 7 frames to 14 down and looking down and out of it, how did you summon the tenacity to get out of your chair and come and make a fight of this evening?
I don't know really, I just kept punching and, you know, I'm disappointed with how I played in the final really. Ronnie put me under all sorts of pressure. His safety, you know, was matched mine, was better from ball 1. And obviously he scores when he gets in, he's just a genius, so all credit to him. You know, it's great to be in another final, but very disappointing to lose.
You know, in December, when we were at the United Kingdom Championship, you told everyone that you would seriously consider retiring after this event, but since then you've turned your health and your form around. What are your plans now, Ali?
Well, you know, obviously I've come back to playing half decent again and feeling a lot better in myself, so obviously I'll carry on playing for a bit, but hopefully if I can keep me health and everything right, then I'll carry on.
Ali, do you believe one day you can come back and win this thing?
Well, I've been to 2 finals, so you know, it takes a lot to be a winner, but yeah, I believe I can win it one day if Ronnie retires.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ali Carter, congratulations. Great to see him back to health and indeed to form. Mission accomplished for a 4th time here. How hard won has this title been?
Oh, it's just, it's hard. It's very, very hard. I just got, you know, for anyone to come here and, you know, stand 17 days, it's an endurance test. It's like the equivalent of the Ironman. I don't think it's so much about the snooker, to be honest with you. I think it's more about just controlling your emotions and being able to hold it together. And I was able to do that over 17 days. But, you know, I want to congratulate Ali on a fantastic tournament. He's had another brilliant tournament. He's a top 3-4 player in the world. You know, he hasn't been well, and he's come back to have a brilliant tournament. He showed everyone here at Sheffield and everyone watching what a fantastic player he is. So I just want to, you know, he's had another brilliant World Championship. So, and it's been great here all week with all these fans. You know, I've come here to try and entertain this tournament because I just wanted to show people what I was capable of, and you know, that was my main intention.
You've done that all right. And you know, so much commitment and passion and desire to win this world title, and when we look back at it, even in the last few months, what's changed for you in the last year? And I just wonder how much you owe to Dr. Steve Peters and the work that you've been doing with him.
Well, I wouldn't have been playing if it wasn't for Steve. You know, I wouldn't. I said to him when I first met him, I said, I really don't want you to be able to help me. And he said, that's the normal answer I get when people come to see me. So he said, but you're an easy case. And, you know, I've just stuck in it all year and we've worked together, and it's been a rocky. It's been tough because I've had to face things that I've probably didn't want to face, and once I face them, I think really don't want to keep facing them. Sometimes you just want to run, but I try to give it a go, and I give it a go this season, and I've managed to win 3. Well, I don't know how many comps I've won, but this just tops it all, you know. So a few people doubted me, but I'd rather them not doubt me. I'll let them know when I'm not ready and when I've gone. But I certainly ain't gone yet.
That's great to hear, because that was the next question, really. You said after the semi-final, if you could bottle that winning feeling after winning that semi-final, you'd keep playing for 300 years. So what is the plan now? How many more world titles could you target, Ronnie?
I'm not going to put a number on it. I'm not even going to make any decisions at the moment. You know, I'm having a good 6 months off. I'm going to enjoy my time with this little man here, my little daughter, and I'm going to have a nice, good break, and I'll assess the situation. But it's all good. So, you know, everything's, well, you know, we just enjoy the moment.
Special to share it with Ronnie Jr. Did you hear him? He shouted, "Come on the rocket," a couple of times.
Oh no, I could hear him whispering, and then he said, "Come on, Dad," and I was like, oh, you know.
Fantastic, well done, Ronnie.
The time to get emotional, you know, but, you know, just when I see him this morning, I just thought, you know what, it just puts everything in, you know, the pressure lifted, because, you know, just to see him, you know, was just the best thing.
Ronnie and Ronnie Jr., it's been wonderful to see you both here on this arena floor. Congratulations, well done, Ronnie. Your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your presentation party. Barry Herman, the chairman of World Snooker, and Fred Doan, boss of Betfred. Your runner-up, what a 17 days he's had. What a brilliant end to a tough season. Ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for Ali Carter. And the winner, receiving the trophy, the cheque for £250,000, and the title, 2012 Betfred.com World Snooker Champion, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So Ronnie joins the likes of John Higgins and Ray Reardon, Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry as a 4-time world champion in the modern era. And he's reticent, obviously, guys, to say how many are in him. How many more do you think are in him?
As many as he wants to have in him, simple as that. He's got more talent than any human being has a divine right to have. He's been sprinkled with stardust, that boy, he really has. And when he puts it all in, he's unplayable at times. That's how good he is.
Sum up his Crucible campaign this time, compared with the other 3.
I think